For even something as simple as a black t-shirt and a pair of jeans or pants, consumers may choose to pay as little as $50 or hundreds of dollars instead. Understanding how consumers arrive at their perceptions of prices is an important marketing priority. Here we consider key topics: reference prices, price quality inferences, and price endings. Reference prices. Although consumers may have fairly good knowledge of price ranges, surprisingly few can accurately recall specific prices when examining products. However, they often employ reference prices, comparing an observed price to an internal reference price they remember, or an external frame of reference such as a posted, regular retail price. 15. All types of reference prices are possible, see Table 16.1, and sellers often attempt to manipulate them. For example, a seller can situate its product among expensive competitors to imply that it belongs in the same class. Department stores will display women's apparel in separate departments differentiated by price. Dresses in the more expensive department are assumed to be of better quality. 16. Marketers also encourage reference price thinking by stating a high manufacturer's suggested price, indicator that the price was much higher originally, or by pointing to a competitor's high price. 17. Table 16.1 Possible consumer reference prices. Fair price, what consumers feel the product should cost. Typical price, last price, paid upper bound price, reservation price or the maximum most consumers would pay, lower bound price, lower threshold price or the minimum most consumers would pay, historical competitor prices, expected future price, usual discounted price. Source: adapted from Russell S. Weiner, Pricing, MSI Relevant Knowledge Series, Cambridge, MA, Marketing Science Institute, 2006. When consumers evoke one or more of these frames of reference, their perceived price can vary from the stated price. 18. Research has found that unpleasant surprises, when perceived price is lower than the stated price, can have a greater impact on purchase likelihood than pleasant surprises. 19. Consumer expectations can also play a key role in price response. On internet auction sites such as eBay, when consumers know similar goods will be available in future auctions, they will bid less in the current auction. 20. Clever marketers try to frame the price to signal the best value possible. For example, a relatively expensive item can look less expensive if the price is broken into smaller units, such as a $500 annual membership for under $50 a month, even if the totals are the same. 21. Price quality inferences. Many consumers use price as an indicator of quality. Image. Pricing is especially effective with ego-sensitive products such as perfumes, expensive cars, and designer clothing. A $100 bottle of perfume might contain $10 worth of scent, but gift givers pay $100 to communicate their high regard for the receiver. Price and quality perceptions of cars interact. Higher priced cars are perceived to possess high quality. Higher quality cars are likewise perceived to be higher priced than they actually are. When information about true quality is available, price becomes a less significant indicator of quality. When this information is not available, price acts as a signal of quality. Some brands adopt exclusivity and scarcity to signify uniqueness and justify premium pricing. Luxury goods makers of watches, jewelry, perfume, and other products often emphasize exclusivity in their communication messages and channel strategies. For luxury goods customers who desire uniqueness, demand may actually increase price because they then believe fewer other customers can afford the product. 22. To maintain its air of exclusivity, Ferrari deliberately curtailed sales of its iconic $200,000 or more Italian sports car to below 7,000 despite growing demand in China, the Middle East, and the United States. But even exclusivity and status can vary by customer. Brahma beer is a no-frills light brew in its home market of Brazil but has thrived in Europe, where it is seen as Brazil in a bottle. Pabst Blue Ribbon is a retro favorite among US college students, but its sales have exploded in China where an upgraded bottle and claims of being matured in a precious wooden cask like a Scotch whiskey allow it to command a $44 price tag. 23. Despite booming demand, Ferrari limits production and the number of sports cars that it sells to maintain the brand's exclusivity. Price endings. Many sellers believe prices should end in an odd number. Customers perceive an item priced at $299 to be in the $200 rather than the $300 range. They tend to process prices, left to right, rather than by rounding. 24. Price encoding. In this fashion is important if there is a mental price break at the higher, rounded price. Another explanation for the popularity of 9 endings is that they suggest a discount or bargain, so if a company wants a high price image, it should probably avoid the odd ending tick. 25. One study showed that demand actually increased 1/3 when the price of a dress rose from $34 to $39 but was unchanged when it rose from $34 to $44. 26. Prices that end with 0 and 5 are also popular and are thought to be easier for consumers to process and retrieve from memory. Sale signs next to prices spur demand, but only if not overused. Total category sales are highest when some, but not all, items in a category have sale signs. Past a certain point, sale signs may cause total category sales to fall. 27. Pricing cues such as sale signs and prices that end in 9 are more influential when consumers' price knowledge is poor, when they purchase the item infrequently or are new to the category, and when product designs vary over time, prices vary seasonally, or quality or sizes vary across stores. 28. They are less effective the more they are used. Limited availability, for example, 3 days only, also can spur sales among consumers actively shopping for a product. 29. Setting the price. A firm must set a price for the first time when it develops a new product, when it introduces its regular product into a new distribution channel or geographical area, and when it enters bids on new contract work. The firm must decide where to position its product on quality and price. Most markets have 8 to 5 price points or tiers. Marriott Hotels is good at developing different brands or variations of brands for different price points. Marriott Vacation Club, Vacation Villas, highest price. Marriott Marquis, high price. Marriott, high medium price. Renaissance, medium high price. Courtyard, medium price. Tone Place Suites, medium low price, and Fairfield Inn, low price. Firms devise their branding strategies to help convey the price-quality tiers of their products or services to consumers. 30. Having a range of price points allows a firm to cover more of the market and to give anyone consumer more choices. Marketing Insight, Trading Up, Down, and Over, describes how consumers have been shifting their spending in recent years. The firm must consider many factors in setting its pricing policy. 31. Table 16.2 summarized the 6 steps in the process. Step 1. Selecting the pricing objective. The company first decides where it wants to position its market offering. The clearer a firm's objectives, the easier it is to set price. 5 major objectives are survival, maximum current profit, maximum market share, maximum market skimming, and product quality leadership. Survival companies pursue survival as their major objective if they are plagued with overcapacity, intense competition, or changing consumer wants. As long as prices cover variable costs and some fixed costs, the company stays in business. Survival is a short-run objective. In the long run, the firm must learn how to add value or face extinction. Maximum current profit. Many companies try to set a price that will maximize current profits. They estimate the demand and costs associated with alternative prices and choose the price that produces maximum current profit, cash flow, or rate of return on investment. This strategy assumes the firm knows its demand and cost functions. In reality, these are difficult to estimate. In emphasizing current performance, the company may sacrifice long-run performance by ignoring the effects of other marketing variables, competitors' reactions, and legal restraints on price. Table 16.2 Steps in setting a pricing policy. 1. Selecting the pricing objective. 2. Determining demand. 3. Estimating costs. 4. Analyzing competitors' costs, prices, and offers. 5. Selecting a pricing method. 6. Selecting the final price. Marketing insight. Trading up, down, and over. Michael Silverstein and Neil Fisk, the authors of Trading Up, have observed a number of middle market consumers periodically trading up to what they call new luxury products and services that poses higher levels of quality, taste, and aspiration than other goods in the category but are not so expensive as to be out of reach. The authors identify 3 main types of new luxury products. Accessible super premium products, such as Victoria's Secret underwear and Kettle Gourmet potato chips, carry a significant premium over middle market brands, yet consumers can readily trade up to them because they are relatively low-ticket items in affordable categories. Old luxury brand extensions extend historically high-priced brands down market while retaining their cachet, such as the Mercedes-Benz C-Class and the American Express Blue Card. Masstige goods, such as Kiehl's Skincare and Kendall Jackson wines, are priced between average middle market brands and super premium old luxury brands. They are always based on emotions, and consumers have a much stronger emotional engagement with them than with other goods. To trade up to brands that offer these emotional benefits, consumers often trade down by shopping at discounters such as Walmart and Costco for staple items or goods that confer no emotional benefit but still deliver quality and functionality. As one consumer explained in rationalizing why her Shin boasted a Sub-Zero refrigerator, a state-of-the-art Fisher & Paykel dishwasher, and a $900 warming drawer but a giant 12-pack of Bounty paper towels from a warehouse discounter. When it comes to this house, I didn't give in on anything. But when it comes to food shopping or cleaning products, if it's not on sale, I would buy it. The recent economic downturn increased the prevalence of trading down, as many found themselves unable to sustain their lifestyles. Consumers began to buy more from need than desire and to trade down more frequently in price. They shunned conspicuous consumption, and sales of some luxury goods suffered. Even purchases that had never been challenged before were scrutinized. Almost 1 million US patients became medical tourists in 2010 and traveled overseas for medical procedures at lower costs, sometimes at the urging of US health insurance companies. As the economy improved and consumers tired of putting off discretionary purchases, retail sales picked up, benefiting luxury products in the process. Trading up and down has persisted, however, along with trading over or switching spending from one category to another, buying a new home theater system, say, instead of a new car. Often this meant setting priorities and making a decision not to buy in some categories in order to buy in others. Sources: Cotton Timberlake, US 2%ers trade down with post-recession angst, www.bloomberg.com, May 15, 2013, Anna Louise Jackson and Anthony Feld, Frugality Fatigue Spurs Americans to Trade Up, www.bloomberg.com, 13th April 2012, Walker Smith, Consumer Behavior, From Trading Up to Trading Off, Branding Strategy Insider, January 26, 2012, Esbria Rice, I can't afford surgery in the US, says bargain shopper, www.cnn.com, 26th April 2010, Bruce Horowitz, Sale, sale, sale. Today everyone wants a deal, USA Today, 21st April 2010, pp. 1-2a, Michael J. Silverstein, Treasure Hunt, Inside the Mind of the New Consumer. New York, Portfolio, 2006, Michael J. Silverstein and Neil Fisk, Trading Up, The New American Luxury, New York, Portfolio, 2003. Some consumers are trading up to buy expensive luxury products in Sub-Zero refrigerators, but also trading down to buy basic staples and more functional products. Maximum market share. Some companies want to maximize their market share. They believe a higher sales volume will lead to lower unit costs and higher long-run profit, so they set the lowest price, assuming the market is price sensitive. Texas Instruments famously practiced this market penetration pricing for years. A company would build a large plant, set its price as low as possible, win a large market share, experience falling costs, and cut its price further as costs fell. The following conditions favor adopting a market penetration pricing strategy. 1. The market is highly price sensitive and a low price stimulates market growth. 2. Production and distribution costs fall with accumulated production experience. And 3. A low price discourages actual and potential competition. Maximum market skimming. Companies unveiling a new technology favor setting high prices to maximize market skimming. Sony has been a frequent practitioner of market skimming pricing, in which prices start high and slowly drop over time. When Sony introduced the world's first high-definition television, HDTV, to the Japanese market in 1990, it was priced at $43,000. So that Sony could skim the maximum amount of revenue from the various segments of the market, the price dropped steadily through the years. A 28-inch Sony HDTV cost just over $6,000 in 1993, but a 42-inch Sony LED HDTV cost only $579 20 years later in 2013. This strategy can be fatal, however, if a worthy competitor decides to price low. When Philips, the Dutch electronics manufacturer, priced its video disc players to make a profit on each, Japanese competitors priced low and rapidly built their market share, which in turn put down their costs substantially. Moreover, consumers who buy early at the highest prices may be dissatisfied if they compare themselves with those who buy later at a lower price. When Apple dropped the early iPhone's price from $600 to $400 only months after its introduction, public outcry caused the firm to give initial buyers a $100 credit toward future Apple purchases. 32. Market skimming makes sense under the following conditions. 1. A sufficient number of buyers have a high current demand. 2. The unit costs of producing a small volume are high enough to cancel the advantage of charging what the traffic will bear. 3. The high initial price does not attract more competitors to the market. And 4. The high price communicates the image of a superior product. Product quality leadership. Company might aim to be the product quality leader in the market. 33. Many brands strive to be affordable luxuries, products or services characterized by high levels of perceived quality, taste, and status, with the price just high enough not to be out of consumers' reach. Brands such as Starbucks, Aveda, Victoria's Secret, BMW, and Viking have positioned themselves as quality leaders in their categories, combining quality, luxury, and premium prices with an intensely loyal customer base. Grey Goose and Absolute carved out a super premium niche in the essentially odorless, colorless, and tasteless vodka category through clever on-premise and off-premise marketing that made the brands seem hip and exclusive. Other objectives. Non-profit and public organizations may have other pricing objectives. A university aims for partial cost recovery, knowing that it must rely on private gifts and public grants to cover its remaining costs. A non-profit hospital may aim for full cost recovery in its pricing. A non-profit theater company may price its productions to fill the maximum number of seats. A social service agency may set a service price geared to client income. Whatever the specific objective, businesses that use price as a strategic tool will profit more than those that simply let costs or the market determine their pricing. For art museums, which earn an average of only 5% of their revenues from admission charges, pricing can send a message that affects their public image and the amount of donations and sponsorships they receive. Step 2. Determining demand. Each price will lead to a different level of demand and have a different impact on a company's marketing objectives. The normally inverse relationship between price and demand is captured in a demand curve. See figure 16.1. The higher the price, the lower the demand. For prestige goods, the demand curve sometimes slopes upward. Some consumers take the higher price to signify a better product. However, if the price is too high, demand may fall. Vertical bar Fig. 6.1 Vertical bar inelastic and elastic demand price sensitivity. The demand curve shows the market's probable purchase quantity at alternative prices, summing the reactions of many individuals with different price sensitivities. The first step in estimating demand is to understand what affects price sensitivity. Generally speaking, customers are less price sensitive to low-cost items or items they buy infrequently. They are also less price sensitive when 1. There are few or no substitutes or competitors. 2. They do not readily notice the higher price. 3. They are slow to change their buying habits. 4. They think the higher prices are justified. And 5. Price is only a small part of the total cost of obtaining, operating, and servicing the product over its lifetime. Seller can successfully charge a higher price than competitors if it can convince customers that it offers the lowest total cost of ownership, TCO. Marketers often treat the service elements in a product offering as sales incentives rather than as value-enhancing augmentations for which they can charge. In fact, pricing expert Tom Nagel believes the most common mistake manufacturers have made in recent years is to offer all sorts of services to differentiate their products without charging for them. 34 Of course, companies prefer customers who are less price sensitive. Table 16.3 lists some characteristics associated with decreased price sensitivity. On the other hand, the internet has the potential to increase price sensitivity. In some established, fairly big-ticket categories, such as auto retailing and term insurance, consumers pay lower prices as a result of the internet. Car buyers use the internet to gather information and borrow the negotiating clout of an online buying service. 35 But customers may have to visit multiple sites to realize possible savings, and they don't always do so. Targeting only price-sensitive consumers may in fact be leaving money on the table. Table 16.3 Factors that reduce price sensitivity. The product is more distinctive. Buyers are less aware of substitutes. Buyers cannot easily compare the quality of substitutes. The expenditure is a smaller part of the buyer's total income. The expenditure is small compared to the total cost of the end product. Part of the cost is borne by another party. The product is used in conjunction with assets previously bought. The product is assumed to have more quality, prestige, or exclusiveness. Buyers cannot store the product. Source: based on information from Thomas T. Nagel, John E. Hogan, and Joseph Jallet, The Strategy and Tactics of Pricing, ed. Upper Saddle River, N.J., Pearson, 2011. Printed and electronically reproduced by permission of Pearson Education, Inc., Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. Estimating demand curves. Most companies attempt to measure their demand curves using several different methods. Surveys can explore how many units consumers buy at different proposed prices. Although consumers might understate their purchase intentions at higher prices to discourage the company from pricing high, they also tend to actually exaggerate their willingness to pay for new products or services. 36 Price experiments can vary the prices of different products in a store or of the same product in similar territories to see how the change affects sales. Online, an e-commerce site could test the impact of a 5% price increase by quoting a higher price to every 40th visitor to compare the purchase response. However, it must do this carefully and not alienate customers or be seen as reducing competition in any way, thus violating the Sherman Antitrust Act. 37 Statistical analysis of past prices, quantities sold, and other factors can reveal relationships. The data can be longitudinal, over time, or cross-sectional, from different locations at the same time. Building the appropriate model and fitting the data with the proper statistical techniques call for considerable skill, but sophisticated price optimization software and advances in database management have improved marketers' abilities to optimize pricing. One large retail chain was selling a line of good, better, best, power drills at $90, $120, and $130, respectively. Sales of the least and most expensive drills were fine, but sales of the mid-priced drill lagged. Based on a price optimization analysis, the retailer dropped the price of the mid-priced drill to $110. Sales of the low-priced drill dropped 4% because it seemed less of a bargain, but sales of the mid-priced drill increased 11%. Profits rose as a result. 38. Measuring the price-demand relationship. The market researcher must control for various factors that will influence demand. 39. The competitor's response will make a difference. Also, if the company changes other aspects of the marketing program besides price, the effect of the price change itself will be hard to isolate. Price elasticity of demand. Marketers need to know how responsive, or elastic, demand is to a change in price. Consider the two demand curves in figure 16.1. In demand curve A price increase from $10 to $15 leads to a relatively small decline in demand from 105 to 100. In demand curve B, the same price increase leads to a substantial drop in demand from 150 to 50. If demand hardly changes with a small change in price, we say it is inelastic. If demand changes considerably, it is elastic. The higher the elasticity, the greater the volume growth resulting from a 1% price reduction. If demand is elastic, sellers will consider lowering the price to produce more total revenue. This makes sense as long as the costs of producing and selling more units do not increase disproportionately. Price elasticity depends on the magnitude and direction of the contemplated price change. It may be negligible with a small price change and substantial with a large price change. It may differ for a price cut than for a price increase, and there may be a price indifference band within which price changes have little or no effect. Finally, long-run price elasticity may differ from short-run elasticity. Buyers may continue to buy from a current supplier after a price increase but eventually switch suppliers. Here demand is more elastic in the long run than in the short run, or the reverse may happen. Buyers may drop a supplier after a price increase but return later. The distinction between short-run and long-run elasticity means that sellers will not know the total effect of a price change until time passes. Research has shown that consumers tend to be more sensitive to prices during tough economic times, but that is not true across all categories. 41. Comprehensive review of a 40-year period of academic research on price elasticity yielded interesting findings. 41. The average price elasticity across all products, markets, and time periods studied was 2.62. In other words, a 1% decrease in prices led to a 2.62% increase in sales. Price elasticity magnitudes were higher for durable goods than for other goods, higher for products in the introduction growth stages of the product life cycle than in the mature decline stages. Inflation led to substantially higher price elasticities, especially in the short run. Promotional price elasticities were higher than actual price elasticities in the short run, though the reverse was true in the long run. Price elasticities were higher at the individual item or SKU level than at the overall brand level. Step 3. Estimating costs. Demand sets a ceiling on the price the company can charge for its product. Costs set the floor. The company wants to charge a price that covers its cost of producing, distributing, and selling the product, including a fair return for its effort and risk. Yet when companies price products to cover their full costs, profitability isn't always the net result. Types of costs and levels of production. A company's costs take two forms: fixed and variable. Fixed costs, also known as overhead, are costs that do not vary with production level or sales revenue. A company must pay bills each month for rent, heat, interest, salaries, and so on, regardless of output. Variable costs vary directly with the level of production. For example, each tablet computer produced by Samsung incurs the cost of plastic and glass, microprocessor chips and other electronics, and packaging. These costs tend to be constant per unit produced, but they are called variable because their total varies with the number of units produced. Total costs consist of the sum of the fixed and variable costs for any given level of production. Average cost is the cost per unit at that level of production. It equals total costs divided by production. Management wants to charge a price that will at least cover the total production costs at a given level of production. To price intelligently, management needs to know how its costs vary with different levels of production. Take the case in which a company such as Samsung has built a fixed-size plant to produce 1,000 tablet computers a day. The cost per unit is high if few units are produced a day. As production approaches 1,000 units per day, the average cost falls because the fixed costs are spread over more units. Short-run average cost increases after 1,000 units. However, because the plant becomes inefficient, workers must line up for machines, getting in each other's way, and machines break down more often. See figure 16.2a. If Samsung believes it can sell 2,000 units per day, it should consider building a larger plant. The plant will use more efficient machinery and work arrangements, and the unit cost of producing 2,000 tablets per day will be lower than the unit cost of producing 1,000 per day. This is shown in the long-run average cost curve, RAC, in figure 16.2b. In fact, a 3000 capacity plant would be even more efficient according to figure 16.2b, but a 4000 daily production plant would be less so because of increasing diseconomies of scale. There are too many workers to manage, and paperwork slows things down. Figure 16.2b indicates that a 3000 daily production plant is the optimal size if demand is strong enough to support this level of production. Vertical bar Fig. 6.2 vertical bar cost per unit at different levels of production per period. Vertical bar Fig. 6.3 vertical bar cost per unit as a function of accumulated production. The experience curve. There are more costs than those associated with manufacturing. To estimate the real profitability of selling to different types of retailers or customers, the manufacturer needs to use activity-based cost, ABC, accounting instead of standard cost accounting, as described in Chapter 3. Accumulated production. Suppose Samsung runs a plant that produces 3,000 tablet computers per day. As the company gains experience producing tablets, its methods improve. Workers learn shortcuts, materials flow more smoothly, and procurement costs fall. The result, as figure 16.3 shows, is that average cost falls with accumulated production experience. Thus, average cost of producing the first 1 lakh tablets is $100 per tablet. When the company has produced the first 200,000 tablets, the average cost has fallen to $90. After its accumulated production experience doubles again to 400,000, the average cost is $80. This decline in the average cost with accumulated production experience is called the experience curve or learning curve. Now suppose 3 firms compete in this particular tablet market, Samsung, A, and B. Samsung is the lowest cost producer at $80, having produced 400,000 units in the past. If all 3 firms sell the tablet for $100, Samsung makes $20 profit per unit, A makes $10 per unit, and B breaks even. The smart move for Samsung would be to lower its price to $90. This will drive B out of the market, and even A may consider leaving. Samsung will pick up the business that would have gone to B, and possibly A. Furthermore, price-sensitive customers will enter the market at the lower price. As production increases beyond 400,000 units, Samsung's costs will drop still further and faster, more than restoring its profits, even at a price of $90. Experience curve pricing nevertheless carries major risks. Aggressive pricing might give the product a cheap image. It also assumes competitors are weak followers. The strategy leads the company to build more plants to meet demand, but a competitor may choose to innovate with a lower cost technology. The market leader is now stuck with the old technology. Most experienc pricing has focused on manufacturing costs, but all costs can be improved on, including marketing costs. If three firms are each investing a large sum of money in marketing, the firm that has used it longest might achieve the lowest costs. This firm can charge a little less for its product and still earn the same return, all other costs being equal. 42. Target costing. Costs change with production scale and experience. They can also change as a result of a concentrated effort by designers, engineers, and purchasing agents to reduce them through target costing. Market research establishes a new product's desired functions and the price at which it will sell, given its appeal and competitors' prices. This price less desired profit margin leaves the target cost the marketer must achieve. Overly aggressive cost-cutting actions resulted in declines in perceived quality for the PT Cruiser, helping to contribute to the brand's demise. The firm must examine each cost element, design, engineering, manufacturing, sales, and bring down costs so the final cost projections are in the target range. When Conagra Foods decided to increase the list prices of its banquet frozen dinners to cover higher commodity costs, the average retail price of the meals increased from $1 to $1.25. When sales dropped significantly, management vowed to return to a $1 price, which necessitated cutting $250 million in other costs through a variety of methods, such as centralizing purchasing and shipping, using less expensive ingredients, and designing smaller portions. 43. Cost cutting cannot go so deep as to compromise the brand promise and value delivered. Despite the early success of the PT Cruiser, Chrysler chose to squeeze out more profit by avoiding certain redesigns and cutting costs with cheaper radios and inferior materials. Once a best-selling car, the PT Cruiser was eventually discontinued. 44. Apparel makers tweak clothing designs to cut costs but are careful to avoid overly shallow pants pockets, waistbands that can roll over, and buttons that crack. 45. Marketing memo, How to cut costs, describes how firms are successfully cutting costs to improve profitability. Step 4. Analyzing competitors' costs, prices, and offers. Marketing memo, How to cut costs. Prices inevitably have to reflect the cost structure of the products and services. Rising commodity costs and a highly competitive post-recession environment have put pressure on many firms to manage their costs carefully and decide what cost increases, if any, to pass along to consumers in the form of higher prices. When calfskin prices surged due to a shortage, pressure was placed on those luxury goods makers that need fine leather. Similarly, when steel and other input prices soared by as much as 20%, Whirlpool and Electrolux raised their own prices 8% to 10%. Companies can cut costs in many ways. For General Mills, it was as simple as reducing the number of varieties of hamburger helper from 75 to 45 and the number of pasta shapes from 30 to 10. Dropping multicolored U-plate lids saved $2 million a year. Other firms are attempting to shrink their products and packages while holding price and hoping consumers don't notice or care. Canned vegetables dropped to 13 or 14 ounces from 16 boxes of baby wipes hold 72 instead of 80, and sugar is sold in 4-pound instead of 5-pound bags. The cost savings from minor shrinkage can be significant. When the size of a score 1,000 toilet paper sheet dropped from 4.5 by 3.7 inches to 4.1 by 3.7 inches, the height of a 4-pack package decreased from 9.2 to 8 inches, resulting in a 12% to 17% increase in the amount of product Scott can fit in a truck and a drop of 345,000 gallons in the gasoline needed for shipping because of the resulting fewer trucks on the road. Some marketers attempt to justify packaging changes on environmental grounds. Smaller packages are greener, or to address health concerns. Smaller packages have fewer calories, though consumers may not be duped. Others add other benefits in the process, even stronger, or new look. Some companies are applying what they learned from making affordable products with scarce resources in developing countries such as India to the task of cutting costs in developed markets. Cisco blends teams of US software engineers with Indian supervisors. Supermarket giant Aldi takes advantage of its global scope. It stocks only about 1,000 of the most popular everyday grocery and household items, compared with more than 20,000 at a traditional grocer such as Royal Aholds Albert Heijn. Almost all the products carry Aldi's own exclusive label. Because it sells so few items, Aldi can exert strong control over quality and price and simplify shipping and handling, leading to high margins. With more than 8,200 stores worldwide currently, Aldi brings in almost $60 billion in annual sales. Sources: Richard Allen, Household Brands/Size of Goods in Hidden Price Hikes, A Telegraph, March 21, 2013, Andrew Roberts, Getting a Handle on the Steep Price of Leather, Bloomberg Businessweek, 19th September 2011, Stephanie Clifford and Catherine Rumpel, Inflation Looms, but is stealthily disguised in packaging, New York Times. 28th March 2011, Everyday Higher Prices, The Economist, 26th February 2011, Beth Kovic, When Less is Less. Fortune, 15th November 2010, P21, Reena Jain, from India, The Latest Management Fad, Bloomberg Businessweek, 14th December 2009, P57, German discounter Aldi aims to profit from belt-tightening in US, www.dw-world.de 15th January 2009, Mina Kims, Serial Cost Cutters, Fortune, 10th November 2008, P24. Within the range of possible prices identified by market demand and company costs, the firm must take competitors' costs, prices, and possible reactions into account. If the firm's offer contains features not offered by the nearest competitor, it should evaluate their worth to the customer and add that value to the competitor's price. If the competitor's offer contains some features not offered by the firm should subtract their value from its own price. Now the firm can decide whether it can charge more, the same, or less than the competitor. 46 value-priced competitors. Companies offering the powerful combination of low price and high quality are capturing the hearts and wallets of consumers all over the world. 47 value players, such as Aldi, Trade Financial, JetBlue Airways, Southwest Airlines, Target, and Walmart, are transforming the way consumers of nearly every age and income level purchase groceries, apparel, airline tickets, financial services, and other goods and services. Traditional players are right to feel threatened. Upstart firms often rely on serving one or a few consumer segments, providing better delivery or just one additional benefit, and matching low prices with highly efficient operations to keep costs down. They have changed consumer expectations about the trade-off between quality and price. One school of thought is that companies should set up their own low-cost operations to compete with value-priced competitors only if 1. Their existing businesses will become more competitive as a result, and 2. The new business will derive some advantages it would not have gained if independent. 48 low-cost operations set up by HSBC, ING, Merrill Lynch, and Royal Bank of Scotland, First Direct, ING Direct, ML Direct, and Direct Line Insurance, respectively, succeed in part thanks to synergies between the old and new lines of business. Major airlines have also introduced their own low-cost carriers. But Continental's Light, KLM's Bus, SAS Snowflake, and United's Shuttle have all been unsuccessful, due in part to a lack of synergies. The low-cost operation must be designed and launched as a moneymaker in its own right, not just as a defensive play. Step 5. Selecting a pricing method. Given the customer's demand schedule, the cost function, and competitors' prices, the company is now ready to select a price. Figure 16.4 summarized the three major considerations in price setting. Costs set the floor to the price. Competitors' prices and the price of substitutes provide an orienting point. Customers' assessment of unique features establishes the price ceiling. Vertical bar Fig. 16.4 Vertical bar. The 3CA's model for price setting. Companies select a pricing method that includes one or more of these three considerations. We will examine 7 price setting methods: markup pricing, target return pricing, perceived value pricing, EDLP, going rate pricing, and auction type pricing. Markup pricing. The most elementary pricing method is to add a standard markup to the product's cost. Construction companies submit job bids by estimating the total project cost and adding a standard markup for profit. Lawyers and accountants typically price by adding a standard markup on their time and costs. Variable cost per unit $10, fixed costs $300,000. Expected unit sales 50,000. Suppose a toaster manufacturer has the following costs and sales expectations. The manufacturer's unit cost is given by. Now assume the manufacturer wants to earn a 20% markup on sales. The manufacturer's markup price is given by. Creating a successful low-cost marketing entry is not easy. United is one of many airlines who failed to do so. The manufacturer will charge dealers $20 per toaster and make a profit of $4 per unit. If dealers want to earn 50% on their selling price, they will mark up the toaster 100% to $40. Markups are generally higher on seasonal items, to cover the risk of not selling, specialty items, slower moving items, items with high storage and handling costs, and demand inelastic items, such as prescription drugs. Does the use of standard markups make logical sense? Generally, no. Any pricing method that ignores current demand, perceived value, and competition is not likely to lead to the optimal price. Markup pricing works only if the markup price actually brings in the expected level of sales. Consider what happened at Parker Hannifin. 49. Parker Hannifin. When Don Washewicz took over as CEO of Parker Hannifin, maker of 800,000 industrial parts for the aerospace, transportation, and manufacturing industries, pricing was done one way: calculate how much it costs to make and deliver a product and then add a flat percentage, usually 35%. Even though this method was historically well received, Washewicz set out to get the company to think more like a retailer and charge what customers were willing to pay. Encountering initial resistance from some of the company's 115 different divisions, Washewicz assembled a list of the 50 most commonly given reasons why the new pricing scheme would fail and announced he would listen only to arguments that were not on the list. The new pricing scheme put Parker Hannifin's products into one of 4 categories depending on how much competition existed. About 1/3 fell into niches where Parker offered unique value, there was little competition, and higher prices were appropriate. Each division now has a pricing guru or specialist who assists in strategic pricing. The division making industrial fittings reviewed 2,000 different items and concluded that 28% were priced too low, raising prices anywhere from 3% to 60%. As a result of the higher margins from this new strategic pricing approach, Parker estimates it has added $1 billion in profit during the fiscal year 2005-2011. Still, markup pricing remains popular. First, sellers can determine costs much more easily than they can estimate demand. By tying the price to cost, sellers simplify the pricing task. Second, when all firms in the industry use this pricing method, prices tend to be similar and price competition is minimized. Third, many people feel cost-plus pricing is fairer to both buyers and sellers. Sellers do not take advantage of buyers when the latter's demand becomes acute, and sellers earn a fair return on investment. Target return pricing. In target return pricing, the firm determines the price that yields its target rate of return on investment. Public utilities, which need to make a fair return on investment, often use this method. Suppose the toaster manufacturer has invested $1 million in the business and wants to set a price to earn a 20% ROI, specifically $200,000. The target return price is given by the following formula. The manufacturer will realize this 20% ROI provided its costs and estimated sales turned out to be accurate. But what if sales don't reach 50,000 units? The manufacturer can prepare a break-even chart to learn what would happen at other sales levels. See figure 16.5. Fixed costs are $300,000 regardless of sales volume. Variable costs, not shown in the figure, rise with volume. Total costs equal the sum of fixed and variable costs. The total revenue curve starts at 0 and rises with each unit sold. The total revenue and total cost curves cross at 30,000 units. This is the break-even volume. We can verify it by the following formula. The manufacturer, of course, is hoping the market will buy 50,000 units at $20, in which case it earns $200,000 on its $1 million investment, but much depends on price elasticity and competitors' prices. Unfortunately, target return pricing tends to ignore these considerations. The manufacturer needs to consider different prices and estimate their probable impacts on sales volume and profits. The manufacturer should also search for ways to lower its fixed or variable costs because lower costs will decrease its required break-even volume. Taiwan's Acer gained share in the tablet market through rock-bottom prices made possible by its bare-bones cost strategy. Acer sells only via retailers and other outlets and outsources all manufacturing and assembly, reducing its overhead to 8% of sales versus 14% at Dell and 15% at HP. 50 perceived value pricing. An increasing number of companies now base their price on the customer's perceived value. Perceived value is made up of a host of inputs, such as the buyer's image of the product performance, the channel deliverables, the warranty quality, customer support, and softer attributes such as the supplier's reputation, trustworthiness, and esteem. Companies must deliver the value promised by their value proposition, and the customer must perceive this value. Firms use the other marketing program elements, such as advertising, sales force, and the internet, to communicate and enhance perceived value in buyers' minds. Vertical bar Fig. 16.5 Vertical bar break-even chart for determining target return price and break-even volume. Caterpillar uses perceived value to set prices on its construction equipment. It might price its tractor at $100,000, though a similar competitor's tractor might be priced at $90,000. When a prospective customer asks a Caterpillar dealer why he should pay $10,000 more for the Caterpillar tractor, the dealer answers, $90,000 is the tractor's price if it is only equivalent to the competitor's tractor. $7,000 is the price premium for Caterpillar's superior durability. $6,000 is the price premium for Caterpillar's superior reliability. $5,000 is the price premium for Caterpillar's superior service. $2,000 is the price premium for Caterpillar's longer warranty on parts. $110,000 is the normal price to cover Caterpillar's superior value. $10,000 discount. $100,000 final price. The Caterpillar dealer is able to show that although the customer is asked to pay a $10,000 premium, he is actually getting $20,000 extra value. The customer chooses the Caterpillar tractor because he is convinced its lifetime operating costs will be lower. Ensuring that customers appreciate the total value of a product or service offering is crucial. Consider the experience of Packard. 51. Packard Incorporated, maker of Kenworth and Peterbilt trucks, is able to command a 10% premium through its relentless focus on all aspects of the customer experience to maximize total value. Contract Freighters Trucking Company, a loyal Packard customer for 20 years, justified ordering another 700 new trucks, despite their higher price, because of their higher perceived quality, greater reliability, higher trade-in value, even the superior plush interiors that might attract better drivers. Packard bucks the commoditization trend by custom building its trucks to individual specifications. The company invests heavily in technology and can prototype new parts in hours rather than days and weeks, allowing more frequent upgrades. It was the first to roll out hybrid vehicles in the fuel-intensive commercial trucking industry, and sell at a premium. a $1 billion, multi-year program to design and develop the highest quality, most efficient trucks in the industry resulted in successful launches of the Kenworth T680, the Peterbilt Model 579, and the DAF Euro 6 lines of trucks. The company generated $1.17 billion of net income on $17.21 billion of revenue in 2013, its 74th consecutive year of profitability, bolstered by an expanded geographic footprint and a thriving business in aftermarket parts. By maximizing total value and all aspects of the customer experience, PACCAR is able to command a significant price premium for its trucks. Even when a company claims its offering delivers more total value, not all customers will respond positively. Some care only about price. But there is also typically a segment that cares about quality. Umbrellas are essential during the 3 months of non-stop monsoon rain in Indian cities such as Mumbai, and the makers of Steg umbrellas there found themselves in a bitter price war with cheaper Chinese competitors. After realizing they were sacrificing quality too much, Steg's managers decided to increase quality with new colors, designs, and features, such as built-in high-power flashlights and pre-recorded music. Despite higher prices, sales of the improved Steg umbrellas actually increased. 52. The key to perceived value pricing is to deliver more unique value than competitors and to demonstrate this to prospective buyers. Thus, a company needs to fully understand the customer's decision-making process. For example, Goodyear found it hard to command a price premium for its more expensive new tires despite innovative new features to extend tread life. Because consumers had no reference price to compare tires, they tended to gravitate toward the lowest priced offerings. Goodyear's solution was to price its models on expected miles of wear rather than their technical product features, making product comparisons easier. 53. The company can try to determine the value of its offering in several ways: managerial judgments within the company, value of similar products, focus groups, surveys, experimentation, analysis of historical data, conjoint analysis. Value pricing: companies that adopt value pricing win loyal customers by charging a fairly low price for a high-quality offering. Value price is thus not a matter of simply setting lower prices. It is a matter of re-engineering the company's operations to become a low-cost producer without sacrificing quality to attract a large number of value-conscious customers. Among the best practitioners of value pricing are Nike, Target, and Southwest Airlines. In the early 1990s, Procter & Gamble created quite a stir when it reduced prices on supermarket staples such as Pampers and Love's diapers, Liquid Tide detergent, and Folgers coffee. To value price these products, P&G redesigned the way it developed, manufactured, distributed, priced, marketed, and sold them to deliver better value at every point in the supply chain. 54. Its acquisition of Gillette in 2005 for $57 billion, a record 5 times its sales, brought another brand into its fold that has also traditionally adopted a value pricing strategy. Value pricing can change the way a company sets prices too. One company that sold and maintained switch boxes in a variety of sizes for telephone lines found that the probability of failure, and thus the level of maintenance costs, was proportional to the number of switches customers had in their boxes rather than to the dollar value of the installed boxes. The number of switches per box could vary, though. Therefore, rather than charging customers based on the total spent on installation, the company began charging based on the total number of switches that needed servicing. 55. EDLP retailer using everyday low pricing. EDLP charges a constant low price with little or no price promotion or special sales. Constant prices eliminate week-to-week price uncertainty and the high-low pricing of promotion-oriented competitors. In high-low pricing, the retailer charges higher prices on an everyday basis but runs frequent promotions with prices temporarily lower than the EDLP level. 56. These two strategies have been shown to affect consumer price judgments. Deep discounts, EDLP, can lead customers to perceive lower prices over time than frequent, shallow discounts, high-low, even if the price actually averages to the same level. 57. In recent years, high-low pricing has given way to EDLP at such widely different venues as Toyota Scion car dealers and upscale department stores such as Nordstrom, but the king EDLP is surely Walmart, which practically defined the term. Except for a few sale items every month, Walmart promises everyday low prices on major brands. The most important reason retailers adopt EDLP is that constant sales and promotions are costly and have eroded consumer confidence in everyday shelf prices. Some consumers also have less time and patience for past traditions like watching for supermarket specials and clipping coupons. Yet promotions and sales do create excitement and draw shoppers, so EDLP does not guarantee success and is not for everyone. 58. However, given Daiso's success, everyday low prices do work when done right. 59. Daiso is the famous one-price Japanese living wear store that recently opened in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Primarily based on the extreme EDLP strategy and modeled after Japanese 100 yen shops, the chain has 2,500 stores in Japan, 975 in South Korea, and 522 stores overseas, including the United States, Singapore, and Australia. Daiso is the ideal place for an enjoyable, fast, cheap, and easy shopping experience where everything sells at the same low fixed price. For example, in the Kuala Lumpur store, each item is 5 Malaysian ringgits, or approximately $1.49. Each store stocks a range of kitchenware, tableware, bathroom accessories, houseware, storage units, and skincare products from Japan. Daiso stores in Kuala Lumpur also introduced imported Japanese products that were not available there before, such as sweet and savory Japanese crackers, confectionaries, and furikake or Japanese savory rice sprinkles. In fact, Daiso stores sell more than 90,000 products and introduce 1,000 new ones every month. Daiso is the perfect example of everyday low pricing done right. Going rate pricing. In going rate pricing, the firm bases its price largely on competitors' prices. In oligopolistic industries that sell a commodity such as steel, paper, or fertilizer, all firms normally charge the same price. Smaller firms follow the leader, changing their prices when the market leader's prices change rather than when their own demand or costs change. Some may charge a small premium or discount, but they preserve the difference. Thus, minor gasoline retailers usually charge a few cents less per gallon than the major oil companies, without letting the difference increase or decrease. Going rate pricing is quite popular. Where costs are difficult to measure or competitive response is uncertain, firms feel it is a good solution because they believe it reflects the industry's collective wisdom. Auction-type pricing. Auction-type pricing is growing more popular, especially with scores of electronic marketplaces selling everything from pigs to used cars as firms dispose of excess inventories or used goods. These are the three major types of auctions and their separate pricing procedures. 60. English auctions, ascending bids, have one seller and many buyers. On sites such as eBay and Amazon.com, the seller puts up an item and bidders raise their offer prices until the top price is reached. The highest bidder gets the item. English auctions are used today for selling antiques, cattle, real estate, and used equipment and vehicles. Kodak and Nortel sold hundreds of patents for wireless and digital imaging via auctions, raising hundreds of millions of dollars. 61 Dutch auctions, descending bids, feature one seller and many buyers or one buyer and many sellers. In the first kind, an auctioneer announces a high price for a product and then slowly decreases the price until a bidder accepts. In the other, the buyer announces something he or she wants to buy, and potential sellers compete to offer the lowest price. Ariba, acquired by SAP in 2012, runs business-to-business auctions to help companies acquire low-priced items as varied as steel, fats, oils, name badges, pickles, plastic bottles, solvents, cardboard, and even legal and janitorial work. 62 Sealed bid auctions let would-be suppliers submit only one bid. They cannot know the other bids. The US and other governments often use this method to procure supplies or to grant licenses. A supplier will not bid below its cost but cannot bid too high for fear of losing the job. The net effect of these two pull is the bid's expected profit. 63. To buy equipment for its drug researchers, Pfizer uses reverse auctions online in which suppliers submit the lowest price they are willing to be paid. If the increased savings a buying firm obtains in an online auction translate into decreased margins for an incumbent supplier, however, the supplier may feel the firm is opportunistically squeezing out price concessions. Online auctions with a large number of bidders, higher economic stakes, and less visibility in the specific prices involved result in greater overall satisfaction for both parties, more positive future expectations, and fewer perceptions of opportunism. 64. Step 6. Selecting the final price. Pricing methods narrow the range from which the company must select its final price. In selecting that price, the company must consider additional factors, including the impact of other marketing activities, company pricing policies, gain and risk-sharing pricing, and the impact of price on other parties. Impact of other marketing activities. The final price must take into account the brand's quality and advertising relative to the competition. In a classic study, Paul Farris and David Rebstein examined the relationships among relative price, relative quality, and relative advertising for 227 consumer businesses and found the following: 65. Brands with average relative quality but high relative advertising budgets could charge premium prices. Consumers were willing to pay higher prices for known rather than for unknown products. Brands with high relative quality and high relative advertising obtained the highest prices. Conversely, brands with low quality and low advertising charged the lowest prices. For market leaders, the positive relationship between high prices and high advertising held most strongly in the later stages of the product life cycle. These findings suggest that in many cases price may not be necessarily as important as quality and other benefits. Company pricing policies. The price must be consistent with company pricing policies. Yet companies are not averse to establishing pricing penalties under certain circumstances. Airlines charge $200 to buyers of discount tickets who change their reservations. Banks charge fees for too many withdrawals in a month or early withdrawal of a certificate of deposit. Dentists, hotels, car rental companies, and other service providers charge penalties for no-shows. Although these policies are often justifiable, marketers must use them judiciously and not unnecessarily alienate customers. See Marketing Insight, Stealth Price Increases. Many companies set up a pricing department to develop policies and establish or approve decisions. The aim is to ensure salespeople quote prices that are reasonable to customers and profitable to the company. Marketing Insight. Stealth Price Increases. With consumers resisting higher prices, companies trying to increase revenue in other ways often resort to adding fees for once free features. Although some consumers abhor nickel and dime pricing strategies, small additional charges can add up to a substantial source of revenue. The numbers can be staggering. US airlines collected a massive $3.35 billion in baggage fees and $2.81 billion in reservation change cancellation fees in 2013. The telecommunications industry has been aggressive in adding fees for setup, change of service, service termination, directory assistance, regulatory assessment, number portability, and cable hookup and equipment, costing consumers billions of dollars. Fees for consumers who pay bills online, bounce checks, or use automated teller machines bring banks billions of dollars annually. Credit card companies responded to restrictions on certain of their pricing practices by adopting rate floors for variable rate cards, higher penalties for overdue payments at lower balance thresholds, and inactivity fees for unused costs. Airlines generate billions of dollars in baggage fees as a source of extra income. This explosion of fees has a number of implications. Even that list prices stay fixed, they may understate the degree of price inflation. They also make it harder for consumers to compare competitive offerings. Although various citizens groups have tried to pressure companies to roll back some fees, they don't always get a sympathetic ear from state and local governments, which use their own array of fees, fines, and penalties to raise necessary revenue. Companies justify the extra fees as the only fair and viable way to cover expenses without losing customers. Many argue that it makes sense to charge a premium for added services that cost more to provide and that only some customers use. Thus, basic costs can stay low. Companies also use fees to weed out unprofitable customers or get them to change their behavior. Ultimately, the viability of extra fees will be decided in the marketplace and by the willingness of consumers to vote with their wallets and pay the fees or vote with their feet and move on. Sources: Katia Hater, Airlines collect $6 billion in fees. www.cnn.com 15th May 2013. Alexis Leondis and Jeff Plunges, The Latest Credit Card Tricks. Bloomberg Businessweek, 28 December 2009, and 4th January 2010. P95, Brian Bernst, A New Front in the Credit Card Wars. Businessweek, 9th November 2009, P60. Gain and risk-sharing pricing: buyers may resist accepting a seller's proposal because they perceive a high level of risk, such as in a big computer hardware purchase or a company health plan. The seller then has the option of offering to absorb part or all the risk if it does not deliver the full promised value. Baxter Healthcare, a leading medical products firm, was able to secure a contract for an information management system from Columbia HCA, a leading healthcare provider, by guaranteeing the firm several $1 million in savings over an 8-year period. An increasing number of companies, especially B2B marketers, may have to stand ready to guarantee any promised savings but also participate in the upside if the gains are much greater than expected. Impact of price on other parties: how will distributors and dealers feel about the contemplated price? 66 If they don't make enough profit, they may choose not to bring the product to market. Will the sales force be willing to sell at that price? How will competitors react? Will suppliers raise their prices when they see the company's price? Will the government intervene and prevent this price from being charged? US legislation states that sellers must set prices without talking to competitors. Price fixing is illegal. 21 airlines, including British Airways, Korean Air, Air France KLM, were fined a total of $1.7 billion for artificially inflating passenger prices and cargo fuel surcharges between 2000 and 2006. 67 Many federal and state statutes protect consumers against deceptive pricing practices. For example, it is illegal for a company to set artificially high, regular prices, then announce a sale at prices close to previous everyday prices. Adapting the price. Companies usually do not set a single price but rather develop a pricing structure that reflects variations in geographical demand and costs, market segment requirements, purchase timing, order levels, delivery frequency, guarantees, service contracts, and other factors. As a result of discounts, allowances, and promotional support, a company rarely realizes the same profit from each unit of a product that it sells. Here we will examine several price adaptation strategies: geographical pricing, price discounts and allowances, promotional pricing, and differentiated pricing. Geographical pricing: cash, counter trade, barter. In geographical pricing, the company decides how to price its products to different customers in different locations and countries. Should the company charge higher prices to distant customers to cover higher shipping costs or a lower price to win additional business? How should it account for exchange rates and the strength of different currencies? Another question is how to get paid. This issue is critical when buyers lack sufficient hard currency to pay for their purchases. Many want to offer other items in payment, a practice known as counter trade, and US companies are often forced to accept if they want the business. Counter-trade may account for 15% to 20% of world trade and takes several forms. 68. Barter. The buyer and seller directly exchange goods, with no money and no third party involved. Compensation deal. The seller receives some percentage of the payment in cash and the rest in products. A British aircraft manufacturer sold planes to Brazil for 70% cash and the rest in coffee. Buyback arrangement. The seller sells a plant, equipment, or technology to a company in another country and agrees to accept as partial payment products manufactured with the supplied equipment. A US chemical company built a plant for an Indian company and accepted partial payment in cash and the remainder in chemicals manufactured at the plant. Offset. The seller receives full payment in cash for a sale overseas but agrees to spend a substantial amount of the money in that country within a stated time period. In the Gorbachev era, PepsiCo sold its cola syrup to the government of the Soviet Union for rubles and agreed to buy Russian vodka at a certain rate for sale in the United States. 69. Price discounts and allowances. Most companies will adjust their list price and give discounts and allowances for early payment, volume purchases, and off-season buying. See Table 16.4. 70 companies must do this carefully or find their profits much lower than planned. 71. Discount pricing has become the modus operandi of a surprising number of companies offering both products and services. Salespeople in particular are quick to give discounts to close a sale. But word can get around fast that the company's list price is soft, and discounting becomes the norm, undermining the perceived value of the offerings. Some product categories self-destruct by always being on sale. In the early days of its entry into the Russian market, PepsiCo used an offset agreement with the Russian government involving a swap of cola syrup for vodka. Some companies with overcapacity are tempted to give discounts or even begin to supply a retailer with a store brand version of their product at a deep discount. Because the store brand is priced lower, however, it may start making inroads on the manufacturer's brand. Manufacturers should consider the implications of supplying retailers at a discount because they may end up losing long-run profits in an effort to meet short-run volume goals. Table 16.4. Price discounts and allowances. Discount, a price reduction to buyers who pay bills promptly. A typical example is 210, net 30, which means payment is due within 30 days and the buyer can deduct 2% by paying within 10 days. Quantity discount, a price reduction to those who buy large volumes. A typical example is $10 per unit for fewer than 100 units, $9 per unit for 100 or more units. Quantity discounts must be offered equally to all customers and must not exceed the cost savings to the seller. They can be offered on each order placed or on the number of units ordered over a given period. Functional discount, also called trade discount, offered by a manufacturer to trade channel members if they perform certain functions, such as selling, storing, and record keeping. Manufacturers must offer the same functional discounts within each channel. Seasonal discount, a price reduction to those who buy merchandise or services out of season. Hotels, motels, and airlines offer seasonal discounts in slow-selling periods. Allowance, an extra payment designed to gain reseller participation in special programs. Trade-in allowances are granted for turning in an old item when buying a new one. Promotional allowances reward dealers for participating in advertising and sales support programs. Only people with higher incomes and higher product involvement willingly pay more for features, customer service, quality, added convenience, and the brand name. So it can be a mistake for a strong, distinctive brand to plunge into price discounting as a response to low price attacks. At the same time, discounting can be a useful tool if the customer will give concessions in return, such as signing a longer contract, ordering electronically, or buying larger quantities. Sales management needs to monitor the proportion of customers receiving discounts, the average discount, and any tendency for salespeople to over-rely on discounting. Upper management should conduct a net price analysis to arrive at the real price, of the offering. The real price is affected not only by discounts but by other expenses that reduce the realized price. See promotional pricing below. Suppose the company's list price is $3,000. The average discount is $300. The company's promotional spending averages $450, 15% of the list price. Retailers are given co-op advertising money of $150 to back the product. The company's net price is $2,100, not $3,000. Promotional pricing. Companies can use several pricing techniques to stimulate early purchase. Loss leader pricing. Supermarkets and department stores often drop the price on well-known brands to stimulate additional store traffic. This pays if the revenue on the additional sales compensates for the lower margins on the loss leader items. Manufacturers of loss leader brands typically object because this practice can dilute the brand image and bring complaints from retailers who charge the list price. Manufacturers have tried to keep intermediaries from using loss leader pricing by lobbying for retail price maintenance laws, but these laws have been revoked. Special event pricing. Sellers will establish special prices in certain seasons to draw in more customers. Every August, there are back-to-school sales. Special customer pricing. Sellers will offer special prices exclusively to certain customers. Members of Roadrunner Sports Run America Club get exclusive only offers with price discounts twice those given to regular customers. 72. Cash rebates. Auto companies and other consumer goods companies offer cash rebates to encourage purchase of the manufacturer's products within a specified time period. Rebates can help clear inventories without cutting the stated list price. Low interest financing. Instead of cutting its price, the company can offer low interest financing. Automakers have used no interest financing to try to attract more customers. Longer payment terms. Sellers, especially mortgage banks and auto companies, stretch loans over longer periods and thus lower the monthly payments. Consumers often worry less about the cost, the interest rate, of a loan and more about whether they can afford the monthly payment. Warranties and service contracts. Companies can promote sales by adding a free or low-cost warranty or service contract. Psychological discounting. This strategy sets an artificially high price and then offers the product at substantial savings. For example, was $359, now $299. Discounts from normal prices are a legitimate form of promotional pricing. The Federal Trade Commission and Better Business Bureau fight illegal discount tactics. Promotional pricing strategies are often a zero-sum game. If they work, competitors copy them and they lose their effectiveness. If they don't work, they waste money that could have been put into other marketing tools, such as building up product quality and service or strengthening product image through advertising. Differentiated pricing. Companies often adjust their basic price to accommodate differences among customers, products, locations, and so on. Land's End creates men's shirts in many different styles, weights, and levels of quality. In March 2014, a men's white button-down shirt could cost as little as $19.99 or as much as $70. 73. Price discrimination occurs when a company sells a product or service at two or more prices that do not reflect a proportional difference in costs. In first-degree price discrimination, the seller charges a separate price to each customer depending on the intensity of his or her demand. In second-degree price discrimination, the seller charges less to buyers of larger volumes. With certain services such as cell phone service, however, tiered pricing results in consumers actually paying more with higher levels of usage. With the iPhone, 3% of users accounted for 40% of the traffic on AT&T's network, resulting in costly network upgrades to AT&T, and causing the firm to set higher prices for those users. 74. In third-degree price discrimination, the seller charges different amounts to different classes of buyers, as in the following cases. 75. Customer segment pricing. Different customer groups pay different prices for the same product or service. For example, museums often charge a lower admission fee to students and senior citizens. Product form pricing. Different versions of the product are priced differently, but not in proportion to their costs. Evian prices a 2-liter bottle of its mineral water as low as $1 but 5 ounces of the same water in a moisturizer spray for as much as $12. Image pricing. Some companies price the same product at 2 different levels based on image differences. A perfume manufacturer can put a scent in one bottle, give it a name and image, and price it at $10 an ounce. The same scent in another bottle with a different name and image can sell for $30 an ounce. Channel pricing. Coca-Cola carries a different price depending on whether the consumer purchases it from a fine restaurant, a fast food restaurant, or a vending machine. Location pricing. The same product is priced differently at different locations even though the cost of offering it at each location is the same. A theater varies its seat prices according to audience preferences for different locations. Time pricing. Prices vary by season, day, or hour. Restaurants charge less to early bird customers, and some hotels charge less on weekends. Retail prices for roses increase by as much as 200% in the lead up to Valentine's Day. 76. The airline and hospitality industries use yield management systems and yield pricing, by which they offer discounted but limited early purchases, higher priced late purchases, and the lowest rates on unsold inventory just before it expires. Airlines charge different fares to passengers on the same flight, depending on the seating class, the time of day, morning or night coach, the day of the week, workday or weekend, the season, the person's employer, past business or status, youth, military, senior citizen, and so on. That's why on a flight from New York City to Miami you might pay $200 and sit across from someone who paid $1,290. The phenomenon of offering different pricing schedules to different consumers and dynamically adjusting prices is exploding. Merchants are adjusting prices based on inventory levels, item velocity or how fast it sells, competitors' pricing, and advertising. Even sports teams are adjusting ticket prices to reflect the popularity of the competitor and the timing of the game. 77 Many companies are using software to make real-time controlled tests of actual consumer response to different pricing schedules. Online merchants selling their products on Amazon.com are changing their prices on an hourly or even minute-by-minute basis, in part so they can secure the top spot on search results. 78 Constant price variation can be tricky, however, where consumer relationships are concerned. Research shows it's most effective when there's no bond between the buyer and the seller. One way to make it work is to offer customers a unique bundle of products and services to meet their needs precisely, making it harder to make price comparisons. The tactic most companies favor is to use variable prices as a reward rather than a penalty. Shipping company APL rewards customers who can better predict how much cargo space they'll need with cheaper rates for booking early. Customers are getting savvier about how to avoid overpaying, changing their buying behavior to accommodate the new realities of dynamic pricing. But most are probably not even aware of the degree to which they are the targets of discriminatory pricing. Retailers like Staples, Office Depot, and Home Depot vary their online and in-store prices on a host of factors related to costs of doing business and consumer sensitivity to prices. Some firms use computer IP addresses to deduce people's zip codes and use their proximity to a competitor's store to adjust their prices. When online travel agency Orbitz found that people using Apple Mac computers spent as much as 30% more a night on hotels, it began to show them different, and sometimes costlier, travel options than Windows users saw. Orbitz also considers a user's location and history on the site as well as a hotel's overall popularity and promotions. 79 Although some forms of price discrimination are illegal, such as offering different prices to different customers within the same trade group, The practice is legal if the seller can prove its costs are different when selling different volumes or different qualities of the same product to different retailers. Predatory pricing, selling below cost with the intention of destroying competition, is unlawful, though. For price discrimination to work, certain conditions must exist. First, the market must be segmentable and the segments must show different intensities of demand. Second, members in the lower price segment must not be able to resell the product to the higher price segment. Third, competitors must not be able to undersell the firm in the higher price segment. Fourth, the cost of segmenting and policing the market must not exceed the extra revenue derived from price discrimination. Fifth, the practice must not breed customer resentment and ill will. Sixth, of course, the particular form of price discrimination must not be illegal. 80. Initiating and responding to price changes. Companies often need to cut or raise prices. Initiating price cuts. Several circumstances might lead a firm to cut prices. One is excess plant capacity. The firm needs additional business and cannot generate it through increased sales effort, product improvement, or other measures. Companies sometimes initiate price cuts in a drive to dominate the market through lower costs. Either the company starts with lower costs than its competitors, or it initiates price cuts in the hope of gaining market share and lower costs. Cutting prices to keep customers or beat competitors often encourages customers to demand price concessions, however, and trains salespeople to offer them. 81. A price-cutting strategy can lead to other possible traps. Low-quality trap. Consumers assume quality is low. Fragile market share trap. A low price buys market share but not market loyalty. The same customers will shift to any lower-priced firm that comes along. Shallow pockets trap. Higher-priced competitors match the lower prices but have longer staying power because of deeper cash reserves. Price war trap. Competitors respond by lowering their prices even more, triggering a price war. 82. Customers often question the motivation behind price changes. 83. They may assume the item is about to be replaced by a new model, the item is faulty and is not selling well, the firm is in financial trouble, the price will come down even further, or the quality has been reduced. The firm must monitor these attributions carefully. Initiating price increases. A successful price increase can raise profits considerably. If the company's profit margin is 3% of sales, a 1% price increase will increase profits by 33% if sales volume is unaffected. This situation is illustrated in Table 16.5. The assumption is that a company charged $10 and sold 100 units and had costs of $970, leaving profit of $30, or 3% on sales. By raising its price by 10 cents, a 1% price increase, it boosted its profits by 33%, assuming the same sales volume. A major circumstance provoking price increases is cost inflation. Rising costs unmatched by productivity gains squeeze profit margins and lead companies to regular rounds of price increases. Companies often raise their prices by more than the cost increase, in anticipation of further inflation or government price controls, in a practice called anticipatory pricing. Table 16.5. Profits and after a price increase. Before after price $10.10, 1% price increase, units sold 100,100, revenue $1,000, $1,010, costs $970, profit $30, $40, a 33 and 1/3% profit increase. Another factor leading to price increases is overdemand. When a company cannot supply all its customers, it can raise its prices, ration supplies, or both. It can increase price in the following ways, each of which has a different impact on buyers. Delayed quotation pricing. The company does not set a final price until the product is finished or delivered. This pricing is prevalent in industries with long production lead times, such as industry, construction, and heavy equipment. Escalator clauses. The company requires the customer to pay today's price plus all or part of any inflation increase that takes place before delivery. Escalator clauses base price increases on some specified price index. They are found in contracts for major industrial projects, such as aircraft construction and bridge building. Unbundling. The company maintains its price but removes or prices separately one or more elements that were formerly part of the offer, such as delivery or installation. Car companies sometimes add higher-end audio entertainment systems or GPS navigation systems to their vehicles as separately priced extras. Reduction of discounts. The company instructs its sales force not to offer its normal cash and quantity discounts. Although there is always a chance a price increase can carry some positive meanings to customers, for example, that the item is hot and represents an unusually good value, consumers generally dislike higher prices. In passing price increases on to them, the company must avoid looking like a price gouger. 84 Coca-Cola's proposed smart vending machines that would raise prices as temperatures rose, and Amazon.com's dynamic pricing experiment varied prices by purchase occasion both became front-page news. The more similar the products or offerings from a company, the more likely consumers are to interpret any pricing differences as unfair. Product customization and differentiation and communications that clarify differences are thus critical. 85 Several techniques help consumers avoid sticker shock and a hostile reaction when prices rise. One is maintaining their sense of fairness, such as by giving them advance notice so they can do forward buying or shop around. Sharp price increases also need to be explained in understandable terms. Making low visibility price moves first is also a good technique. Eliminating discounts, increasing minimum order sizes, and curtailing production of low-margin products are examples. And contracts or bids for long-term projects should contain escalator clauses based on such factors as increases in recognized national price indexes. 86. Anticipating competitive responses. The introduction or change of any price can provoke a response from customers, competitors, distributors, suppliers, and even government. Competitors are most likely to react when the number of firms is few, the product is homogeneous, and buyers are highly informed. How can a firm anticipate a competitor's reactions? One way is to assume the competitor reacts in the standard way to a price being set or changed. Another is to assume the competitor treats each price difference or change as a fresh challenge and reacts according to self-interest at the time. Now the company will need to research the competitor's current financial situation, recent sales, customer loyalty, and corporate objectives. If the competitor has a market share objective, it is likely to match price differences or changes. 87 If it has a profit maximization objective, it may react by increasing its advertising budget or improving product quality. The problem is complicated because the competitor can put different interpretations on lowered prices or a price cut, that the company is trying to steal the market, that it is doing poorly and trying to boost its sales, or that it wants the whole industry to reduce prices to stimulate total demand. When Walmart began to run ads claiming lower prices than Publix, the regional supermarket chain dropped its prices below Walmart's on roughly 500 essential items and began its own advertising campaign in retaliation. 88. Responding to competitors' price changes. How should a firm respond to a competitor's price cut? It depends on the situation. The company must consider the product's stage in the life cycle, its importance in the company's portfolio, the competitor's intentions and resources, the market's price and quality sensitivity, the behavior of costs with volume, and the company's alternative opportunities. In markets characterized by high product homogeneity, the firm can search for ways to enhance its augmented product. If it cannot find any, it may need to meet the price reduction. If the competitor raises its price in a homogeneous product market, other firms might not match it if the increase will not benefit the industry as a whole. Then the leader will need to roll back the increase. In non-homogeneous product markets, a firm has more latitude. It needs to consider the following. 1. Why did the competitor change the price? To steal the market, to utilize excess capacity, meet changing cost conditions, or to lead an industry-wide price change? 2. Does the competitor plan to make the price change temporary or permanent? 3. What will happen to the company's market share and profits if it does not respond? Are other companies going to respond? 4. What are the competitors and other firms' likely responses to each possible reaction? Market leaders often face aggressive price cutting by smaller firms trying to build market share. Using price, Fuji has attacked Kodak, Skik has attacked Gillette, and AMD has attacked Intel. Brand leaders also face lower-priced store brands. 3 possible responses to low-cost competitors are: 1. Further differentiate the product or service. 2. Introduce a low-cost venture. Or 3. Reinvent as a low-cost player. 9. The right strategy depends on the ability of the firm to generate more demand or cut costs. An extended analysis of alternatives may not always be feasible when the attack occurs. The company may have to react decisively within hours or days, especially where prices change with some frequency, and it is important to react quickly, such as in the meat packing, lumber, or oil industries. It would make better sense to anticipate possible competitors' price changes and prepare contingent responses. Consumers had a hostile reaction when they heard reports that Coca-Cola was considering introducing smart vending machines which would adjust prices according to the temperature outside. Summary: 1. Price is the only marketing element that produces revenue. The others produce costs. Pricing decisions have become more challenging in a changing economic and technological environment. 2. In setting pricing policy, a company follows a 6-step procedure. It selects its pricing objective. It estimates the demand curve, the probable quantities it will sell at each possible price. It estimates how its costs vary at different levels of output, at different levels of accumulated production experience, and for differentiated marketing offers. It examines competitors' costs, prices, and offers. It selects a pricing method, and it selects the final price. 3. Companies usually set a pricing structure that reflects variations in geographical demand and costs, market segment requirements, purchase timing, order levels, and other factors. Several price adaptation strategies are available. 1. Geographical pricing. 2. Price discounts and allowances. 3. Promotional pricing. And 4. Discriminatory pricing. 4. A price decrease might be brought about by excess plant capacity, declining market share, a desire to dominate the market through lower costs, or economic recession. A price increase might be brought about by cost inflation or overdemand. Companies must carefully manage customer perceptions when raising prices. 5. Companies must anticipate competitor price changes and prepare contingent responses, including maintaining or changing price or quality. 6. The firm facing a competitor's price change must try to understand the competitor's intent and the likely duration of the change. A market leader attacked by lower-priced competitors can seek to better differentiate itself, introduce its own low-cost competitor, or transform itself more completely. Applications. Marketing debate. Is the right price a fair price? Prices are often set to satisfy demand or to reflect the premium consumers are willing to pay for a product or service. Some critics shudder, however, at the thought of $2 bottles of water, $150 running shoes, and $500 concert tickets. Take a position: prices should reflect the value consumers are willing to pay versus prices should reflect only the cost of making a product or delivering a service. Marketing discussion. Pricing methods. Think about the pricing methods described in this chapter: markup pricing, target return pricing, perceived value pricing, EDLP, going rate pricing, and auction type pricing. As a consumer, which do you prefer? Why? If the average price were to stay the same, which would you prefer a firm to do? 1. Set one price and not deviate, or 2. employ slightly higher prices most of the year but offer slightly discounted prices or specials for certain occasion. Marketing excellence. eBay in 1995, Pierre Omidyar, a French-Iranian immigrant, wrote the code for an auction website where everyone would have equal access to a single global marketplace. Omidyar couldn't believe it when a collector bought the first item, a broken laser pointer, for $14.83. Soon the site grew into a broader auction site where consumers could sell collectibles ranging from baseball cards to Barbie dolls. The momentum continued when individuals and small businesses discovered that eBay was an efficient way to reach new customers and other businesses, and large companies began using it as a means of selling their bulk lots of unsold inventory. The company grew from 250,000 auctions in 1996 to 200,000 auctions in 1997. In 1998, it hired Meg Whitman as CEO, and she helped take eBay public later that year. eBay's success created a pricing revolution because it allowed buyers to decide what they would pay for an item. The result pleased both sides. Customers gained control and received the best possible price for the item, while sellers made good margins due to the site's efficiency and wide reach. For years, buyers and sellers also used eBay as an informal guide to market value. Even a company with a new product design that wanted to know the going price for anything from a copier to a new DVD player checked on eBay. The online marketplace was fascinating to economists as well, who used it to analyze pricing theories and compare them with actual buying and selling behaviors. eBay itself doesn't buy any inventory or own the products on its site. It earns its revenue by collecting fees, an insertion fee for each listing plus a final value fee based on the auction or fixed price. For example, if an item sells for $60, the seller pays 8.75% on the first $25, $2.19, plus 3.5% on the remaining $35, $1.23. Therefore, final value fee for the sale is $3.42. This pricing structure was developed to attract high-volume sellers and deter those who list only a few low-priced items. With eBay's expansion into a wide range of other categories, from boats, cars, and travel to health and beauty and home and garden, collectibles now make up only a small percentage of sales. eBay now offers more pricing options, including a fixed price, buy it now, option to those who don't want to wait for an auction and are willing to pay the seller's price. Sellers can also use the fixed price format with a best offer option that allows them to counteroffer, reject, or accept an offer. The company's business model is based on connecting individuals who otherwise would not be in touch. It was the first example of online social networking, years before Twitter and Facebook existed, and consumer trust is a key element of its success. While skeptics initially questioned whether consumers would buy products from strangers, Omidyar believed people are innately good, and eBay's originators did two things well. They built a strong online community, and they developed tools to help reinforce trust between strangers. The company tracks and publishes the reputations of both buyers and sellers on the basis of feedback from each transaction. It now has 4 seller criteria: items as described, communication, shipping time, and shipping and handling rate. The ratings are anonymous but are visible to buyers. Sellers with the highest rankings appear at the top of search results. Over the years, eBay has expanded its capabilities, services, and partnerships to continue building its community and connecting people around the world. For instance, the company acquired PayPal, an online payment service, in 2002 after eBay members made it clear that PayPal was the preferred method of payment. The acquisition gave consumers a safe way to transfer money, lowered currency and language barriers, and helped merchants sell their products around the world. Although eBay was a darling in the dot-com boom and has achieved tremendous success since then, it has had its fair share of challenges. These include a worldwide recession, increased competition from Google and Amazon.com, and difficulties expanding globally into markets such as China. Meg Whitman retired in 2008 after leading the company for 10 years and was replaced by John Donahoe. Under Donahoe, eBay has made 34 acquisitions, primarily e-commerce and payments businesses such as shopping.com, StubHub, and Bill Me Later, but also businesses offering back-end technologies. Donahoe is moving the company toward a business model that can compete with Amazon.com, including expanding its online marketplace to include many returnable goods at fixed prices. Only 30% of eBay's sales now come from auctions. The company has also been promoting eBay Now, which partners with big retailers like Macy's, Target, Home Depot, and Toys R Us to deliver orders in about an hour for a minimum charge. Today, people can buy and sell virtually any product or service on the world's largest online marketplace. From appliances and computers to cars and real estate, sellers can list anything as long as it is not illegal and does not violate eBay's rules and policies. The impact of eBay's global reach is significant. In 2014, the online marketplace had almost 150 million active users and more than 500 million items listed. A pair of shoes is sold there every 2 seconds, a man's necktie every 23 seconds, a major appliance every 26 seconds, and an LCD television every 6 minutes. With its high volume, its acquisitions, and consumers' increased use of mobile devices, Donahoe hopes to double eBay's active user count to more than 200 million by 2015 and increase revenue from $14 billion to $23 billion. Question 1. Why has eBay succeeded as an online auction marketplace while so many others have failed? 2. Evaluate eBay's fee structure. Is it optimal, or could it be improved? Why? How? 3. Discuss Donahoe's vision for eBay. Is moving away from online auctions sustainable for the company? Sources: Douglas Macmillan, Can eBay Get Its Tech Savvy Back? Qamar, Business Week, 22nd June 2009, pp. 48-49, Catherine Holahan, eBay's New Tough Love CEO, Business Week, 4th February 2008, pp. 58-59, Adam Lashinsky, Building eBay 2.0, Fortune, 16th October 2006, pp. 161-64, Matthew Creamer, A Million Marketers, Advertising Age, 26th June 2006, pp. 171, Clive Thompson, eBay Heads East, Fast Company, July-August 2006, pp. 87-89, Glenn L. Urban, The Emerging Era of Customer Advocacy, Mixed Loan Management Review, Winter 2004, 77-82, Greg Bensinger, eBay's New Goal, Double Its Users, Wall Street Journal, 29th March 2013, pb.5, Elizabeth Harris, After Carriers Falter, Questions for Web Shopping, New York Times, 27th December 2013, pb.1, Jeff Himmelman, eBay's Strategy for Taking on Amazon, New York Times, 19th December 2013, www.ebay.com. Asterisk: Some believe eBay was created to help Omidyar's girlfriend collect Pez candy dispensers. However, that story was invented by an employee to help generate initial interest in the company. Marketing lanes. Air Arabia took off in 2003 with only 2 leased Airbus A320 jets. The Sharjah-based airline began as a startup owned by the government and was the UAE's third airline. Air Arabia has managed to establish its position in the regional market of low-cost carriers, LCC. Recently, Air Arabia's low-cost rivals, FlyDubai and FlyNAS, have adopted what is referred to as hybrid model, which includes a range of selected full-service offerings. This switch has managed to position Air Arabia as the only entirely low-cost airline in the Middle East and North Africa region. Air Arabia CEO, Adel Abdullah Hali, pointed out in 2013 that his company would always cater to the low-cost market. Although one might have assumed that the region's airline market was saturated, The CEO of Air Arabia insisted that his company was planning to target around 85% potential regional customers who cannot afford normal flying expenses. Starting with short-haul flights to neighboring countries in the peninsula, Air Arabia quickly gained price leadership in the Middle East region, becoming the first and largest LCC in the Middle East and North Africa. Today, the company serves tens of destinations across 3 continents, with hubs in Morocco, Egypt, and the UAE, and has earned recognition as the premier LCC in the Middle East. Air Arabia has recently won 2 awards at the esteemed Aviation Business Awards 2014. Air Arabia has utilized the cost-cutting practices characteristic of other LCCs to maintain low costs, and thus deliver competitive fares to customers. How did they succeed in making such remarkable progress in a little over a decade? The company made a careful and plucky choice of aircraft from the outset. The Airbus A320 combined comfort, boosting a 32-inch seat pitch, and efficiency, 162 passenger capacity. The A320s also benefited from larger cabin space and a wider aisle, allowing for shorter boarding time and reduced in-flight congestion. A generous seat width, 18 inches, granted the Airbus A320's best legroom offered by any of its competitors in the LCC market. Finally, using a universal aircraft model lowered their training expenditure. Air Arabia currently owns 39 Airbus A320s, with a current order of a further 44. Opting for brand new planes has reduced fuel costs and environmental impact. Ali Al-Nakbai, founding chairman of the Middle East Business Aviation Association, confirmed that aircraft demand in the Middle East was not affected by the uncertainty and instability that the Arab Spring brought in the region between December 2010 and mid-2012. The company also prides itself on using pioneering technologies to boost efficiency. In 2012, Air Arabia smartly equipped its fleet with sharklet technology to reduce emissions by up to 4% on fuel burn. Sharklets are curved fin-like attachments to the wingtips that facilitate higher takeoff weight, significantly reducing overheads. In addition, Air Arabia foresaw the inevitable fluctuations of fuel price and dealt with them ahead of time by adopting a fuel hedging strategy in order to ensure that any increase in fuel prices would not automatically result in an increase in the price of its flight tickets. In other words, Air Arabia has constantly maintained low prices, thus preserving customer loyalty. Since its inception in 2003, Air Arabia has made considerable expansion, exploiting the gap in the LCC market and expanding its flights to more exotic destinations. The airline now flies to nearly 100 destinations, from its original base in the Middle East to North Africa, Central Asia, the Indian subcontinent, and several European cities. Its booking system has been expedited by a user-friendly online service, reducing turnaround time at airports, and keeping planes in the air. In 2012, the airline had an average flying time per aircraft of 14 hours per day and an impressive seat load factor of 82%, one of the highest figures in the industry. That year it upgraded its online presence with a cutting-edge mobile website that provided travel information on move. As confirmed by Adel Ali, prices in general represent a very important factor when it comes to booking a flight, which is why he made sure that Air Arabia prices are on average 40% cheaper than the regular economy fare. Despite a thrifty, pay less, fly more motto, the business has not lost its human touch. Unlike many other low-priced airlines, Air Arabia has consistently kept its vision customer-oriented. Its crew members are dedicated and view passengers' comfort as key to the company's success. The online message refers to the fact that Air Arabia is always ready to serve its customers wherever they are. This message emphasized the 3 main elements of the value triad espoused by the company: great flying experience, affordable price, and good customer service. In 2013, the company opened additional sales offices aiming to serve the increasing demand concentrated in the Middle Eastern and North African markets. Air Arabia's business model has consistently put low fares, frequent flights, and safety at the top of its agenda, Such efficacy has earned them high rankings and good reputation among airline companies worldwide. Its recent accolades include Skytrucks' World Airline Award for Best LCC in MEA, and the Low Cost Carrier of the Year at the Aviation Business Awards for 3 consecutive years. The Air Arabia Group's CEO was named Airline CEO of the Year twice by Aviation Business. The company was also rewarded the Airline Business Award at the Airline Strategy Awards 2014, in acknowledgement of its exceptional offer granting low-cost solutions and high-quality travel experience to passengers. In the first 9 months of 2014, Air Arabia continued its upward progress and achieved a net profit of $135 million, up by 46% compared to the profits reported at the same period in 2013. The company's revenues showed an increase of 17% compared to the same period in the year before that. In the last decade, 40 million customers have chosen to fly with Air Arabia. It was also the first publicly owned airline company in the Arab world, floating for the first time on the Dubai stock market in 2007. Air Arabia's top management has recently declared that the company's fleet is expected to have 55 aircraft by 2015. The network expansion strategy, the persistent focus on cost control by hedging fuel prices, and the use of world-leading fleet rates and high load while preserving passengers' comfort have been the key factors behind a small profitable airline company like Air Arabia's success. Question: 1. Air Arabia has succeeded in profitably challenging big established airlines companies in the Middle East and North Africa. Why don't all other airlines apply the same business model as Air Arabia? 2. What challenges does Air Arabia face? Do you think that the company will be able to maintain its leadership position in the LCC market in the Middle East and North Africa? What will happen if other airlines apply the same business model as Air Arabia? Sources: Air Arabia lags Flydubai in the battle for Middle East LCC supremacy, but opportunities abound. Aviation Analysis Qamar, 5th May 2014, Air Arabia Annual Report 2012, Alexander Cornwell, Air Arabia will not be a hybrid carrier. Gulf News, 18th November 2013, Air Arabia PJSC, FinCorp, 6th November 2012, Air Arabia Annual Report 2013, Alan Drone, Air Arabia Reports 2013 Net Profit up 2%, Qamar, All Transport World, 24th February 2014, Air Arabia posts record 9 months net profit of AED 498 million, up 46%, Qamar, Air Arabia, 11th November 2014, Bruce Drum, Air Arabia accepts its first Airbus A320 with Sharks. World Airline News, 31st January 2013, Air Arabia books $118 million net profit in 2013, Business Standard, 18th February 2014, Conditions of carriage for passenger and baggage, Air Arabia, double win for Air Arabia at Aviation Business Awards 2014, Air Arabia, 8th December 2014, GCC Aviation Industry, Alpine Capital. 3rd March 2014, Global Research Result Update Equity, Air Arabia Aviation Sector, 9th May 2011, Muzaffar Rizvi, UAE. Airlines dominate cost segment, College Times, 13th November 2011, Air Arabia vs Jazeera Airways, KIP Report, Air Arabia, Growth and Turbulence in the Desert, The National Investor, 10th August 2008, Airline Business Award, Adel Ali, The Airline Strategy Awards, 2014. Part 6 Communicating Value. Chapter 17 Designing and Managing Integrated Marketing Communications. Chapter 18 Managing Mass Communications, Advertising, Sales Promotions, Events and Experiences, and Public Relations. Chapter 19 Managing Digital Communications, Online, Social Media, and Mobile. Chapter 20 Managing Personal Communications, Direct and Database Marketing and Personal Selling. Oro has become a truly global brand by creatively communicating its message of togetherness and milk's favorite cookie, in markets around the world. Source: Associated Press. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What is the role of marketing communications? P 536. 2. What is the marketing communications mix? P 538. 3. How do marketing communications work? P 539. 4. What are the major steps in developing effective communications? P 543. 5. How should the communications mix be set and evaluated? P 553. 6. What is an integrated marketing communications program? P 558. 17. Designing and managing integrated marketing communications. Modern marketing calls for more than developing a good product, pricing it attractively, and making it accessible. Companies must also communicate with present and potential stakeholders and the general public. For most marketers, therefore, the question is not whether to communicate but rather what to say, how and when to say it, to whom, and how often. Consumers can turn to hundreds of cable and satellite TV channels, thousands of magazines and newspapers, and millions of internet pages, and they are actively deciding what communications they want to receive. To effectively reach and influence target markets, holistic marketers are creatively employing multiple forms of communications. Consider what Mondelez International has done in building a global cookie brand. 1. Oro's global brand positioning focuses on milk's favorite cookie and moments of togetherness, using different communications in different countries. In the United States, the highly successful Celebrate the Kids Side campaign was buoyed by celebrations of the brand's 100th anniversary. Ads and in-store contests created a birthday party atmosphere and focused on the twist, lick, and dunk method of eating Oros with milk. The 100-day daily twist promotion paired the brand in online and print ads with various cultural images, icons, and events, such as Elvis Presley Week, the Mars Rover, Gay Pride Week, and Bastille Day. The Oro birthday page on Facebook received 25 million likes, and US sales increased 25%. When a power outage darkened the stadium during the Super Bowl in February 2013 for more than half an hour, a tweet for the brand was quickly sent: "Power out. No problem. You can still dunk in the dark." That became social media talk of the game. In India, launch ads featured father and son in the twist, lick, and dunk ritual. Parents there used social media to sign an Oro Togetherness pledge, promising to spend more quality time with their children. An Oro Togetherness bus roamed the country, providing a platform for parents and children to catch fun family moments. Through these various communications in different markets, Oro is establishing a strong global positioning. Done right, marketing communications can have a huge payoff. This chapter describes how they work and what they can do for a company. It also addresses how holistic marketers combine and integrate marketing communications. Chapter 20 examines mass communications including advertising, sales promotion, and public relations. Chapter 21 looks at digital communications like online, social media, and mobile marketing. And Chapter 22 explores personal communications including direct and database marketing and personal selling. The role of marketing communications. Marketing communications are the means by which firms attempt to inform, persuade, and remind consumers, directly or indirectly, about the product and brands they sell. In a sense, they represent the voice of the company and its brands. They are a means by which the firm can establish a dialogue and build relationships with consumers. By strengthening customer loyalty, they can contribute to customer equity. Marketing communications also work by showing consumers how and why a product is used, by whom, where, and when. Consumers can learn who makes the product and what the company and brand stand for, and they can become motivated to try or use it. Marketing communications allow companies to link their brands to other people, places, events, brands, experiences, feelings, and things. They can contribute to brand equity by establishing the brand in memory and creating a brand image, as well as drive sales and even affect shareholder value. 2. The changing marketing communications environment. Technology and other factors have profoundly changed the way consumers process communications, and even whether they choose to process them at all. The rapid diffusion of powerful smartphones, broadband and wireless internet connections, and ad-skipping digital video recorders, DVRs, have eroded the effectiveness of the mass media. In 1960, a company could reach 80% of US women with one 30-second commercial aired simultaneously on 3 TV networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC. Today, the same ad would have to run on 100 channels or more to achieve this marketing feat. Marketing Insight, Don't Touch That Remote, describes some developments in television advertising. ACA, established in 2001, ACA, standing for All Known Questions Answered, has emerged as one of the premier digital ad agencies by virtue of its creative strategies for clients like Visa, Xbox, Clorox, and others. An online ad for Audi took the visual point of view of the dashboard of a car on Halloween night to show the value of the Audi A6s, thermal imaging night vision assistant, as a safety feature that helped drivers avoid hard-to-see trick-or-treaters. The ad was so well received online that it also ran on primetime network TV. For Heineken, ACA created the award-winning Star Player game, which leveraged the brand's UEFA Champions League soccer sponsorship. Using a smartphone or the brand's Facebook page, soccer fans could simultaneously watch a televised match, play the game in real time to predict what would happen next in the match, and publish their results on Twitter and Facebook. For its longtime client Nike, ACA has created a variety of apps and games, such as one to help launch Nike Plus Connect for home fitness training. The agency also produced an attention-getting online short featuring singer Ellie Goulding and her song, Run Into the Light, to promote the performance and social benefits of running with Nike Plus. Marketing Insight. Don't touch that remote. That consumers have more power in the marketplace is perhaps nowhere more evident than in television broadcasting, where digital video recorders, DVRs, allow viewers to watch shows when they want and to skip past ads with the push of the fast-forward button. More than half the US adults who subscribe to a multi-channel video service have a DVR, and of viewers who use them, between 60% and 70% fast-forward through commercials. The others either like ads, don't mind them, or can't be bothered to skip them. Is that all bad? Surprisingly, research shows that while focusing on an ad in order to fast forward through it, consumers actually retain and recall a fair amount of information. The most successful ads in fast forward mode were those consumers had already seen, that used familiar characters, and that didn't have lots of scenes. It also helped to have brand-related information in the center of the screen, where viewers' eyes focus while skipping through. Older consumers are still more likely to recall an ad the next day if they have watched it. Live. Some brand recall occurs even after an ad is deliberately skipped. Another challenge marketers have long faced is viewers' tendency to switch channels during commercial breaks. Recently, however, Nielsen, which handles television program ratings, has begun to offer ratings for specific ads. Before, advertisers had to pay for airtime based on the rating of the program, even if as many as 5% to 15% of consumers temporarily tuned away. Now they can pay based on the size of the actual audience available when the ad is shown. To increase viewership during commercial breaks, the major broadcast and cable networks are shortening breaks and delaying them until viewers are more likely to be engaged in a program. A newer challenge for marketers is the time-shifted viewing DVRs permit as more consumers put themselves in charge of their TV schedule. Nielsen now includes Live Plus 3 and Live Plus 7 ratings to capture viewing that occurs 3 or 7 days after initial airing. 4. Some programs and time slots, Adding in delayed viewership can make a big difference in the size of the audience. Sources: Merrill Barr. In a world of DVR monsters, do time slots still matter? Qamar. Forbes. 1st November 2013. Over half of multi-channel video households have a DVR. www.lechtmanresearch.com 30th November 2012. Andrew O'Connell. Advertisers learn to love the DVR. Harvard Business Review. April 2010. E22. Eric Duplessis. Digital video recorders and inadvertent advertising exposure. Journal of Advertising Research 49. June 2009. S. Adam Brussell and James Gibbs. Breaking Through Fast. Forwarding. Brand Information and Visual Attention. Journal of Marketing 72. November 2008. pp. 31-4. Kenneth C. Wilber. How Digital Video Recorder Changes Traditional Television Advertising. Journal of Advertising 37. Summer 2008. pp. 14349. Heineken and its digital ad agency Aka have worked together to leverage their UEFA Champions League soccer sponsorship. But even as some marketers flee traditional media, they still encounter challenges. Commercial clutter is rampant. The average city dweller is exposed to an estimated 3,000 to 5,000 ad messages a day. Short-form video content and ads appear at gas stations, grocery stores, doctors' offices, and big box retailers. Marketing communications in almost every medium and form have been on the rise, and some consumers feel they are increasingly invasive. Marketers must be creative in using technology but not intrude in consumers' lives. One agency that has proven to be a master at building brands and driving sales for its clients in this new digital era is Aka. 3. Marketing communications mix. In this new communication environment, although advertising is often a central element of a marketing communications program, it is usually the only one, or even the most important one, for sales and building brand and customer equity. Mondelez International is partnering with 9 digital startups to gain an advantage in that area, committing to spend 10% of its marketing budget on mobile. 4. To engage its diverse audience, GE uses an in-house content marketing and social media team to play the role of storyteller and explain the company's activities on a variety of online platforms. 5. Ocean Spray, an agricultural cooperative of cranberry growers, has used a variety of communication vehicles to turn sales around. 6. Ocean Spray, facing stiff competition, adverse consumer trends, and nearly a decade of declining sales, Ocean Spray co Ken Romanzi and Arnold Worldwide decided to reintroduce the cranberry as the surprisingly versatile little fruit that supplies modern-day benefits, through a true 360-degree campaign that used all facets of marketing communications to reach consumers in a variety of settings. The intent was to support the full range of products: cranberry sauce, fruit juices, and dried cranberries in different forms, and leverage the fact that the brand was born in the cranberry bogs and remained there still. The agency decided to tell an authentic, honest, and perhaps surprising story straight from the bog. The campaign was designed to also reinforce 2 key brand benefits: that Ocean Spray products tasted good and were good for you. PR played a crucial role. Miniature bogs were brought to Manhattan and featured on an NBC Today morning segment. A Bogs Across America tour brought the experience to Los Angeles and Chicago. Television and print advertising featured 2 boers, depicted by actors, standing waist deep in a bog and talking, often humorously, about what they did. The campaign also included a website, in-store displays, and events for consumers and for members of the growers cooperative itself. Product innovation was crucial too. New flavor blends were introduced, along with a line of 100% juices, diet and light versions, and craisins sweetened dried cranberries. Since then, famed chef Ming Tsai appeared in a pop-up restaurant in New York's Rockefeller Center, and a leap year promotion urged consumers to leap to cuisines. The campaign hit the mark, lifting sales an average of 10% in its first 5 years despite continued decline in the fruit juice category. Ocean sprays fully integrated, straight from the bog. Communication program showcased miniature bogs in big cities. The marketing communications mix consists of 8 major modes of communication. 7. 1. Advertising. Any paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion of ideas, goods, or services by an identified sponsor via print media, newspapers and magazines, broadcast media, radio and television, network media, telephone, cable, satellite, wireless, electronic media, audio tape, video disc, CD-ROM, web page, and display media, billboards, signs, posters. 2. Sales promotion. A variety of short-term incentives to encourage trial or purchase of a product or service, including consumer promotions, such as samples, coupons, and premiums, trade promotions, such as advertising and display allowances, and business and sales force promotions, contests for sales reps. 3. Events and experiences. Company-sponsored activities and programs designed to create daily or special brand-related interactions with consumers, including sports, arts, entertainment, and cause events, as well as less formal activities. 4. Public relations and publicity. A variety of programs directed internally to employees of a company or externally to consumers, other firms, the government, and media to promote or protect a company's image or its individual product communications. 5. Online and social media marketing. Online activities and programs designed to engage customers or prospects and directly or indirectly raise awareness, improve image, or elicit sales of products and services. 6. Mobile marketing. A special form of online marketing that places communications on consumers' cell phones, smartphones, or tablets. 7. Direct and database marketing. Use of mail, telephone, fax, email, or internet to communicate directly with or solicit response or dialogue from specific customers and prospects. 8. Personal selling. Face-to-face interaction with one or more prospective purchasers for the purpose of making presentations, answering questions, and procuring orders. Table 17.1 lists examples of these platforms, but company communication goes beyond these. The product's styling and price, the shape and color of the package, the salesperson's manner and dress, the store decor, and the company's stationery all communicate something to buyers. Every brand contact delivers an impression that can strengthen or weaken a customer's view of a company. 8. As Chapter 1 noted, communication options appear in paid media, traditional outlets such as TV, print, direct mail, owned media, company-controlled options such as websites, blogs, mobile apps, social media, and earned media, virtual or real-world word-of-mouth, press coverage. How do marketing communications work? Marketing communication activities in every medium contribute to brand equity and drive sales in many ways, by creating brand awareness, forging brand image in consumers' memories, eliciting positive brand judgments or feelings, and strengthening consumer loyalty. The way brand associations are formed does not matter. Whether a consumer has a strong, favorable, and unique brand association of Subaru with outdoors, active, and rugged, because of a TV ad that shows the car driving over rough terrain, or because Subaru sponsors ski, kayak, and mountain bike events, the impact in terms of Subaru's brand equity should be identical. But marketing communications activities must be integrated to deliver a consistent message and achieve the strategic positioning. The starting point in planning them is a communication audit that profiles all interactions customers in the target market may have with the company and all its products and services. For example, someone interested in purchasing a new smartphone might talk to friends and family members, see television ads, read articles, look for information online, look at smartphones in a store. To implement the right communications programs and allocate dollars efficiently, marketers need to assess which experiences and impressions will have the most influence at each stage of the buying process. Armed with these insights, they can judge marketing communications according to their ability to affect experiences and impressions, build customer loyalty and brand equity, and drive sales. For example, how well does a proposed ad campaign contribute to awareness or to creating, maintaining, or strengthening brand associations? Does a sponsorship improve consumers' brand judgments and feelings? Does a promotion encourage consumers to buy more of a product? At what price premium? In building brand equity, marketers should be media neutral and evaluate all communication options on effectiveness, how well does it work, and efficiency, how much does it cost? Chrysler's gamble with an unconventional campaign for Dodge Durango is one market communication program that appeared to pay off. 9. Dodge Durango. To promote its 2013 Dodge Durango, Chrysler chose actor Will Ferrell in character as Ron Burgundy to create an ad coinciding with the release of Ferrell's Anchorman sequel. Paramount Productions, Whedon plus Kennedy Ad Agency, and Neo.Di's website production company collaborated to shoot dozens of commercials for TV and short films for the Internet of the classy but clueless 1970s era Anchorman, admiring the modern features of the new Durango. In one spot, Burgundy touts the glove box as being comfortable enough to hold 2 turkey sandwiches or 70 packs of gum. A tongue-in-cheek, hands-on Ron Burgundy online promotion rewarded those consumers who could touch Ron Burgundy by following a moving circle with their cursor or smartphone button. After the campaign was launched, web traffic shot up 80%, with each video earning millions of views. Purchase intent rose 100%, and sales increased by almost 60%. An unconventional marketing communication campaign for Dodge Durango featuring actor Will Ferrell helped increase sales. The communications process models. Marketers should understand the fundamental elements of effective communications. 2 models are useful, a macro model and a micro model. Macro model of the communications process. Figure 17.1 shows a macro model with 9 key factors in effective communication. 2 represent the major parties, sender and receiver. 2 represent major tools, message and media. 4 represent major communication functions, encoding, decoding, response, and feedback. The last element in the system is noise, random and competing messages that may interfere with the intended communication. Vertical bar. Fig. 17.1 Vertical bar. Elements in the communications process. Senders must know what audiences they want to reach and what responses they want to get. They must encode their messages so the target audience can successfully decode them. They must transmit the message through media that reached the target audience and develop feedback channels to monitor the responses. The more the sender's field of experience overlaps that of the receiver, the more effective the message is likely to be. Note that selective attention, distortion, and retention processes, first introduced in Chapter 6, may be operating. Micromodel of consumer responses. Micromodels of marketing communications concentrate on consumers' specific responses to communications. 10. Figure 17.2 summarizes 4 classic response hierarchy models. Vertical bar. Fig. 17.2 Vertical bar response hierarchy models. Sources: A. K. Stroin, The Psychology of Selling, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1925, p. 9. B. Robert A. Lavage and Gary A. Steiner, A Model for Predictive Measurements of Advertising Effectiveness, Journal of Marketing, October 1961, p. 61. C. Everett M. Rogers, Diffusion of Innovation, New York, Free Press, 1962, pp. 79-86, d. Various sources. All these models assume the buyer passes through cognitive, affective, and behavioral stages in that order. This learn, feel, do sequence is appropriate when the audience has high involvement with the product category perceived to have high differentiation, such as an automobile or house. An alternative sequence, do, feel, learn, is relevant when the audience has high involvement but perceives little or no differentiation within the product category, such as airline tickets or personal computers. A third sequence, learn, do, feel, is relevant when the audience has low involvement and perceives little differentiation, such as with salt or batteries. By choosing the right sequence, the marketer can do a better job of planning communications. Let's assume the buyer has high involvement with the product category and perceives high differentiation within it. We will illustrate the hierarchy of effects model, the second column of Figure 17.2, in the context of a marketing communications campaign for a small Iowa college named Pottsville. Awareness. If most of the target audience is unaware of the object, the communicator's task is to build awareness. Suppose Pottsville seeks applicants from Nebraska but has no name recognition there, though 30,000 Nebraska high school juniors and seniors could be interested in it. The college might set the objective of making 70% of these students aware of its name within 1 year. Knowledge. The target audience might have brand awareness but not know much more. Pottsville may want its target audience to know it is a private 4-year college with excellent programs in English, foreign languages, and history. It needs to learn how many people in the target audience have little, some, or much knowledge about Pottsville. If knowledge is weak, Pottsville may select brand knowledge as its communications objective. Liking. Given target members know the brand, how do they feel about it? If the audience looks unfavorably on Pottsville College, the communicator needs to find out why. In the case of real problems, Pottsville will need to fix these and then communicate its renewed quality. Good public relations calls for good deeds followed by good words. Preference. The target audience might like the product but not prefer it to others. The communicator must then try to build consumer preference by comparing quality, value, performance, and other features to those of likely competitors. Conviction. A target audience might prefer a particular product but not develop a conviction about buying it. The communicator's job is to build conviction and intent to apply among students interested in Pottsville College. Purchase. Finally, some members of the target audience might have conviction but not quite get around to making the purchase. The communicator must lead these consumers to take the final step, perhaps by offering the product at a low price, offering a premium, or letting them try it out. Pottsville might invite selected high school students to visit the campus and attend some classes, or it might offer partial scholarships to deserving students. To see how fragile the communication process is, assume the probability of each of the 6 steps being successfully accomplished is 50%. The laws of probability suggest that the likelihood of all 6 steps occurring successfully, assuming they are independent events, is 5 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5, which equals 1.5625%. If the probability of each steps occurring were, on average, a more likely 10%, then the joint probability of all 6 events occurring drops to 0.0001%, or only one chance in 1,000,000. To increase the odds of success for a communications campaign, marketers must attempt to increase the likelihood that each step occurs. For example, the ideal ad campaign would ensure that 1. The right consumer is exposed to the right message at the right place and at the right time. 2. The ad causes the consumer to pay attention but does not distract from the intended message. 3. The ad properly reflects the consumer's level of understanding of and behaviors with the product and the brand. 4. The ad correctly positions the brand in terms of desirable and deliverable points of difference and points of parity. 5. The ad motivates consumers to consider purchase of the brand. 6. The ad creates strong brand associations with all these stored communications effects so they can have an impact when consumers are considering making a purchase. The challenges in achieving success with communications necessitate careful planning, a topic we turn to next. Developing effective communications. Figure 17.3 shows the 8 steps in developing effective communications. We begin with the basics: identifying the target audience, setting the communication objectives, designing the communications, selecting the communication channels, and establishing the total marketing communications budget. Vertical bar Fig. 17.3 Vertical bar steps in developing effective communications. Identify the target audience. The process must start with a clear target audience in mind: potential buyers of the company's products, current users, deciders, or influencers, as well as individuals, groups, particular publics, or the general public. The target audience is a critical influence on the communicator's decisions about what to say, how, when, where, and to whom. Though we can profile the target audience in terms of any of the market segments identified in Chapter 9, it's often useful to do so in terms of usage and loyalty. Is the target new to the category or a current user? Is the target loyal to the brand, loyal to a competitor, or someone who switches between brands? If a brand user, is he or she a heavy or light user? Communication strategy will differ depending on the answers. We can also conduct image analysis by profiling the target audience in terms of brand knowledge. Set the communications objectives. As we showed with Pottsville College, marketers can set communications objectives at any level of the hierarchy of effects model. John Rossiter and Larry Percy identify 4 possible objectives. 11. 1. Establish need for category. Establishing a product or service category as necessary for removing or satisfying a perceived discrepancy between a current motivational state and a desired motivational state. A new-to-the-world product such as electric cars will always begin with the communications objective of establishing category need. 2. Build brand awareness, fostering the consumer's ability to recognize or recall the brand in sufficient detail to make a purchase. Recognition is easier to achieve than recall. Consumers asked to think of a brand of frozen entries are more likely to recognize Stouffer's distinctive orange packages than to recall the brand. Brand recall is important outside the store. Brand recognition is important inside the store. Brand awareness provides a foundation for brand equity. 3. Build brand attitude, helping consumers evaluate the brand's perceived ability to meet a currently relevant need. Relevant brand needs may be negatively oriented: problem removal, problem avoidance, incomplete satisfaction, normal depletion, or positively oriented, sensory gratification, intellectual stimulation, or social approval. Household-leaning products often use problem solution. Food products, on the other hand, often use sensory-oriented ads emphasizing appetite appeal. 4. Influence brand purchase intention, moving consumers to decide to purchase the brand or take purchase-related action. Promotional offers like coupons or 2-for-1 deals encourage consumers to make a mental commitment to buy. But many consumers do not have an expressed category need and may not be in the market when exposed to an ad, so they are unlikely to form buy intentions. In any given week, only about 20% of adults may be planning to buy detergent, only 2% to buy a carpet cleaner, and only 0.25% to buy a car. The most effective communications can achieve multiple objectives. Consider what Jockey did. 12. JKY by Jockey. Like many heritage brands with an aging customer base, Jockey suffered under the image of being your father's, or maybe even your grandfather's, underwear. To be viable long-term, the brand needed a youthful infusion. Research revealed that women ages 18 to 34 make almost half of all underwear purchases, aligning well with retailer targets predominantly younger female audience. So in 2012, Jockey launched an integrated, retailer-specific program with target to change brand perceptions. A new line of underwear and undershorts for men, JKY by Jockey, was introduced with the positioning that the right underwear or undershorts can change the way men look and feel. Research also revealed that women like to see and feel the product, so sleek, attractive packaging was introduced with a see-through box that allowed easy inspection. Color coding and clean graphics helped buyers find the right sizes and figure out which styles were best for different types of men's clothing. A strong call to action appeared on large in-store ceiling banners with the clever headline, "It's time to change your underwear." The slogan also appeared on the back wall of the store and in cards inserted into the back pockets of men's jeans sold in the store. A Facebook microsite was also launched to promote the line. The campaign achieved its objectives, changing both attitudes and behavior. The average JKY buyer was 32 years old, more than 20 years younger than the core jockey customer, and the sales success of the line resulted in Target's asking jockey to create a JKY line for women. Careful consumer research helped jockey successfully craft an integrated communication campaign to launch its JKY underwear and undershorts line sold at Target. Design the communications. Formulating the communications to achieve the desired response requires answering 3 questions: what to say, message strategy, how to say it, creative strategy, and who should say it, message source. Message strategy. In selecting message strategy, management searches for appeals, themes, or ideas that will tie into the brand positioning and help establish points of parity or points of difference. Some of these appeals or ideas may relate directly to product or service performance, the quality, economy, or value of the brand. Others may relate to more extrinsic considerations, the brand as being contemporary, popular, or traditional. Researcher John D. Maloney felt buyers expected one of 4 types of reward from a product: rational, sensory, social, or ego satisfaction. 13. They might visualize these rewards from results of use experience, product in use experience, or incidental to use experience. Crossing the 4 types of rewards with the 3 types of experience generates 12 types of messages. For example, the appeal, gets clothes cleaner, is a rational reward promise following results of use experience. The phrase, real beer taste in a great light beer, is a sensory reward promise connected with product in use experience. Creative strategy. Communications effectiveness depends on how well a message is expressed as well as on its content. If a communication is ineffective, it may mean the wrong message was used or the right one was poorly expressed. Creative strategies are the way marketers translate their messages into a specific communication. We can broadly classify them as either informational or transformational appeals. 14. Informational appeals. An informational appeal elaborates on product or service attributes or benefits. Examples in advertising are problem solution ads. Olive offers the longest lasting relief for aches and pains. Demonstration ads. Thompson water seal can withstand intense rain, snow, and heat. Product comparison ads. AT&T offers the largest 4G mobile network. And testimonials from unknown or celebrity endorsers. NBA phenomenon LeBron James picking McDonald's, Nike, Samsung, Sprite, and others. Informational appeals assume strictly rational processing of the communication on the consumer's part. Logic and reason rule. Carl Holland's research at Yale has shed much light on informational appeals and their relationship to such issues as conclusion drawing, one-sided versus two-sided arguments, and order of argument presentation. Some early experiments supported stating conclusions for the audience. Subsequent research, however, indicates that the best ads ask questions and allow readers and viewers to form their own conclusions. 15. You might expect one-sided presentations that praise a product to be more effective than two-sided arguments that also mention shortcomings. Yet two-sided messages may be more appropriate, especially when negative associations must be overcome. 16. Two-sided messages are more effective with more educated audiences and those who are initially opposed. 17. Chapter 6 described how Domino's took the drastic step of admitting to its pizza's taste problems to try to change the minds of consumers with negative perceptions. Finally, the order in which arguments are presented is important. 18. In a one-sided message, presenting the strongest argument first arouses attention and interest, important in media where the audience often does not attend to the whole message. With a captive audience, a climactic presentation might be more effective. To be seen as more modern and up-to-date, Radio Shack ran a Super Bowl ad spoofing its old image. For a two-sided message, if the audience is initially opposed, start with the other side's argument and conclude with your strongest argument. In a widely watched and admired Super Bowl ad in 2014, Radio Shack poked fun at its old-fashioned image by featuring a host of 1980s icons who wanted their store back, ending with an appeal to check out the chain's newly redesigned stores. Transformational appeals. A transformational appeal elaborates on a non-product related benefit or image. It might depict what kind of person uses a brand, VW advertised to active, youthful people with its famed, drivers want campaign, or what kind of experience results from use, Pringles advertised, once you pop, the fun don't stop, for years. Transformational appeals often attempt to stir up emotions that will motivate purchase. 19. Communicators use negative appeals such as fear, guilt, and shame to get people to do things. Brush their teeth, have an annual health checkup, or stop doing things, smoking, abusing alcohol, overeating. Fear appeals work best when they are not too strong, when source credibility is high, and when the communication promises, in a believable and efficient way, that the product or service will relieve the fear it arouses. Messages are most persuasive when they moderately disagree with audience beliefs. Stating only what the audience already believes at best just reinforces beliefs, while messages too much at variance with those beliefs will be rejected. 20. Communicators also use positive emotional appeals such as humor, love, pride, and joy. Motivational or borrowed interest devices, such as cute babies, frisky puppies, popular music, and provocative sex appeals, are often employed to attract attention and raise involvement with an ad. These techniques are thought necessary in the tough new media environment of low involvement processing and competing messages. Attention-getting tactics may also detract from comprehension, however, or wear out their welcome fast or overshadow the product. Thus, one challenge is figuring out how to break through the clutter and deliver the intended message. Even highly entertaining and creative means of expression must retain the appropriate consumer perspective, as us found out. 21. US before the 2013 holiday shopping season, us filmed a prankish video showing a busload of school children on a nature field trip. As the guide on the bus explains their plans, the children look obviously bored. When the guide rips off his park ranger outfit to reveal a us uniform, however, and announces they are going to a us store instead, the children explode with excitement. Many parents, educators, and others objected online to the video's portrayal of science education and nature as boring and the reinforcement of materialistic values instead. The magic of advertising is to bring abstract concepts to life in the minds of the consumer target. In a print ad, the communicator must decide on headline, copy, illustration, and color. 22. For a radio message, the communicator must choose words, voice qualities, and vocalizations. The sound of an announcer promoting a used automobile should be different from one promoting a new luxury car. If the message is to be carried on television in person, all these elements plus body language must be planned. For the message to go online, layout, fonts, graphics, and other visual and verbal information must be laid out. Message source research has shown that the source's credibility is crucial to a message's acceptance. The three most often identified sources of credibility are expertise, trustworthiness, and likability. 23. Expertise is the specialized knowledge the communicator possesses to back the claim. Trustworthiness describes how objective and honest the source is perceived to be. Friends are trusted more than strangers or salespeople, and people who are not paid to endorse product are viewed as more trustworthy than people who are paid. Likability describes the source's attractiveness, measured in terms of candor, humor, and naturalness. The most credible source will score high on all three dimensions: expertise, trustworthiness, and likability. Pharmaceutical companies want doctors to testify about product benefits because doctors have high credibility. Charles Schwab became the centerpiece of ads for his $4 billion plus discount brokerage firm Buy Other, Talk to Chuck, and Own Your Tomorrow corporate advertising campaigns. Messages delivered by attractive or popular sources can achieve higher attention and recall, which is why some advertisers use celebrities as spokespeople. Marketing memo: Celebrity endorsements as a strategy focuses on the proper use of testimonials. On the other hand, some marketers are using ordinary people in their ads to give them more realism and overcome consumer skepticism. Ford feared actual customers being thrust into a press conference to describe their vehicles. Red Lobster used chefs from its restaurants to extol the virtues of its menu. 24. If a person has a positive attitude toward a source and a message, or a negative attitude toward both, a state of congruity is said to exist. But what happens if a consumer hears a likable celebrity praise a brand she dislikes? Charles Osgood and Percy Tannenbaum believe attitude change will take place that increases the amount of congruity between the two evaluations. 25. The consumer will end up respecting the celebrity somewhat less or the brand somewhat more. If she encounters the same celebrity praising other disliked brands, she will eventually develop a negative view of the celebrity and maintain negative attitudes toward the brands. The principle of congruity implies that communicators can use their good image to reduce some negative feelings toward a brand, but in the process might lose some esteem with the audience. Select the communications channels. Selecting an efficient means to carry the message becomes more difficult as channels of communication become more fragmented and cluttered. Communications channels may be personal and non-personal. Within each are many sub-channels. Marketing memo. Celebrity endorsements as a message strategy. A well-chosen celebrity can draw attention to a product or brand, as Priceline found when it picked Star Trek icon William Shatner to star in campy ads reinforcing its low-price image. The quirky campaigns have run for more than a decade, and Shatner's decision to receive stock options as compensation reportedly netted him millions of dollars for his work. The right celebrity can also lend his or her image to a brand to reinforce its high status and prestige image. American Express has used movie legends Robert De Niro and Martin Scorsese in ads. Celebrities are likely to be effective when they are credible or personify a key product attribute. Sticks smell like Dennis Haysbert for State Farm Insurance, rugged Brett Favre for Wrangler jeans, and popular singer and actress Jennifer Hudson for Weight Watchers weight loss program have all been praised by consumers as good fits. Celine Dion, however, failed to add glamour or sales to Chrysler, and even though she was locked into a 3-year, $14 million deal, she was let go. Ozzy Osbourne seems an odd choice to advertise. I can't believe it's not better, given his seemingly perpetual confusion. A celebrity should have high recognition, high positive effect, and high fit with the product. Paris Hilton, Howard Stern, and Donald Trump have high recognition but negative effect among many groups. Johnny Depp has high recognition and high positive effect but might not seem relevant, for example, to a new financial service. Tom Hanks and Oprah Winfrey could successfully advertise a large number of products because they have extremely high ratings for familiarity and likability, known as the Q factor in the entertainment industry. Celebrities can play a more strategic role too, not only endorsing but also helping to design, position, and sell merchandise and services. Nike often brings its elite athletic endorsers in on product design. Tiger Woods, Paul Casey, and Stuart Sink have helped to design, prototype, and test new golf clubs and balls at Nike Golf's research and development facility. Beyoncé, Pepsi, will.I.am, Intel, Justin Timberlake, Bud Light Platinum, Alicia Keys, BlackBerry, and Taylor Swift, Diet Coke, have all been designated ambassadors for their brands with various creative duties and responsibilities. Some celebrities lend their talents to brands without directly using their fame. A host of movie and TV stars do uncredited commercial voiceovers, including Jon Hamm, Mercedes-Benz, Morgan Freeman, Visa, Matt Damon, TD Ameritrade, Jeff Bridges, Duracell, and George Clooney, Budweiser. Although advertisers assume some viewers will recognize the voices, the main rationale for using them is the actors' incomparable voice talent and skill. Using celebrities poses certain risks. The celebrity might hold out for a larger fee at contract renewal or withdrawal. And just like movies and album releases, celebrity campaigns can be expensive flops. The celebrity might lose popularity or, even worse, get caught in a scandal or embarrassing situation, as did Tiger Woods in a heavily publicized 2009 episode. Besides carefully checking endorsers' backgrounds, some marketers are choosing to use more than one to lessen their brand's exposure to any single person's flaws. Another solution is for marketers to create their own brand celebrities. Dos Equis beer, imported from Mexico, grew US sales by more than 20% during the recent recession by riding on the popularity of its most interesting man in the world ad campaign. Suave and debonair, with an exotic accent and a silver beard, the character has hundreds of thousands of Facebook friends despite being completely fictitious. Videos of his exploits log millions of views on YouTube. Dos Equis has made it possible for customers to call him and listen to a series of automated voicemail messages. Jennifer Hudson was seen as a highly credible spokesperson for Weight Watchers. Sources: Lauren Yapolita. 19 commercials you may not have realized were voiced by famous actors. www.buzzfeed.com 6 August 2013. Natalie's mother and Rupal Parekh. More than a pitchman. Why stars are getting marketing titles. Advertising Age. 10th February 2013. Tim Nug. Dos Equis invites you to call the most interesting voicemail in the world. Adweek. 9th November 2012. Lucia Moyes. Get Real. Adweek. 30th April 2012. Linda Mozzarella. Shatner's singing a happy tune. Toronto Sun. 2nd May 2010. Nike Golf celebrates achievements and successes of past year. www.worldgolf.com 2nd January 2009. Pike Levy, Keeping It Interesting. Marketing News. 30th October 2009. P8. Irving Rain, Philip Kotler, and Martin Scholar. The Making and Marketing of Professionals into Celebrities. Chicago, NTC Business Books, 1997. Personal communications channels. Personal communications channels let two or more persons communicate face-to-face or person-to-audience through a phone, surface mail, or email. They derive their effectiveness from individualized presentation and feedback and include direct marketing, personal selling, and word of mouth. We can draw a further distinction between advocate, expert, and social communications channels. Advocate channels consist of company salespeople contacting buyers in the target market. Expert channels consist of independent experts making statements to target buyers. Social channels consist of neighbors, friends, family members, and associates talking to target buyers. A study by Burson Marsteller and Roper Starch worldwide found that one influential person's word of mouth tends to affect the buying attitudes of two other people, on average. That circle of influence, however, jumps to 8 online. Word about good companies travels fast. Word about bad companies travels even faster. Reaching the right people is key. Personal influence carries especially great weight. 1. When products are expensive, risky, or purchased infrequently. And 2. When products suggest something about the user's status or taste. People often ask others to recommend a doctor, plumber, hotel, lawyer, accountant, architect, insurance agent, interior decorator, or financial consultant. If we have confidence in the recommendation, we normally act on the referral. Service providers clearly have a strong interest in building referral sources. Even business-to-business marketers can benefit from strong word of mouth. To give loyal customers and others a voice in product development, John Deere created its own chat show, You're On, with a mobile production studio called Chatterbox, built to resemble a local radio station. The award-winning campaign was launched at the world's largest construction show, ConExpo, and also featured daily blogs and real-time texts to engage others outside the event in the design of the 2012 product lineup. 26 consumers used word of mouth to talk about dozens of brands each day. from media and entertainment products such as movies, TV shows, and publications to food products, travel, services, and retail stores. Companies are acutely aware of its power. Hush Puppies shoes, Krispy Kreme donuts, and, more recently, Crocs shoes were built through strong word of mouth, as were companies such as Red Bull, Starbucks, and Amazon.com. Positive word of mouth sometimes happens organically with little advertising, but as Chapter 21 discusses, it can also be managed and facilitated. 27. Without question, more advertisers now, greater earned media, unsolicited professional commentary, personal blog entries, social network discussion, as a result of their paid media and owned media efforts. Choosing a unique event can also be helpful, as Volkswagen found out with its Shark Week promotion. 28. Volkswagen and Shark Week Discovery Channel's Shark Week is a cultural TV phenomenon that spans more than 25 years and always generates high ratings. To boost brand affinity among men for its newly redesigned VW Beetle, Volkswagen and its agency partners formed a sponsorship for Shark Week and created a diving cage that was plunged into shark-infested waters. The Shark Observation Cage, as it was called, was a fully operational Beetle. Stunning images showed the car driving on the ocean floor with sharks swirling around. The campaign featured VW-branded videos that ran on air and online, supported by much social media, PR, and traditional print and out-of-home ads. The campaign was liked on Facebook 1.8 million times, and sales increased 50%, male buyers went from 20% to 40%. Word of mouth can be particularly effective for smaller businesses, with whom customers may feel a more personal relationship. Many are investing in various forms of social media to get the word out instead of newspapers, radio, and yellow pages. Southern Jewels, started by a recent college grad, found sales doubling over 6 months after it began to actively use Facebook, Twitter, and e-commerce software. 29. Non-personal, mass communications channels. Non-personal channels are communications directed to more than one person and include advertising, sales promotions, events and experiences, and public relations. Much recent growth has taken place through events and experiences. Events marketers who once favored sports events are now using other venues, such as art museums, zoos, and ice shows to entertain clients and employees. AT&T and IBM sponsor symphony performances and art exhibits. Visa is an active sponsor of the Olympics, and Harley-Davidson sponsors annual motorcycle rallies. Citibank found a novel way to promote its corporate brand by sponsoring a unique service. 30. City Bikes. One growth area in big cities is bike-sharing programs that let members pick up and drop off rented bikes at street-side stations. In New York City, Citibank struck a $41 million, 6-year deal to sponsor 10,000 Cobalt Blue City bikes at 600 stations across the city. Riders pay a membership fee and a usage fee based on time. The program has been wildly successful. Millions of rides were taken in the first year alone. Observers noted that in New York's sea of billboards and ads, city bikes cut through the visual clutter. They also improved consumer perceptions of city as innovative, socially responsible, and a company for me. With bike stations often located near retail bank branches, City also experienced an uptick in business and credit card applications. Citibank's bike sponsorship in New York City has paid many different kinds of dividends for the company. Companies are searching for better ways to quantify the benefits of sponsorship and demanding greater accountability from event owners and organizers. They are also creating their own events designed to surprise the public and create a buzz. Many efforts amount to guerrilla marketing tactics. Marketing Insight, in Tricks to Build a Brand, describes some clever marketing promotions that are out of the ordinary. Events can create attention, though whether they have a lasting effect on brand awareness, knowledge, or preference will vary considerably depending on the quality of the product, the event itself, and its execution. Marketing Insight. Playing tricks to build a brand. Some marketers are taking advantage of viral videos and other digital forms of expression to develop creative stunts or reality pranks to promote their brands. The successful ones capture the public's imagination while reinforcing the brand positioning in the process. Here are two examples. To demonstrate the picture quality of its Ultra HD TVS, with resolution up to 4 times greater than regular HD TVS, LG shot a hidden camera prank commercial in Chile. In an office in a high-rise building, the company replaced the large window overlooking the city with one of its Ultra HD TVs showing the same scene. Then it filmed unsuspected job seekers responding to interview questions from an actor posing as an employer. All is well until the middle of the interview when a large meteor is shown crashing into the city with a monstrous dust cloud rushing toward the building. The interviewees all try to remain calm, until the realistic images eventually overwhelm them and they react in panic. To demonstrate the eye-tracking feature of its new Galaxy S4 smartphone, Samsung ran a stare-down challenge contest. The concept was simple. Anyone who could sustain eye contact with an S4 handset for a full hour in a busy public setting would win the phone free. The phone was placed at eye level, but as time went on, increasingly attention-getting distractions would appear. Police holding back a barking German Shepherd, a one-man band roaming around playing loud music, a motorcycle crashing into a flower stand, and so on. There was a consolation prize too. The longer a participant was able to stare at the S4, the bigger the discount for purchasing one. Both videos became viral sensations with millions of views, entertainingly reinforcing key benefits that made up the brand positioning. Sources: Will Burns, Samsung, Stare Down, the latest great reality prank, Forbes, 31st May 2013, Eye to Eye. Phone competition, www.fishmanillard.com, accessed 30th March 2014, Will Burns, LG Ultra HD TV, a product. Demo for the ages, Forbes, 5th September 2013, Salvador Rodriguez, LG hidden camera prank ad for its Ultra HD TV goes viral, Los Angeles Times, 7th September 2013. LG's reality prank with scared job interviewees vividly demonstrated the picture quality of its Ultra HD TVs. Integration of communications channels. Although personal communication is often more effective than mass communication, mass media might be the major means of stimulating it. Mass communications affect personal attitudes and behavior through a two-step process. Ideas often first flow from radio, television, and print to opinion leaders or consumers highly engaged with media, and then from these influencers to less media-involved population groups. 31. This two-step flow has several implications. First, the influence of mass media on public opinion is not as direct, powerful, and automatic as marketers supposed. It is mediated by opinion leaders and media mavens, people who track new ideas and whose opinions others seek or who carry their opinions to others. Second, the two-step flow challenges the notion that consumption styles are primarily influenced by a trickle-down or trickle-up effect from mass media. People interact primarily within their own social groups and acquire ideas from others in their groups. Third, mass communicators should direct messages specifically to opinion leaders and others engaged with media if possible, and let them carry the message to others. Establish the total marketing communications budget. One of the most difficult marketing decisions is choosing how much to spend on marketing communications. John Wanamaker, the department store magnate, once said, "I know that half of my advertising is wasted, but I don't know which half." Industries and companies vary considerably in how much they spend on marketing communications. Expenditures might be 40% to 45% of sales in the cosmetics industry, but only 5% to 10% in the industrial equipment industry. Within a given industry, there are low and high spending companies. How do companies set their communications budgets? We will describe 4 common methods: the affordable method, the percentage of sales method, the competitive parity method, and the objective and task method. Affordable method. Some companies set the communications budget at what they think they can afford. The affordable method completely ignores the role of marketing communications as an investment and their immediate impact on sales volume. It leads to an uncertain annual budget, which makes long-range planning difficult. Percentage of sales method. Some companies set communication expenditures at a specified percentage of current or anticipated sales or of the sales price. Automobile companies typically budget a fixed percentage based on the planned car price. All companies appropriate a fraction of a cent for each gallon of gasoline sold under their own label. The percentage of sales method has little to justify it. It views sales as the determiner of communications rather than as the result. It leads to a budget set by the availability of funds rather than by market opportunities. It discourages experimentation with counter-cyclical communication or aggressive spending. Dependence on year-to-year sales fluctuations interferes with long-range planning. There is no logical basis for choosing the specific percentage, except what has been done in the past or what competitors are doing. Finally, it does not encourage building the communications budget by identifying what each product and territory deserves. Competitive parity method. Some companies set their communications budgets to achieve share of voice parity with competitors. This approach is also problematic. There are no grounds for believing competitors know better. Company reputations, resources, opportunities, and objectives differ so much that communications budgets are hardly a guide. And there is no evidence that budgets based on competitive parity discourage communication wars. Objective task method. The most defensible approach, the objective and task method, calls upon marketers to develop communications budgets by defining specific objectives, identifying the tasks that must be performed to achieve these objectives, and estimating the costs of performing them. The sum of these costs is the proposed communications budget. Suppose Dr. Pepper Snapple wants to introduce a new natural energy drink, called Sunburst, for the casual athlete. 32. Its objectives might be as follows. 1. Establish the market share goal. The company estimates 50 million potential users and sets a target of attracting 8% of the market, that is, 4 million users. 2. Select the percentage of the market that should be reached by advertising. The advertiser hopes to reach 80% of the market, 40 million prospects, with its advertising message. 3. Estimate the percentage of aware prospects who should be persuaded to try the brand. The advertiser would be pleased if 25% of aware prospects, 10 million, tried Sunburst. It estimates that 40% of all triers, or 4 million people, will become loyal users. This is the market share goal. 4. Calculate the number of advertising impressions per 1% trial rate. The advertiser estimates that 40 advertising impressions, exposures, for every 1% of the population will bring about a 25% trial rate. 5. Find the number of gross rating points to be purchased. A gross rating point is one exposure to 1% of the target population. Because the company wants to achieve 40 exposures to 80% of the population, it will want to buy 3,200 gross rating points. 6. Calculate the necessary advertising budget on the basis of the average cost of buying a gross rating point. Suppose it costs an average of $3,277 to expose 1% of the target population to one impression. Then 3,200 gross rating points will cost $10,486,400, is equal to $3,277 times 3,200. In the introductory year. The objective and task method has the advantage of requiring management to spell out its assumptions about the relationship among dollars spent, exposure levels, trial rates, and regular usage. Communications budget trade-offs. How much weight should marketing communications receive compared to alternatives such as product improvement, lower prices, or better service? The answer depends on where the company's products are in their life cycles, whether they are commodities or highly differentiable products, whether they are routinely needed or must be sold, and other considerations. Marketing communications budgets tend to be higher when there is low channel support. The marketing program changes greatly over time. Many customers are hard to reach. Customer decision making is complex. Products are differentiated and customer needs are non-homogeneous, and purchases are frequent and quantities small. 33. In theory, marketers should establish the total communications budget so the marginal profit from the last communication dollar just equals the marginal profit from the last dollar in the best non-communication use. Implementing this economic principle can be a challenge, however. Selecting the marketing communications mix. Companies must allocate their marketing communications budget over the 8 major modes of communication: advertising, sales promotion, events and experiences, public relations and publicity, online and social media marketing, mobile marketing, direct and database marketing, and the sales force. Within the same industry, companies can differ considerably in their media and channel choices. Avon concentrates its promotional funds on personal selling, whereas Revlon spends heavily on advertising. Electrolux spent heavily on a door-to-door sales force for years, whereas Hoover relied more on advertising. Table 17.2 forecasts spending on some major forms of communication. Table 17.2 Advertising and Digital Marketing Communications Forecast for 2016. Share of global ad spend by medium, 2016%. Cinema 0.5%, desktop internet 17.9%, magazines 7.9%, mobile internet 2.7%, newspapers 17.0%. Outdoor 6.9%, radio 6.9%, television 40.2%. Source: Executive Summary, Advertising Expenditure Forecasts December 2013, Zenith Optimedia, www.zenithoptimedia.com. US Digital Marketing Communications, 2016 display advertising 26.4%, email marketing 2.4%, mobile marketing 25.5%, search marketing 37.5%, social media 8.2%. Source: data from Forrester Research. Online display advertising forecast 2014 to 2019, US, 21st May 2014. Forrester Research Search Engine Marketing Forecast 2014 to 2019, US, 8th May 2014. Forrester Research Mobile Advertising Forecast 2014 to 2019, US, 5th May 2014. Forrester Research Social Media Forecast 2014 to 2019, US, 4th April 2014. Forrester Research Email Marketing Forecast 2013 to 2018, US, 8th July 2013. Companies are always searching for ways to gain efficiency by substituting one communications tool for others. Many are replacing some field sales activity with ads, direct mail, and telemarketing. An auto dealer dismissed his 5 salespeople and cut prices, and sales exploded. Substitutability among communications tools explains why marketing functions need to be coordinated. Characteristics of the marketing communications mix. Each communication tool has its own unique characteristics and costs. We briefly review them here and discuss them in more detail in chapters 20, 21, and 22. Advertising reaches geographically dispersed buyers. It can build up a long-term image for a product, Coca-Cola ads, or trigger quick sales, a Macy's ad for a weekend sale. Certain forms of advertising such as TV can require a large budget, whereas other forms such as newspaper do not. The mere presence of advertising might have an effect on sales. Consumers might believe a heavily advertised brand must offer good value. 34 Because of the many forms and uses of advertising, it's risky to make generalizations about it. 35 Yet a few observations are worthwhile. 1. Pervasiveness. Advertising permits the seller to repeat a message many times. It also allows the buyer to receive and compare the messages of various competitors. Large-scale advertising says something positive about the seller's size, power, and success. 2. Amplified expressiveness. Advertising provides opportunities for dramatizing the company and its brands and products through the artful use of print, sound, and color. 3. Control. The advertiser can choose the aspects of the brand and product on which to focus communications. Sales promotion. Companies use sales promotion tools, coupons, contests, premiums, and alike, to draw a stronger and quicker buyer response, including short-run effects such as highlighting product offers and boosting sagging sales. Sales promotion tools offer 3 distinctive benefits. 1. Ability to be attention-getting. They draw attention and may lead the consumer to the product. 2. Incentive. They incorporate some concession, inducement, or contribution that gives value to the consumer. 3. Invitation. They include a distinct invitation to engage in the transaction now. Events and experiences. Events and experiences offer many advantages as long as they have the following characteristics. 1. Relevant. A well-chosen event or experience can be seen as highly relevant because the consumer is often personally invested in the outcome. 2. Engaging. Given their live, real-time quality, events and experiences are more actively engaging for consumers. 3. Implicit. Events are typically an indirect soft sell. Public relations and publicity. Marketers tend to underuse public relations, yet a well-thought-out program coordinated with the other communications mix elements can be extremely effective, especially if a company needs to challenge consumers' misconceptions. The appeal of public relations and publicity is based on 3 distinctive qualities. 1. High credibility. News stories and features are more authentic and credible to readers than ads. 2. Ability to reach hard-to-find buyers. Public relations can reach prospects who prefer to avoid mass media and targeted promotions. 3. Dramatization. Public relations can tell the story behind the company, brand, or product. Online and social media marketing. Online marketing and messages can take many forms to interact with consumers when they are in active search mode or just browsing and surfing online for something to do. They share 3 characteristics. 1. Rich. Much information or entertainment can be provided, as much or as little as a consumer might want. 2. Interactive. Information can be changed or updated depending on the person's response. 3. Up to date. A message can be prepared very quickly and diffused through social media channels. Mobile marketing. Increasingly, online marketing and social media rely on mobile forms of communication and smartphones or tablets. 3 distinguishing characteristics of mobile marketing are: 1. Timely. Mobile communications can be very time sensitive and reflect when and where a consumer is. 2. Influential. Information received or obtained via a smartphone can reach and influence consumers as they are making a purchase decision. 3. Pervasive. Consumers typically carry their smartphones everywhere, so mobile communications are at their fingertips. Direct and database marketing. The advent of big data has given marketers the opportunity to learn even more about consumers and develop more personal and relevant marketing communications. 3 noteworthy characteristics of direct and database marketing are: 1. Personal facts, opinions, and experiences can be stored in massive databases and incorporated into personal messages. 2. Proactive. A direct marketing piece can create attention, inform consumers, and include a call to action. 3. Complementary. Product information can be provided that helps other marketing communications, especially in terms of e-commerce. A good catalog might spur online shopping. Personal selling. Personal selling is the most effective tool at later stages of the buying process, particularly in building up buyer preference, conviction, and action. It has 3 notable qualities. 1. Customized. The message can be designed to appeal to any individual. 2. Relationship-oriented. Personal selling relationships can range from a matter-of-fact selling relationship to a deep personal friendship. 3. Response-oriented. The buyer is often given personal choices and encouraged to directly respond. Factors in setting the marketing communications mix. Companies must consider several factors in developing their communications mix: type of product, market, consumer readiness to make a purchase, and stage in the product life cycle. Type of product market: consumer marketers tend to spend comparatively more on sales, promotion, and advertising. Business marketers tend to spend comparatively more on personal selling. In general, personal selling is used more with complex, expensive, and risky goods and in markets with fewer and large sellers, hence, business markets. Although marketers rely more on sales calls in business markets, advertising still plays a significant role. Advertising can provide an introduction to the company and its products. If the product has new features, advertising can explain them. Reminder: advertising is more economical than sales calls. Advertisements offering brochures and carrying the company's phone number or web address are an effective way to generate leads for sales representatives. Sales representatives can use copies of the company's ads to legitimize their company and products. Advertising can remind customers how to use the product and reassure them about their purchase. Advertising combined with personal selling can increase sales over personal selling alone. Corporate advertising can improve a company's reputation and improve the sales force's chances of getting a favorable first hearing and early adoption of the product. IBM's recent corporate marketing effort is a notable success. 36. IBM Smarter Planet. Working with longtime ad agency Ogilvy and Mather, IBM launched Smarter Planet in 2008 as a business strategy and multi-platform communications program to promote the way in which IBM technology and expertise help government as well as transportation, energy, education, healthcare, and other businesses work better and smarter. The point was that technology has evolved so far that many of the world's problems are now fixable. The campaign began internally to inform and inspire IBM employees about how they could contribute to building a smarter planet. It was then rolled out with unconventional long-form, content-rich print ads, targeted TV ads, and detailed online interactive ads. Smarter Cities tour hosted major events at which IBM and other experts discussed and debated challenges all cities face: transportation, energy, healthcare, education, and public safety. The success of the campaign was evident in the significant improvements in IBM's image as a company that was making the world better and known for solving its clients' most challenging problems. Despite a recession, significant increases occurred in new business opportunities and the number of companies interested in doing business with IBM, and the company's stock price soared from $80 at the start of the campaign to more than $200 5 years later. IBM's Smarter Planet corporate ad campaign improved the company's image and drove sales. On the flip side, personal selling can also make a strong contribution in consumer goods marketing. Some consumer marketers use the sales force mainly to collect weekly orders from dealers and to see that sufficient stock is on the shelf. Yet an effectively trained company sales force can make 4 important contributions. 1. Increase stock position. Sales reps can persuade dealers to take more stock and devote more shelf space to the company's brand. 2. Build enthusiasm. Sales reps can build dealer enthusiasm by dramatizing planned advertising and communications support for the company's brand. 3. Conduct mission reselling. Sales reps can sign up more dealers. 4. Manage key accounts. Sales reps can take responsibility for growing business with the most important accounts. Buyer readiness stage. Communication tools vary in cost effectiveness at different stages of buyer readiness. Figure 17.4 shows the relative cost effectiveness of 3 communication tools. Advertising and publicity play the most important roles in the awareness building stage. Customer comprehension is primarily affected by advertising and personal selling. Customer conviction is influenced mostly by personal selling. Personal selling and sales promotion are most helpful in closing the sale. Reordering is also affected mostly by personal selling and sales promotion and somewhat by reminder advertising. Note too that online activities can affect virtually any stage. Vertical bar. Fig. 17.4 Vertical bar cost effectiveness of 3 different communication tools at different buyer readiness stages. Product life cycle stage. In the introduction stage of the product life cycle, advertising, events and experiences, and publicity have the highest cost effectiveness, followed by personal selling to gain distribution coverage and sales promotion and direct marketing to induce trial. In the growth stage, demand has its own momentum through word of mouth and interactive marketing. Advertising, events and experiences, and personal selling all become more important in the maturity stage. In the decline stage, sales promotion continues strong, other communication tools are reduced, and salespeople give the product only minimal attention. Measuring communication results. Senior managers want to know the outcomes and revenues resulting from their communications investments. Too often, however, their communications directors supply only inputs and expenses, press clipping counts, numbers of ads placed, or media costs. In fairness, communications directors try to translate inputs into intermediate outputs such as reach and frequency, the percentage of target market exposed to a communication and the number of exposures, recall and recognition scores, persuasion changes, and cost per thousand calculations. Ultimately, though, behavior change measures capture the real payoff. After implementing the communications plan, the communications director must measure its impact. Members of the target audience are asked whether they recognize or recall the message, how many times they saw it, what points they recall, how they felt about the message, and what are their previous and current attitudes toward the product and the company. The communicator should also collect behavioral measures of audience response, such as how many people bought the product, liked it, and talked to others about it. Figure 17.5 provides an example of good feedback measurement. We find 80% of the consumers in the total market are aware of brand A, 60% have tried it, and only 20% who tried it are satisfied. This indicates that the communications program is effective in creating awareness, but the product fails to meet consumer expectations. In contrast, 40% of the consumers in the total market are aware of brand B and only 30% have tried it, but 80% of them are satisfied. In this case, the communications program needs to be strengthened to take advantage of the brand's potential power. Vertical bar Fig. 17.5 Vertical bar Current consumer states for two brands. Managing the integrated marketing communications process. The American Marketing Association defines integrated marketing communications, IMC, as a planning process designed to assure that all brand contacts received by a customer or prospect for a product, service, or organization are relevant to that person and consistent over time. When done well, this planning process evaluates the strategic roles of a variety of communications disciplines and combines them seamlessly to provide clarity, consistency, and maximum impact of messages. The wide range of communication tools, messages, and audiences available to marketers makes it imperative that companies move toward integrated marketing communications. They must adopt a 360-degree view of consumers to fully understand all the different ways communications can affect behavior. 37 To facilitate one-stop shopping for marketers, media companies and ad agencies have acquired promotion agencies, public relations firms, package design consultancies, website developers, social media experts, and direct mail houses. They are redefining themselves as communications companies that help clients improve their overall communications effectiveness by offering strategic and practical advice on many forms of communication. These expanded capabilities make it easier for marketers to assemble various media properties, as well as related marketing services, in an integrated communication program. Table 17.3 lists the different lines of businesses for marketing and advertising services giant WPP, for example. Table 17.3 WPP's lines of businesses. Advertising global, national, and specialist advertising services from a range of top international and specialist agencies, among them Bates Chi & Partners, Gray, JWT, Ogilvy & Meyer, United Network, and Y&R Media Investment Management above and below line media planning and buying and specialist sponsorship and branded entertainment services from Group M companies Mediacom, MEC, Mindshare, Maxus, plus 10th Avenue and others. Consumer Insight WPP's counter companies, including TNS, Millward Brown, The Futures Company, and many other specialists in brand, consumer, media, and marketplace insight, work with clients to generate and apply great insights. Public relations and public affairs, corporate, consumer, financial, and brand building services from PR and lobbying firms Burson Marsteller, Cohn and Wolf, Hill plus Knowlton Strategies, Ogilvy Public Relations Worldwide, RLM Finsbury, and others. Branding and identity, consumer, corporate, and employee branding and design services, covering identity, packaging, literature, events, training, and architecture from Addison Group, Brand Union, Fitch, Lambinan, Landa Associates, The Partners, and others. Direct, promotion, and relationship marketing, the full range of general and specialist customer, channel, direct, field, retail, promotional, and point-of-sale services from ACA, Geometry Global, Ogilvy, RTC Relationship Marketing, VML, Wonderman, and others. Healthcare communications, GCI Health, GHG, Ogilvy Common Health Worldwide, Sudler and Hennessy, and others provide integrated healthcare marketing solutions from advertising to medical education and online marketing. Specialist communications, a comprehensive range of specialist services, from custom media and multicultural marketing to event, sports, youth, and entertainment marketing, corporate and business-to-business, media, technology, and production services. WPP Digital. Through WPP Digital, WPP companies and their clients have access to a portfolio of digital experts including 24/7 media, Blue State Digital, and Possible Source, adapted from WPP, What We Do, www.wpp.com/wpp/about/Waitwedo as of 28 June 2014. Coordinating media. Media coordination can occur across and within media types, but marketers should combine personal and non-personal communications channels through multiple multiple stage campaigns to achieve maximum impact and increase message reach and impact. Promotions and online solicitations can be more effective when combined with advertising. For example, 38. The awareness and attitudes created by advertising campaigns can increase the success of more direct sales pitches. Advertising can convey the positioning of a brand and benefit from online display advertising or search engine marketing that sends a stronger call to action. 39. Most companies are coordinating their online and offline communication activities. Web addresses in ads, especially print ads, and on packages allow people to more fully explore a company's products, find store locations, and get more product or service information. Even if consumers don't order online, marketers can use websites in ways that drive them into stores too. By implementing IMC, many international clients such as IBM, Ogilvy, Colgate, WPP's Red Fuse, and GE, BBDO, have opted to place a substantial portion of their communications work with one full-service agency. The result is integrated and more effective marketing communications at a much lower total cost. Integrated marketing communications can produce stronger message consistency and help build brand equity and create greater sales impact. 40. It forces management to think about every way the customer comes in contact with the company, how the company communicates its positioning, the relative importance of each vehicle, and timing issues. It gives someone the responsibility, where none existed before, to unify the company's brand images and messages as they are sent through thousands of company activities. IMC should improve the company's ability to reach the right customers with the right messages at the right time and in the right place. 41. Marketing Memo. How integrated is your IMC program? Provides some guidelines. Marketing Memo. How integrated is your IMC program? In assessing the collective impact of an IMC program, the marketer's overriding goal is to create the most effective and efficient communications program possible. The following 6 CAs criteria can help determine whether communications are truly integrated. Coverage. Coverage is the proportion of the audience reached by each communication option employed, as well as the amount of overlap among those options. In other words, to what extent do different communication options reach the designated target market and the same or different consumers making up that market? Contribution. Contribution is the inherent ability of a marketing communication to create the desired response and communication effects from consumers in the absence of exposure to any other communication option. How much does a communication affect consumer processing and build awareness, enhance image, elicit responses, and induce sales? Commonality. Commonality is the extent to which common associations are reinforced across communication options, that is, the extent to which different communication options share the same meaning. The consistency and cohesiveness of the brand image are important because they determine how easily existing associations and responses can be recalled and how easily additional associations and responses can become linked to the brand in memory. Complementarity. Communication options are often more effective when used in tandem. Complementarity relates to the extent to which different associations and linkages are emphasized across communication options. For effective positioning, brands typically need to establish multiple brand associations. Different marketing communication options may be better suited to establishing a particular brand association. For example, sponsorship of a cause may improve perceptions of a brand's trust and credibility, but TV and print advertising may be needed to communicate its performance advantages. Conformability. In any integrated communication program, the message will be new to some consumers and not to others. Conformability refers to the extent to which a marketing communication option works for such different groups of consumers. The ability to work at two levels, effectively communicating to consumers who have and have seen other communications, is critically important. Cost. Marketers must evaluate marketing communications on all these criteria against their cost to arrive at the most effective and most efficient communications program. Source: adapted from Kevin Lane Keller, Strategic Brand Management, 4th ed., Upper Saddle River, NJ, Pearson, 2013. Summary. 1. Modern marketing calls for more than developing a good product, pricing it attractively, and making it accessible to target customers. Companies must also communicate with present and potential stakeholders and with the general public. 2. The marketing communications mix consists of 8 major modes of communication: advertising, sales promotion, public relations and publicity, events and experiences, online and social media marketing, mobile marketing, direct and database marketing, and personal selling. 3. The communications process consists of 9 elements: sender, receiver, message, media, encoding, decoding, response, feedback, and noise. To get their messages through, marketers must take into account how the target audience usually decodes messages. They must also transmit the message through efficient media that reach the target audience and develop feedback channels to monitor response to the message. 4. Developing effective communications requires 8 steps. 1. Identify the target audience. 2. Choose the communications objectives. 3. Design the communications. 4. Select the communications channels. 5. Set the total communications budget. 6. Choose the communications mix. 7. Measure the communications results. And 8. Manage the integrated marketing communications process. 5. Identifying the target audience. The marketer needs to close any gap that exists between current public perception and the image sought. Communications objectives can be to create a need for the category, brand awareness, brand attitude, or brand purchase intention. 6. Designing the communication requires answering 3 questions: what to say, message strategy, how to say it, creative strategy, and who should say it, message source. Communications channels can be personal, advocate, expert, and social channels, or non-personal, media, atmospheres, and events. 7. Although other methods exist, The objective and task method of setting the communications budget, which calls upon marketers to develop their budgets by defining specific objectives, is typically most desirable. 8. In choosing the marketing communications mix, marketers must examine the distinct advantages and costs of each communication tool and the company's market rank. They must also consider the type of product market in which they are selling, how ready consumers are to make a purchase, and the product's stage in the company, brand, and product life cycle. 9. Measuring the effectiveness of the marketing communications mix requires asking members of the target audience whether they recognize or recall the communication, how many times they saw it, what points they recall, how they felt about the communication, and what are their previous and current attitudes toward the company, brand, and product. 10. Managing and coordinating the entire communications process calls for integrated marketing communications, IMC marketing communications planning that recognizes the added value of a comprehensive plan to evaluate the strategic roles of a variety of communications disciplines and that combines these disciplines to provide clarity, consistency, and maximum impact through the seamless integration of discrete messages. Applications. Marketing debate. Has TV advertising lost its power? Long deemed the most successful marketing medium, television advertising is increasingly criticized for being too expensive and, even worse, less effective than it once was. Critics maintain that consumers tune out too many ads and that it is difficult to make a strong impression. The future, claim some, is with online advertising. Supporters of TV advertising disagree, contending that the multisensory experience of TV is unsurpassed and that no other media option offers the same potential impact. Take a position: TV advertising has largely become unimportant versus TV advertising is still the most powerful advertising medium. Marketing discussion. Communications audit. Pick a brand and go to its website. Locate as many forms of communication as you can find. Conduct an informal communications audit. What do you notice? How consistent are the different communications? Marketing excellence. Red Bull. Red Bull's integrated marketing communications mix has been so successful that the company has created an entirely new billion-dollar drink category, energy drinks. Red Bull has become a multi-billion-dollar beverage brand among fierce competition from beverage kings like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Anheuser-Busch. To date, the company has sold more than 40 billion cans of energy drinks across 166 countries. How? Red Bull became the energy drink market leader by fully connecting with youth around the globe and doing it differently than anyone else. Dietrich Mateschitz founded Red Bull with a single product in Austria in 1987. By 1997, the slender silver and blue can was available in 25 markets globally, including Western and Eastern Europe, New Zealand, and South Africa. Its size and style immediately signaled to consumers that its contents were different from traditional soft drinks. Red Bull's ingredients, amino acid taurine, E-complex vitamins, caffeine, and carbohydrates, were specifically formulated to make the drink highly caffeinated and energizing. In fact, some users have referred to it as liquid cocaine or speed in a can. Over the past decade, the company introduced other products and flavors, many of which did not succeed. Today, Red Bull offers the original Red Bull energy drink, Red Bull Total Zero, Red Bull Sugar Free, and special editions infused with berry, lime, and cranberry flavors. As the company continued to expand worldwide, it developed an integrated marketing communications plan that reached its target audience on many different levels and built its brand image of authenticity, originality, and community. First, Red Bull focused on pre-marketing, sponsoring events like the Red Bull's No Thrill of Chamonix ski contest in France to help build word-of-mouth excitement around the brand. Once the company entered a new market, it built buzz through its seeding program, micro-targeting trendy shops, clubs, bars, and stores. This enabled the cultural elite to access Red Bull's product first and influence other consumers. As one Red Bull executive explained, "We go to on-premise accounts first, because the product gets a lot of visibility and attention. It goes faster to deal with individual accounts, not big chains and their authorization process." The company also targeted opinion leaders likely to influence consumers' purchases, including action sports, athletes and entertainment celebrities. Once Red Bull gained some momentum in bars, it moved into gyms, health food stores, restaurants, convenience stores near colleges, and eventually supermarkets. The company's primary point of purchase tool has always been its refrigerated sales units, prominently displaying the Red Bull logo. These set the brand apart from other beverage and ensure a prominent location in every retail environment. To guarantee consistency and quality in its point of purchase displays, the company hired teams of delivery van drivers whose sole responsibility was stocking Red Bull. Another essential aspect of Red Bull's marketing communication mix is product trial. Whereas traditional beverage marketers attempt to reach the maximum number of consumers with sampling, the company seeks to reach consumers only in ideal usage occasion, namely when they feel fatigue and need a boost of energy. As a result, its sampling campaigns take place at concerts, parties, festivals, sporting events, beaches, highway rest areas, for tired drivers, and college libraries and in limos before award shows. Red Bull also aligns itself with a wide variety of extreme sports, athletes, and teams and artists in music, dance, and film. From motorsports to mountain biking, snowboarding to surfing, rock concerts to extreme sailing, there is no limit to the craziness of a Red Bull event. Or sponsorship. A few company-sponsored events are notorious for taking originality and extreme sporting to the limit. For example, at the annual Flugtag, contestants build homemade flying machines that must weigh less than 450 pounds, including the pilot. Teams launched their contraptions of a specially designed Red Bull branded ramp, 30 feet above a body of water. Crowds of as many as 300,000 young consumers cheer as the contestants and their craft try to stay true to the brand's slogan, "Red Bull gives you wings." Red Bull uses traditional advertising once the market has grown mature and the company needs to reinforce the brand to its consumers. As one executive explained, "Media is not a tool that we use to establish the market. It is a critical part. It's just later in the development." Red Bull's marketing communications strategy has been extremely successful connecting with its young consumers. It falls directly in line with the company's mission to be seen as unique, original, and rebellious, just as its Generation Y consumers want to be viewed. Question 1. What are Red Bull's greatest strengths as more companies, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Monster, enter the energy drink category and gain market share? What are the risks of competing against such powerhouses? 2. Discuss the pros and cons of Red Bull's non-traditional marketing tactics. Should the company do more traditional advertising? Why or why not? 3. Discuss the effectiveness of Red Bull's sponsorships. Where should the company draw the line in terms of novelty and risk? Sources: Kevin Lane Keller, Red Bull, Managing a High-Growth Brand, Best Practice Cases in Branding, 3rd ed., Upper Saddle River, NJ, Prentice Hall, 2008, Peter Ha, Red Bull Stratos, Man Will Freefall from Earth's Stratosphere, Time, 22nd January 2010, Red Bull to go on sale in US with fruity flavors, Business Week, 8th October 2012, www.redbull.com. Marketing Excellence. L'Oreal. L'Oreal is one of the leading beauty and cosmetic companies in the world with well-segmented product offerings in 130 countries. Headquartered in Paris, France, L'Oreal's origins date back to 1909, when the young entrepreneur Eugene Schueller formed a company that sold hair dyes to hairdressers. Growing through successful brand launches and acquisitions, the company became the L'Oreal Group. In 2013, L'Oreal had a market capitalization of $94.76 billion with $9 billion spent on advertising and promotion. It markets 27 global brands and operates across 5 divisions selling high-end luxury cosmetics, professional hairstyling products, specialized dermatological products, mass-market consumer beauty products, and the Body Shop brand. Some of its iconic brands are YSL, Ralph Lauren, Lancôme, Caresses, Redken, Vichy, L'Oréal Paris, Maybelline, and Garnier. L'Oréal Paris is the innovative brand from the company's consumer product division that sells high-end mass-marketed hair care, hair color, skin care, and makeup products. L'Oréal uses a rich integrated marketing communications mix across television, print, events, experiences, interaction, and social media to promote the brand's universal message of the power of beauty. More than 40 years ago, L'Oréal Paris revolutionized the advertising world with the legendary slogan, "Because I am worth it." Written in 1973 by a 23-year-old female copywriter from McCain Erickson, when the idea of feminism was at its peak, the slogan spread the message of respect and recognition for women. The slogan's positive and empowering sentiment helped develop a line of celebrity endorsements supported by 35 diverse international ambassadors like Jane Fonda, Jennifer Lopez, Beyoncé, and Aishwarya Rai. The timeless appeal of the slogan is used across many brands sold under the L'Oréal Paris umbrella, and has been tweaked to "Because you are worth it," and "Because we are worth it," to adapt to the changing times. L'Oréal believes that events bring brands to life and are a key component of its IMC strategy. It effectively integrates promotional events with the celebrity power of its brand ambassadors from nearly 20 international red carpets including the Cannes Film Festival. L'Oréal also aligns its communications strategy with fashion events by sponsoring global events like Graduate Fashion Weeks and Fashion Weeks in London, Toronto, and Melbourne. The L'Oréal Paris Powder Room, a pop-up brand experience, is set up during the fashion events where experts provide professional advice, beauty tips, and gifts that help in delivering synchronized brand messages to audiences. L'Oréal also works on partnerships to gain visibility across strategic traditional and digital media in developing its marketing communications. It successfully associated with the Emmy Award-winning fashion reality show, Project Runway, that regularly featured its products on the show. In addition to mass media sponsorships, L'Oréal's IMC strategy uses partnerships that work on more direct communications. In 2013, L'Oréal partnered with Rent the Runway, a leading online rental fashion store, for its campus program that had a presence in more than 200 college campuses in the US with a reach of over 1.1 million female students. RTR's network of 1,000 brand ambassadors used its digital catalogs, social media, and organized grassroots events to promote the brand. The program was supported by L'Oréal in its nationally syndicated television programs and on social media. Through such associations, L'Oréal delivers a coordinated message of beauty and self-worth to women at specifically targeted levels. L'Oréal creatively uses interactive marketing as part of its IMC to engage its consumers in online loyalty programs, such as the L'Oréal Paris Gold Rewards. Consumers can earn credit online and get free products upon collecting enough points. Responding to the growth of online beauty videos and utilizing the concept to build a stronger communications strategy, L'Oréal teamed up with YouTube to produce a one-stop beauty channel. The online channel, called Destination Beauty, offered its audience information on latest trends, looks, and provided tutorials. In 2014, offering a unique e-beauty experience, L'Oréal Paris introduced its digital innovation app, Makeup Genius, a virtual makeup tester that allows women to try different looks and products through smart devices. L'Oréal believes this will revolutionize the way women shop for makeup. L'Oréal has also adapted its global communication strategy in different local markets. For example, in the Middle East, L'Oréal considers the region's distinct concept of beauty and cultural norms in developing communication messages. L'Oreal recognizes that Middle Eastern women are becoming more sophisticated in their beauty choices with easy access to international trends through the internet. L'Oreal has developed a careful blend of the IMC tools to connect with the women in the Middle East, and at the same time maintain synergy with its global communication themes. Key elements of L'Oreal's IMC strategy in the Middle East include traditional advertising, sales promotion, events, experiences, interactive marketing, and personal selling. Each tool is implemented keeping in view local preferences and customs. Many countries in the Middle East, like the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, host world-class malls that are the main entertainment destination for local families. L'Oreal uses these retail facilities to reach relevant audiences by offering creative point-of-purchase displays, sales presentations, demonstrations, sampling, exhibits, and experiences within these shopping malls. Following its worldwide approach, L'Oreal uses celebrity endorsements in the Middle East. In 2012, L'Oreal named Najwa Karam, a top Lebanese artist known as the Shining Sun of the Arab music world, as its first brand ambassador in the Middle East. L'Oreal develops specific promotional campaigns for popular festivals in the Middle East as well. For example, the Sokoto Eid Look campaign in 2014 promoted the idea of celebrating the festival of Eid by dressing up with the most awaited L'Oreal Paris Eid look, endorsed by its latest brand spokesperson. L'Oreal has also partnered with the online fashion store Muda.com to launch its first e-commerce platform in the Middle East. This exclusive beauty meets fashion website offers a distinctive mix of content and commerce to consumers in the Middle East. L'Oreal is changing the face of beauty marketing by transforming its marketing model through complete integration of its traditional and digital media. It uses content-based marketing incorporating education, empowerment, and aspiration to develop creative messages that increase its brand equity. With more than 4 billion searches on the web on the subject of beauty, consumers are increasingly using digital and social media. L'Oreal takes such consumer insights and the digital revolution seriously. By developing content using how-to videos, information on trends, fashion tips, virtual makeup trials, celebrity appeals, and covering glamorous awards and fashion events, L'Oreal stays relevant to the subject of beauty globally. Question 1. Discuss L'Oreal Paris message strategy and creative strategy in light of its slogan and use of brand ambassadors. Do you think L'Oreal Paris has adapted its AMC strategy effectively in the Middle East? 2. Evaluate L'Oreal's approach to events, experiences, and sponsorships. Has L'Oreal been effective in selecting its partners? 3. What are the benefits of content-based marketing for a beauty brand like L'Oreal? Do you think L'Oreal is right in completely integrating its traditional and digital media backed by a fully integrated communications program? P&GS, thank you mom. Olympic sponsorship has connected with customers and improved sales worldwide. Source: Clean UTJ Ajanichina. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What steps are required in developing an advertising program? P568. 2. How should marketers choose advertising media and measure their effectiveness? P574. 3. How should sales promotion decisions be made? P583. 4. What are the guidelines for effective brand building events and experiences? P588. 5. How can companies exploit the potential of public relations? P591. 18. Managing mass communications, advertising, sales promotions, events and experiences, and public relations. Despite the enormous increase in marketers' use of personal communications due to the pervasive nature of the internet, mass media are still a vitally important component of most marketing communications programs. The old days in which, if you build a great ad, they will come, are long gone, however. To generate consumer interest and sales, mass media must often be supplemented and carefully integrated with other communications. P&G has struck gold with its fully integrated Olympic-themed Thank You Mom campaign. 1. After its sponsorship of the US national team at the 2010 Winter Olympics in Vancouver led to an estimated $100 million in increased revenue, Procter & Gamble signed up to be an official Olympic sponsor for the next 5 Summer and Winter Games from 2012 to 2020, targeting women in their roles as caregivers and family anchors. The company backed its sponsorship with the multimedia Thank You Mom global marketing campaign. The Best Job online and broadcast ad campaign for the 2012 Summer Olympics in London emotionally portrayed the crucial roles played by mothers whose children went on to become Olympic champions. Each ad finished by showing the P&G corporate logo and some of its billion-dollar-plus brands, such as Pampers, Gillette, Duracell, and Bounty. More than 70 million US viewers watched at least one digital ad or video during the fully integrated campaign. It also combined promotions, PR, quiz, marketing, and other communications to immerse the consumer with the brands and the message at every level, on every platform from smartphones to stores in 204 international markets. P&G marketers estimated the firm received $200 million in added sales from the campaign. For the 2014 Winter Olympics in Sochi, Russia, it launched the Pick Them Back Up campaign, which paid homage to moms of athletes from across the globe, bringing to life the daily lessons all moms teach and the unconditional love moms give kids no matter what. Additional online videos told the real-life stories of Olympians from different countries. Although P&G clearly has found great success with its multimedia Olympics campaign, other marketers are trying to come to grips with how to best use mass media in the new, and still changing, communication environment. In this chapter, we examine the nature and use of 4 mass communication tools: advertising, sales promotion, events and experiences, and public relations and publicity. Developing and managing an advertising program. Advertising can be a cost-effective way to disseminate messages, whether to build a brand preference or to educate people. Even in today's challenging media environment, good ads can pay off. Geico has succeeded by keeping both its ad campaigns and their executions fresh. 3. Geico has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on TV advertising. Has it been worth it? Warren Buffett, chairman and CEO of Geico's parent company Berkshire Hathaway, thinks so. Geico has more than quintupled its revenue over the past decade, from slightly under $3 billion in 1998 to more than $17 billion in 2013, making it the fastest-growing auto insurance company in the United States. The company sells directly to consumers with a basic message: 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Partnering with the Martin Agency, Geico has run a series of highly creative and award-winning ad campaigns to emphasize different aspects of the brand. 4 ran concurrently in 2014. TV ads featuring the Cockney-speaking gecko lizard spokes character reinforce Geico's brand image as credible and accomplished. The Happier Than campaign comes up with exaggerated situations to describe how happy Geico customers are, such as a camel on Wednesday, hump day, or Dracula volunteering at a blood drive. A third campaign featuring Maxwell, a talking pig, focuses on specific products and service features. The fourth campaign, Did You Know?, starts with a person commenting on the company's famous 15-minute slogan to a companion, who replies, "Everyone knows that." The first speaker then tries to save face with a twist on some other conventional wisdom, such as that Pinocchio was a poor motivational speaker or Old MacDonald was a really bad speller. Multiple campaigns complement each other and build on each other's success. The company dominates the TV airwaves with so many varied car insurance messages that competitors' ads are lost. In developing an advertising program, marketing managers must always start by identifying the target market and buyer motives. Then they can make the 5 major decisions known as the 5 M's. 1. Mission: what are our advertising objectives? 2. Money: How much can we spend and how do we allocate our spending across media types? 3. Message. What should the ad campaign say? 4. Media. What media should we use? 5. Measurement. How should we evaluate the results? These decisions are summarized in Figure 18.1 and described in the following sections. Fast-growing auto insurance provider Geico runs multiple ad campaigns at the same time, each emphasizing different aspects of its brand and service. Vertical bar Fig. 18.1 Vertical bar The 5 Ms of advertising. Setting the advertising objectives. Advertising objectives must flow from earlier decisions about target market, brand positioning, and the marketing program. An advertising objective, or goal, is a specific communications task and achievement level to be accomplished with a specific audience in a specific period of time. 4. To increase among 30 million homemakers who own automatic washers the number who identify brand X as a low-soding detergent, and who are persuaded that it gets clothes cleaner, from 10% to 40% in 1 year. We classify advertising objectives according to whether they aim to inform, persuade, remind, or reinforce. These goals correspond to stages in hierarchy of effects model discussed in Chapter 19. Informative advertising aims to create brand awareness and knowledge of new products or new features of existing products. 5. Consumer packaged goods companies like Colgate, General Mills, and Unilever will often focus on key product benefits. Persuasive advertising aims to create liking, preference, conviction, and purchase of a product or service. Some persuasive advertising is comparative advertising, which explicitly compares the attributes of 2 or more brands, such as the Chrysler TV ad for the Dodge Ram that asks, what if you were to take away horsepower, torque, and warranty coverage from a Ram? Well, you'd end up with the Ford F-150. 6. Comparative advertising works best when it elicits cognitive and affective motivations simultaneously and when consumers are processing advertising in a detailed, analytical mode. 7. Reminder advertising aims to stimulate repeat purchase of products and services. Expensive, for Coca-Cola ads in magazines remind people to purchase Coca-Cola. Reinforcement advertising aims to convince current purchasers they made the right choice. Automobile ads often depict satisfied customers enjoying special features of their new car. The advertising objective should emerge from a thorough analysis of the current marketing situation. If the product class is mature, the company is the market leader, and brand usage is low, the objective is to stimulate more usage. If the product class is new, the company is not the market leader, and the brand is superior to the leader, the objective is to convince the market of the brand's superiority. Deciding on the advertising budget. How does a company know it's spending the right amount? Although advertising is treated as a current expense, part of it is really an investment in building brand equity and customer loyalty. When a company spends $5 million on capital equipment, it can call the equipment a 5-year depreciable asset and write off only 1/5 of the cost in the first year. When it spends $5 million on advertising to launch a new product, however, it must write off the entire cost in the first year, reducing its reported profit, even if the benefits will persist for many years to come. Factors affecting budget decisions. Here are 5 specific factors to consider when setting the advertising budget. 8. One stage in the product life cycle. New products typically merit large advertising budgets to build awareness and gain consumer trial. Established brands usually are supported by lower advertising budgets, measured as a ratio to sales. 2. Market share and consumer base. High market share brands usually require less advertising expenditure as a percentage of sales to maintain share. Building share by increasing market size requires larger expenditures. 3. Competition and clutter. In a market with a large number of competitors and high advertising spending, a brand must advertise more heavily to be heard. Even advertisements not directly competitive to the brand create clutter and a need for heavier advertising. 4. Advertising frequency. The number of repetitions needed to put the brand's message across to consumers has an obvious impact on the advertising budget. 5. Product substitutability. brands in less differentiated or commodity-like product classes, beer, soft drinks, banks, and airlines, require heavy advertising to establish a unique image. Advertising elasticity. The predominant response function for advertising is often concave but can be S-shaped. When it is S-shaped, some positive amount of advertising is necessary to generate any sales impact, but sales increases eventually flatten out. One classic study found that increasing the TV advertising budget had a measurable effect on sales only half the time. The success rate was higher for new products and line extensions than for established brands, and when there were changes in copy or in media strategy, such as an expanded target market. When advertising increased sales, its impact lasted up to 2 years after peak spending. Long-term incremental sales were approximately double those in the first year of an advertising spending increase. 10 other research reinforces these conclusions. In a 2004 ERI study of 23 brands, advertising often didn't increase sales for mature brands or categories in decline. A review of academic research found that advertising elasticities were estimated to be higher for new, 3, than for established, 1, products. 11 Research has also found that what you say, at copy, is more important than the number of times you say it, at frequency. 12. Developing the advertising campaign. Advertisers employ both art and science to develop the message strategy or positioning of an ad. What it attempts to convey about the brand, and its creative strategy, how it expresses the brand claims. They use 3 steps: message generation and evaluation, creative development, execution, and social responsibility review. Message generation and evaluation. Advertisers are always seeking the big idea that connects with consumers rationally and emotionally, distinguishes the brand from competitors, and is broad and flexible enough to translate to different media, markets, and time periods. Fresh insights are important for creating unique appeals and position. 13. Got milk. After a 20-year decline in milk consumption among Californians, in 1993 milk processors from across the state formed the California Milk Processor Board, CMPB, with one goal in mind: to get people to drink more milk. The ad agency commissioned by the CMPB, Goodby, Silverstein and Partners, developed a novel approach to paying milk's benefits. Research had shown most consumers already believed milk was good for them. So the campaign reminded them of the inconvenience of running out of it, which became known as the milk deprivation strategy. The "Got Milk" tagline reminded consumers to make sure they had enough milk in their refrigerators. A year after the launch, sales volume had increased 1.07%. In 1995, the "Got Milk" campaign was licensed to the National Dairy Board. In 1998, the National Fluid Milk Processor Education Program, which had been using the "Milk Mustache" campaign since 1994 to boost sales, bought the rights to the "Got Milk" tagline, which it used for the next 15 years. The "Got Milk" campaign paid strong dividends by halting the decline in sales of milk in California, even more than a decade after its launch. A good ad normally focuses on 1 or 2 core selling propositions. As part of refining the brand positioning, the advertiser should conduct market research to determine which appeal works best with its target audience and prepare a creative brief, typically 1 or 2 pages. This is an elaboration of the positioning strategy and includes considerations such as key message, target audience, communications objectives, to do, to know, to leave, key brand benefits, supports for the brand promise, and media. How many ad themes should the advertiser create before choosing one? The more themes explored, the higher the probability of finding an excellent one. Fortunately, an ad agency's creative department can inexpensively compose many alternatives in a short time by drawing still and video images from computer files. Marketers can also cut the cost of creative dramatically by using consumers as their creative team, a strategy sometimes called open sourcing or crowdsourcing. 14. Consumer-generated advertising. One of the first major marketers to feature consumer-generated ads was Converse, whose award-winning campaign, Brand Democracy, used films created by consumers in a series of TV and web ads. H.J. Heinz ran a Top This TV challenge, inviting public to create the next commercial for its Heinz ketchup brand and win $57,000. More than 6,000 submissions and 10 million online views resulted, and sales rose more than 13% year-over-year. In addition to creating ads, consumers can help disseminate advertising. A UK, Life's for Sharing, at 40 Mobile, in which 400 people break into a choreographed dance routine in the Liverpool Street station, was shown exactly once on the Celebrity Big Brother television show, but it was watched more than 15 million times online when word about it spread via email messages, blogs, and social networks. McDonald's similarly ran a popular user-generated campaign for its 2012 London Olympics sponsorship. Academic researchers have shown that consumer-generated ads can create more emotional and personal appeal, be deemed more credible and authentic, and lead to higher levels of brand loyalty and purchase intentions among viewers than company-produced ads, at least as long as consumers are not overly skeptical. Although interesting consumers with the brand's marketing effort can be pure genius, it can also be a regrettable failure. When Kraft sought a hip name for a new flavor of its iconic Vegemite product in Australia, it labeled the first 3 million jars, "Name Me," to enlist consumer support. From 48,000 entries, however, the marketer selected one that was thrown in as a joke, iSnack 2.0, and sales plummeted. The company had to pull iSnack jars from the shelves and start from scratch in a more conventional fashion, choosing the new name Cheesy Bite. 15. Creative development and execution. The ad's impact depends not only on what it says but, often more important, on how it says it. Creative execution can be decisive. 16. Every advertising medium has advantages and disadvantages. Here, we briefly review television, print, and radio advertising media. Television ads. Television is generally acknowledged as the most powerful advertising medium, and reaches a broad spectrum of consumers at low cost per exposure. TV advertising has two particularly important strengths. First, it can vividly demonstrate product attributes and persuasively explain their corresponding consumer benefits. Second, it can dramatically portray user and usage imagery, brand personality, and other intangibles. Because of the fleeting nature of the ad, however, and the distracting creative elements often found in it, product-related messages and the brand itself can be overlooked. Moreover, the high volume of non-programming material on television creates clutter that makes it easy for consumers to ignore or forget ads. Nevertheless, properly designed and executed TV ads can still be a powerful marketing tool that improves brand equity, sales, and profits. In the highly competitive insurance category, advertising can help a brand to stand out. 17. Aflac, the largest supplier of supplemental insurance, was relatively unknown until a highly creative ad campaign made it one of the most recognized brands in recent history. Aflac stands for American Family Life Assurance Company. Created by the Kaplan-Thurler ad agency, the light-hearted campaign features an irascible duck incessantly squawking the company's name, Aflac, while consumers or celebrities discuss its products. The duck's frustrated bid for attention appealed to consumers. Sales were up 28% in the first year the duck aired, and name recognition went from 13% to 91%. Aflac has stuck with the duck in its advertising, even incorporating it into its corporate logo in 2005. Social media have allowed marketers to further develop the duck's personality. It has 515,000 Facebook fans and counting. The Aflac duck is not just a US phenomenon. It also stars in Japanese TV ads, with a somewhat brighter disposition, where it has been credited with helping drive sales in Aflac's biggest market. The success of the Aflac duck has led to the character being incorporated into the brand's logo and appearing in many different communications, like its sponsorship of NASCAR driver Carl Edwards. Print ads. Print media offer a stark contrast to broadcast media. Because readers consume them at their own pace, magazines and newspapers can provide detailed product information and effectively communicate user and usage imagery. At the same time, the static nature of the visual images in print media makes dynamic presentations or demonstrations difficult, and print media can be fairly passive. The two main print media, magazines and newspapers, share many advantages and disadvantages. Although newspapers are timely and pervasive, magazines are typically more effective at building user and usage imagery. Newspapers are popular for local, especially retailer, advertising. On an average day, roughly 1/2 to 3/4 of US adults read a newspaper, though increasingly online. Print advertising has steadily declined in recent years. Although advertisers have some flexibility in designing and placing newspaper ads, relatively poor reproduction quality and short shelf life can diminish the impact. Researchers report that the picture, headline, and copy in print ads matter in that order. The picture must draw attention. The headline must reinforce the picture and lead a person to read. The copy must be engaging and the brand's name prominent. Even then, less than 50% of the exposed audience will notice even a really outstanding ad. About 30% might recall the headline's main point, 25% register the advertiser's name, and fewer than 10% read most of the body copy. Ordinary ads don't achieve even these results. Some clear managerial implications emerge, as summarized in Marketing Memo, Print Ad Evaluation Criteria. A print ad should be clear, consistent, and well branded. In an award-winning campaign, ads for the iPad mini on the back covers of Time and The New Yorker compared the actual sizes of the device and the magazine. 19 To celebrate its 75th anniversary, Ray-Ban's award-winning Never Hide print ad campaign featured 7 ads showing how Ray-Ban wearers flouted convention and stood out from the crowd through 7 different decades. 20. Radio ads. Radio is a pervasive medium. 93% of all US citizens age 12 and older listen daily and for about 20 hours a week on average, numbers that have held steady in recent years. Much radio listening occurs in the car and out of home. To be successful, radio networks are going multi-platform with a strong digital presence to allow listeners to tune in anytime, anywhere. Perhaps radio's main advantage is flexibility. Stations are very targeted, ads are relatively inexpensive to produce and place, and short closings for scheduling them allow for quick response. Radio can engage listeners through a combination of popular brands, local presence, and strong personalities. 21. It is a particularly effective medium in the morning. It can also let companies achieve a balance between broad and localized market coverage. Radio's obvious disadvantages are its lack of visual images and the relatively passive nature of the consumer processing that results. Nevertheless, radio ads can be extremely creative. Clever. Use music, sound, and other creative devices can tap into the listener's imagination to create powerfully relevant images. Here is an example. 22. Motel 6. Motel 6, the nation's largest budget motel chain, was founded in 1962 when the 6 stood for $6 a night. After its business fortunes hit bottom in 1986 with an occupancy rate of only 66.7%, the company made a number of marketing changes, including the launch of humorous 60-second radio ads featuring folksy writer Tom Bodett delivering the clever tagline, "We'll leave the light on for you." Named one of Advertising Age's top 100 ad campaigns of the 20th century, the campaign continues to receive awards, including the 2009 Radio Mercury Awards Grand Prize for an ad called DVD. In this ad, Bodett introduces the DVD version of his latest commercial, utilizing his trademark self-deprecating style to provide behind-the-scenes commentary on his own performance. Still going strong, the campaign is credited with a rise in occupancy and a revitalization of the brand that continues to this day. Marketing Memo. Print ad evaluation criteria. In judging the effectiveness of a print ad, marketers should be able to answer yes to the following questions about its execution. 1. Is the message clear at a glance? Can you quickly tell what the ad is all about? 2. Is the benefit in the headline? 3. Does the illustration support the headline? 4. Does the first line of the copy support or explain the headline and illustration? 5. Is the ad easy to read and follow? 6. Is the product easily identified? 7. Is the brand or sponsor clearly identified? Source: adapted from Scott C. Purvis and Philip Ward Burton. Which ad pulled best? 9th ed. Lincoln Wood, Ill. NTC Business Books, 2002. Magazine advertising can be an effective way to build or reinforce user imagery for a brand, as with Ray-Bans Never Hide campaign. Legal and social issues to break through clutter. Some advertisers believe they have to push the boundaries of what advertising consumers are used to seeing. They must be sure, however, not to overstep social and legal norms or offend the general public or ethnic, racial, or special interest groups. A substantial body of US laws and regulations governs advertising. Advertisers must not make false claims, use false demonstrations, or create ads with the capacity to deceive, even if no one is actually deceived. A floor wax advertiser can't say the product gives 6 months protection unless it does so under typical conditions, and a diet bread baker can't say its product has fewer calories simply because its slices are thinner. The challenge is telling the difference between deception and puffery, simple exaggerations that are not meant to be believed and that are permitted by law. Marketing Insight, Off-Air Ad Battles, describes a few recent legal disputes about what should be permissible in a brand's advertising. Sellers in the United States are legally obligated to avoid bait-and-switch advertising that attracts buyers under false pretenses. Suppose a seller advertises a sewing machine at $149. When consumers try to buy the advertised machine, the seller cannot then refuse to sell it, downplay its features, show a faulty one, or promise unreasonable delivery dates in order to switch the buyer to a more expensive machine. 23. Advertising can play a more positive, broader social role. The Ad Council is a non-profit organization that uses top-notch industry talent to produce and distribute public service announcements for non-profits and government agencies. From its early origins with buy war bonds posters, the Ad Council has tackled innumerable pressing social issues through the years, from drunk driving to AIDS prevention to its current focus on domestic violence. Choosing media. After choosing the message, the advertiser's next task is to select media to carry it. The steps here are deciding on desired reach, frequency, and impact, choosing among major media types, selecting specific media vehicles, and setting media timing and geographical allocation. Then the marketer evaluates the results of these decisions. Marketing Insight. Off-air ad battles in a highly competitive environment. Perhaps it is not surprising that not everyone sees eye to eye on what is suitable advertising. Here are two notable recent disputes. Splendor's tagline for its artificial sweetener was, "Made from sugar, so it tastes like sugar," with, "But it's not sugar," in small writing almost as an afterthought. McNeil Nutritionals, Splendor's manufacturer, does begin production of Splendor with pure cane sugar but burns it off in the manufacturing process. Merizant, maker of Equal, claimed that Splendor's advertising confused consumers who were likely to conclude that a product, made from sugar, is healthier than one made from aspartame, Equal's main ingredient. A document from McNeil's own files and used in court says consumers' perception of Splendor as not an artificial sweetener was one of the biggest triumphs of the company's marketing campaign, which began in 2003. Splendor became the runaway leader in the sugar substitute category with 60% of the market, leaving roughly 14% each to Equal and Sweet and Low. Although McNeil eventually agreed to settle the lawsuit and pay Merizant an undisclosed but substantial award and change advertising, It may have been too late to change consumers' perception of Splenda as something sugary and sugar-free. POM Wonderful. In May 2012, the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, issued a cease and desist order against POM Wonderful, saying the company had spread deceptive claims in print publications and billboards and online that its pomegranate juice could treat or prevent erectile dysfunction, prostate cancer, and heart disease. The ruling came after 2 years of legal back and forth. Oddly, however, POM appeared to declare victory, running a full-page ad in the New York Times lauding the fact that the ruling did not force it to seek reapproval from the Food and Drug Administration, as drug companies must do. A later appeal was rejected as the FTC continued to rule against POM ads using headlines such as "cheek death," without stronger evidence. POM was not the only one to run into trouble over pomegranates. Welch settled 2 class action suits for $30 million because labels on its 100% juice white grape pomegranate flavored 3 juice blend claimed more pomegranate than it really had, only 1 ounce in a 64-ounce bottle. Sources: Sarah Hills, McNeil and Sugar Association settled Splenda dispute, foodnavigator.usa.com, www.foodnavigator-usa.com 18th November 2008, James P. Miller, Bittersweet's fight ended, Chicago Tribune, May 12, 2007, Avery Johnson, How Sweet It Isn't, maker of Equal Says ads for J&J's Splenda misled, chemistry lesson for jurors, Wall Street Journal, 6 April 2007, in lawsuit brought by POM Wonderful, a federal jury finds juice maker Welch intentionally misled consumers, Reuters. 15 September 2010, Illy Goyans, Welch lies about its juice, pays $30 million and no one notices, Miami New Times, 24 February 2011, Charlie Minado, POM Wonderful is bragging about loss to FTC in full-page ads in the NY Times, Business Insider, 24 May 2012, Alicia Mundi, FTC bars POM juicers health claims, Wall Street Journal, 16 January 2013. For a discussion of the possible role of corrective advertising, see Peter Dark, Lawrence Ashworth, and Robian J. B. Ritchie, Damage from Corrective Advertising, Causes and Cures, Journal of Marketing 72, November 2008, pp. 81-97. POM Wonderful has tangled with the FTC over its ad claims. Reach, frequency, and impact media selection is finding the most cost-effective media to deliver the desired number and type of exposures to the target audience. What do we mean by the desired number of exposures? The advertiser seeks a specified advertising objective and response from the target audience, for example, a target level of product trial. This level depends on, among other things, level of brand awareness. Suppose the rate of product trial increases at a diminishing rate with the level of audience awareness, as shown in figure 18.2a. If the advertiser seeks a product trial rate of T**, it will be necessary to achieve a brand awareness level of A*. The next task is to find out how many exposures E*, will produce a level of audience awareness of A*. The effect of exposures on audience awareness depends on the exposure's reach, frequency, and impact. Reach, R. The number of different person or households exposed to a particular media schedule at least once during a specified time period. Frequency, F. The number of times within the specified time period that an average person or household is exposed to the message. Impact, I. The qualitative value of an exposure through a given medium. Thus, a food ad should have a higher impact in Bon Appetit than in Fortune magazine. Figure 18.2b shows the relationship between audience awareness and reach. Audience awareness will be greater the higher the exposure's reach, frequency, and impact. There are important trade-offs here. Suppose the planner has an advertising budget of $1 million and the cost per 1,000 exposures of average quality is $5. This means 200,000,000 exposures, $1 million divided by $51,000. If the advertiser seeks an average exposure frequency of 10, it can reach 20,000,000 people, 200,000,000 divided by 10, with the given budget. But if the advertiser wants higher quality media costing $10 per 1,000 exposures, it will be able to reach only 10,000,000 people unless it is willing to lower the desired exposure frequency. The relationship between reach, frequency, and impact is captured in the following concepts. Total number of exposures, E. This is the reach times the average frequency, that is, E is equal to R times F, also called the gross rating points, GRP. If a given media schedule reaches 80% of homes with an average exposure frequency of 3, the media schedule has a GRP of 240, 80 times 3. If another media schedule has a GRP of 300, it has more weight, but we cannot tell how this weight breaks down into reach and frequency. Weighted number of exposures, W. This is the reach times average frequency times average impact, that is W is equal to R times F times I. Reach is most important when launching new products, flanker brands, extensions of well-known brands, and infrequently purchased brands, or when going after an undefined target market. Frequency is most important where there are strong competitors, a complex story to tell, high consumer resistance, or a frequent purchase cycle. 24. Vertical bar Fig. 18.2 Vertical bar relationship among trial, awareness, and the exposure function. A key reason for repetition is forgetting. The higher the forgetting rate associated with the brand, product category, or message, the higher the warranted level of repetition. However, advertisers should not coast on a tired ad but insist on fresh executions by their ad agency. 25 Choosing among major media types. The media planner must know the capacity of the major advertising media types to deliver reach, frequency, and impact. The major advertising media along with their costs, advantages, and limitations are profiled in Table 18.1. Media planners make their choices by considering factors such as target audience media habits, product characteristics, message requirements, and cost. Place advertising options. Place advertising, or out-of-home advertising, is a broad category including many creative and unexpected forms to grab consumers' attention where they work, play, and, of course, shop. Popular options include billboards, public spaces, product placement, and point of purchase. Billboards use colorful, digitally produced graphics, backlighting, sounds, movement, and unusual, even 3D, images. 26 In New York, manhole covers have been reimagined as steaming cups of Folgers coffee. In Belgium, eBay posted, "Move to eBay," stickers on empty storefronts, and in Germany, imaginary workers tolling inside vending machines, ATMs, and photo booths were justification for a German job hunting website to proclaim, "Life is too short for the wrong job." 27 New eyes on measurement techniques allow marketers to better understand who has seen their outdoor ads. 28 A strong creative message can make all the difference. Chung Soda in Bangkok had enough money in its budget for only one digital billboard. To maximize impact, it built a giant bubbling bottle onto the billboard to illustrate the product's carbonation. Word of mouth buzz quintupled bottle sales from 200,000 to 1 million. 29 Table 18.1 Profiles of major media types. Medium advantages. Limitations. Newspapers flexibility, timeliness, good local market coverage, broad acceptance, high believability. Short life, poor reproduction quality, small, pass-along audience. Television combines sight, sound, and motion, appealing to the senses, high attention, high reach, high absolute cost, high clutter, fleeting exposure, less audience selectivity. Direct mail audience selectivity, flexibility, no ad competition within the same medium, personalization, relative high cost, junk mail, image Radio mass use, high geographic and demographic selectivity, low-cost audio presentation only, lower attention than television, non-standardized rate structures, fleeting exposure. Magazines high geographic and demographic selectivity, credibility and prestige, high-quality reproduction, long life, good pass-along readership, long at purchase lead time, some waste in circulation. Outdoor flexibility, high repeat exposure, low cost, low competition, limited audience selectivity, creative limitations, yellow pages, excellent local coverage, high reliability, wide reach, low cost, high competition, long at purchase lead time, creative limitations. Newsletters very high selectivity, full control, interactive opportunities, relative low costs could run away. Brochures flexibility, full control, can dramatize messages, overproduction could lead to runaway costs. Telephone many users, opportunity to give a personal touch, relative high cost, increasing consumer resistance. Public spaces ads are appearing in such unconventional places as movie screens, airplane bodies, and fitness equipment, as well as in classrooms, sports arenas, office and hotel elevators, and other public places. 30 transit ads on buses, subways, and commuter trains have become a valuable way to reach working women. Street furniture, bus shelters, kiosks, and public areas is another fast-growing option. Advertisers can buy space in stadiums and arenas and on garbage cans, bicycle racks, parking meters, airport luggage carousels, elevators, gasoline pumps, the bottom of golf cups and swimming pools, airline snack packages, and supermarket produce in the form of tiny labels on apples and bananas. They can even buy space in toilet stalls and above urinals, which office workers visit an average of 3 to 4 times a day for roughly 4 minutes per visit. 31 product placement marketers pay $100,000 $500,000 so their products will make cameo appearances in movies and on television. 32 Sometimes such product placements are the result of a larger network advertising deal, but small product placement shops also maintain ties with prop masters, set designers, and production executives. Some firms get product placement at no cost. Nike does not pay to be in movies but often supplies shoes, jackets, bags, and so on. Increasingly, products and brands are being woven directly into the story, as when a new iPad for the gadget-loving dead of Modern Family became the story arc of a whole episode. In some cases, however, brands pay for the rights to appear in a movie, as with Skyfall. 33. Skyfall. With Skyfall, the 23rd film in the franchise, Heineken reportedly paid almost $40 million for the rights to have James Bond drink its beer instead of his traditional vodka martini, covering a third of the film's estimated production budget. Marketers with the most on-screen presence beyond Heineken's in the film included Adidas, Aston Martin, Audi, Omega, Sony, and Tom Ford. One research firm estimated that brands in the film received more than $7.6 million worth of exposure during its opening weekend. Some brands featured their movie promotion off-screen too. Heineken shot an extravagant 90-second ad featuring an inventive chase on a train that ended with a cameo appearance by Daniel Craig, the British actor currently playing Bond. More than 22 million people viewed the campaign online, and Heineken's Crack the Case promotion invited consumers in major cities to demonstrate their Bond-like skills in a game. Heineken was a big sponsor of the popular James Bond film Skyfall, using product placement, ads, and a promotion as support. Product placement is not immune to criticism. Lawmakers fault its stealth nature, threatening to force more explicit disclosure of participating advertisers. 34 Point of Purchase. Chapter 18 discussed shopper marketing and in-store marketing efforts. The appeal of point of purchase advertising is that consumers make many brand decisions in the store, 74% according to one study. 35 There are many ways to communicate at the point of purchase, POP, including ads on shopping carts, cart straps, aisles, and shelves, and in-store demonstrations, live sampling, and instant coupon machines. 36 Some supermarkets are selling floor space for company logos and experimenting with talking shelves. Mobile marketing reaches consumers via smartphones when in store. EOP Radio provides FM-style programming and commercial messages to thousands of food stores and drugstores nationwide. Video screens in some stores, such as Walmart, play TV-type ads. 37. Walmart Smart Network Walmart, an in-store advertising pioneer, replaced its original program with a new smart network in 2008, playing on 27,000 individual screens in its 2,700 stores nationwide. Programming reaches 160 million viewers every 4 weeks, with large welcome screens at the entrance of the store, a category screen in departments, and end cap screens on each aisle. Advertisers pay $325,000 for 30-second spots per 2-week cycle in the grocery section and $650,000 per 4-week run in the health and beauty department. 5-second ads running every 2 minutes for 2 weeks on the welcome screens are $80,000, and 10-second spots running twice every 6 minutes on the full network cost $50,000 per week. By linking the time when ads were shown and when product sales were made, Walmart can estimate how much ads increased sales by department, from 7% in electronics to 28% in health and beauty, and by product type, mature items increased 7%, seasonal items 18%. Evaluating alternate media. Non-traditional media can often reach a very precise and captive audience in a cost-effective manner. With ads anywhere, consumers have a few seconds to notice them. The message must be simple and direct. Outdoor advertising, for example, is often called the 15-second sell. It's more effective at enhancing brand awareness or brand image than at creating new brand associations. Unique ad placements designed to break through clutter may also be perceived as invasive and obtrusive, however, especially in traditionally ad-free spaces such as in schools, on police cruisers, and in doctors' waiting rooms. Nevertheless, perhaps because of their sheer pervasiveness, some consumers seem less bothered by non-traditional media now than in the past. Marketing Insight, playing games with brands, describes how brands have become infused in gaming. Marketing Insight. Playing games with brands. More than half of US adults and virtually all teens, 97%, play video games, and about 1 in 5 play every day or almost every day. About 40% of gamers are women, who prefer puzzles and collaborative games, whereas men seem more attracted to competitive or simulation games. Given this explosive popularity, many advertisers have gotten on board. A top-notch advert game can cost between $100,000 and $500,000 to develop. The game can be played on the sponsor's corporate homepage, on gaming portals, or even at public locations such as restaurants. Apple Jacks has an advert game on its website called Race to the Ball Rally that targets kids and gives point bonuses for picking up Apple Jacks on the race course. In the M&M Chocolate Factory game, users help M&M characters make their way through 12 different game levels inside a candy factory and can share content via Facebook and Twitter. Marketers collect valuable customer data upon registration and often seek permission to send email. Among players of a game sponsored by Ford Escape SUV, 54% signed up for email. Marketers are also starring in popular games. Gatorade appears in NBA 2K13, Axe body spray in Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory, and White Castle in Homefront. Mainstream marketers such as Apple, Procter & Gamble, Toyota, and Visa have all developed games. By integrating branded structures into a city-building game called We City for mobile devices, Century 21 increased brand awareness with key 25 to 34-year-old targets. Research suggests gamers are fine with ads and the way they affect the game experience. One study showed 70% of gamers felt dynamic in-game ads contributed to realism. Fit the games in which they served and looked cool. Sources: Lauren Johnson, Mars Ups Brand Building Efforts Through Mobile Game, Mobile Marketer, December 12, 2012, Molly Soot, Virtual Development, Marketing News, 31st May 2013, Michelle Kuhn. We interrupt this video game for a word from our sponsor, Wall Street Journal, 13th June 2011, www.applejacks.com. Games Rest to the Rally, Amanda Lenhart. Video games, adults are players too. Pew Internet and American Life Project, www.pewresearch.org. December 7, 2008, Erica Brown, Game On. Forbes, 24th July 2006, pp. 84-86. The challenge for non-traditional media is demonstrating its reach and effectiveness through credible, independent research. But there will always be room for creativity, as when Intel struck a 5-year deal with the famed FC Barcelona soccer team to place its Intel Inside logo on the inside of players' jerseys, so when they lifted their shirts after scoring a goal, a customary gesture, the logo would appear. 38. Selecting specific media vehicles. The media planner must choose the most cost-effective vehicles within each chosen media type. The advertiser who decides to buy 30 seconds of advertising on network television can pay $75,000 for a new show, $350,000 for a popular primetime show such as Sunday Night Football, The Big Bang Theory, or The Voice, or almost $4 million for the Super Bowl. 39. These choices are critical. The average cost to produce a national 30-second television commercial is about $300,000. 40. So it can cost as much to run an ad once on network TV as to create and produce it to start with. Marketing memo, winning Super Bowl of advertising, describes how marketers approach the biggest event on the US sports scene. Media planners rely on measurement services that estimate audience size, composition, and media cost and then calculate the cost per 1,000 persons reached. A full-page 4-color ad in Sports Illustrated cost approximately $412,500 in 2014. If Sports Illustrated's estimated readership was 3 million people, the cost of exposing the ad to 1,000 persons was $13.75. The same ad in People cost approximately $337,400 and reached 3.475 million people, at a lower cost per thousand of $9.71. 41. Magazines often put together a reader profile for their advertisers, describing average reader's age, income, residence, marital status, and leisure activities. Marketers need to adjust the cost per thousand measure. First, consider audience quality. For a baby lotion ad, a magazine read by 1 million young parents has an exposure value of 1 million. If read by 1 million teenagers, it has an exposure value of almost 0. Second, look at audience attention probability. Readers of Vogue may pay more attention to ads than do readers of Sports Illustrated. Third is the medium's editorial quality, meaning its prestige and believability. People are more likely to believe a TV or radio ad when it appears within a program they like. Fourth, consider the value of ad placement policies and extra services, such as regional or occupational editions and lead time requirements for magazines. Media planners are using more sophisticated measures of effectiveness and employing them in mathematical models to arrive at the best media mix. 42. Many advertising agencies use software programs to select the initial media and make improvements based on subjective factors. Selecting media timing and allocation in choosing media, the advertiser makes both a macro-scheduling and a micro-scheduling decision. The macro-scheduling decision relates to seasons and the business cycle. Suppose 70% of a product's sales occur between June and September. The firm can vary its advertising expenditures to follow the seasonal pattern, to oppose the seasonal pattern, or to be constant throughout the year. The micro-scheduling decision calls for allocating advertising expenditures within a short period to obtain maximum impact. Suppose the firm decides to buy 30 radio spots in September. The left side of figure 18.3 shows that advertising messages for the month can be concentrated, burst advertising, dispersed continuously throughout the month, or dispersed intermittently. The top side shows they can be beamed with a level, rising, falling, or alternating frequency. The chosen pattern should meet the marketer's communications objectives and consider three factors. Buyer turnover expresses the rate at which new buyers enter the market. The higher this rate, the more continuous the advertising should be. Purchase frequency is the number of times the average buyer buys the product during the period. The higher the purchase frequency, the more continuous the advertising should be. The forgetting rate is the rate at which the buyer forgets the brand. The higher the forgetting rate, the more continuous the advertising should be. In launching a new product, the advertiser must choose a continuity, concentration, flighting, and pulsing. Marketing memo. Winning the Super Bowl of advertising. The Super Bowl attracts the largest audience on television. 111 million viewers watched Fox's broadcast in 2014. With an audience that large, a 30-second ad slot sold for a pricey $4 million. From the first game in 1975, Super Bowl advertising has grown in importance as football has become more popular. Apple's iconic 1984 sport launching Macintosh computers featured a futuristic Orwellian world shot by famed film director Ridley Scott and ushered in a new world of Super Bowl advertising. Appearing just once during a one-sided victory by the Los Angeles Raiders over the Washington Redskins, the ad became the talk of the game. And marketers and ad agencies began to look at advertising in the game in a more ambitious way. The introduction of the USA Today editor in 1989 focused even more consumer attention on the ads and their entertainment value. While the normal rate of audience tune out during a commercial is 4%, Super Bowl ads average less than 1%. They have been shown to be more memorable and likable than typical ads and can even give a firm's stock price a bump. Many Super Bowl ads now have a new purpose: to create curiosity and interest so consumers will go online and engage in social media and word of mouth to uncover more detailed information. The most popular, like a Honda CR-V ad with Matthew Broderick spoofing his Ferris Bueller film role and a VW ad with a young kid playing Darth Vader, drew tens of millions of YouTube views. Increasingly, ads are released online before the game as firms attempt to maximize their social media and PR power. Given the large and diverse audience, many Super Bowl advertisers try to please as many people as possible, employing cute babies, playful animals, and slapstick humor. But Paul Venables, a Super Bowl ad veteran, recommends being as clear as possible about the strategic goal sought. Is it to generate social media buzz, online product searches, or store or dealer visits? As he says, there are a million metrics and you have to decide what you are measuring. Another agency leader, Brad Kay, advocates a holistic approach, leveraging the high-profile TV spot to create more conversion opportunities online. Sources: Ellen Killoran, Super Bowl ads 2014, What Does $4 Million Really Buy You? Qamar, International Business Times, 13th January 2014, Jinboo Kim, Tracy H. Frayling, and Douglas B. Grissoff, The Secret Sauce for Super Bowl Advertising, Journal of Advertising Research 53, June 2013, pp. 13449, Noreen O'Leary, How to Win the Super Bowl, Adweek, 28th January 2013, Lucia Moses, Adplay, Adweek, 28th January 2013, Alex Conrad, 5 Ways the Super Bowl Ad Playbook has changed. www.tech.fortune.cn.com 2nd February 2012, Michael Learmonth, How USA Today's Admitter Broke. Super Bowl Advertising, Advertising Age, 30th January 2012, Bruce Horowitz, Super Bowl Marketers Go All Out to Create Hype, Online Buzz, USA Today, 8th February 2010. A Super Bowl is a media extravaganza that many advertisers covet, even its halftime shows, as with Super Bowl Shelby in 2014 featuring Bruno Mars and special guests Red Hot Chili Peppers. Vertical bar fig. 18.3 Vertical bar classification of advertising timing patterns. Continuity means exposures appear evenly throughout a given period. Generally, advertisers use continuous advertising in expanding markets, with frequently purchased items, and in tightly defined buyer categories. Concentration calls for spending all the advertising dollars in a single period. This makes sense for products with one selling season or related holiday. Flighting calls for advertising during a period, followed by a period with no advertising, followed by a second period of advertising activity. It is useful when funding is limited, the purchase cycle is relatively infrequent, or items are seasonal. Pulsing is continuous advertising at low levels, reinforced periodically by waves of heavier activity. It draws on the strengths of continuous advertising and flights to create a compromised scheduling strategy. Those who favor pulsing believe the audience will learn the message more thoroughly and at a lower cost to the firm. 43. A company must allocate its advertising budget over the space as well as over time. It makes national buys when it places ads on national TV networks or in nationally circulated magazines. It makes spot buys when it buys TV time in just a few markets or in regional editions of magazines. These markets are called areas of dominant influence, others, or designated marketing areas, DMAs. The company makes local buys when it advertises in local newspapers, radio, or outdoor sites. Evaluating advertising effectiveness. Most advertisers try to measure the communication effect of an ad, that is, its potential impact on awareness, knowledge, or preference. They would also like to measure its sales effect. Vertical bar Fig. 18.4 Vertical bar formula for measuring different stages in the sales impact of advertising. Communication effect research. Communication effect research, called copy testing, seeks to determine whether an ad is communicating effectively. Marketers should perform this test both before an ad is put into media and after it is printed or broadcast. Table 18.2 describes some specific advertising pretest research techniques. Pretest critics maintain that agencies can design ads that test well but may not necessarily perform well in the marketplace. Proponents maintain that useful diagnostic information can emerge and that pretests should not be used as the sole decision criterion anyway. Widely acknowledged as one of the best advertisers around, Nike is known for doing very little at pretesting. Many advertisers use post-tests to assess the overall impact of a completed campaign. If a company hoped to increase brand awareness from 20% to 50% and succeeded in increasing it to only 30%, then it is not spending enough, its ads are poor, or it has overlooked some other factor. Sales effect research. What sales are generated by an ad that increases brand awareness by 20% and brand preference by 10%? The fewer or more controllable other factors such as features and price are, the easier it is to measure advertising's effect on sales. The sales impact is easiest to measure in direct marketing situations and hardest in brand or corporate imaging advertising. Companies want to know whether they are overspending or underspending on advertising. One way to answer this question is to work with the formulation shown in figure 18.4. A company's share of advertising expenditures produces a share of voice, proportion of company advertising of that product to all advertising of that product, that earns share of consumers' minds and hearts and, ultimately, a share of market. Table 18.2 Advertising Pretest Research Techniques. For print ads, Arch and Gallup and Robinson Incorporated are two widely used print pretesting services. Test ads are placed in magazines, which are then circulated to consumers. These consumers are contacted later and interviewed. Recall and recognition tests are used to determine advertising effectiveness. For broadcast ads in-home tests, a video is taken and downloaded into the homes of target consumers, who then view the commercials. Trailer tests. In a trailer in a shopping center, shoppers are shown the products and given an opportunity to select a series of brands. They then view commercials and are given coupons to be used in the shopping center. Redemption rates indicate commercials' influence on purchase behavior. Theater tests. Consumers are invited to a theater to view a potential new television series along with some commercials. Before the show begins, consumers indicate preferred brands in different categories. After the viewing, consumers again choose preferred brands. Preference changes measure the commercial's persuasive power. On-air tests. Respondents are recruited to watch a program on a regular TV channel during the test commercial or are selected based on their having viewed the program. They are asked questions about commercial recall. Researchers can measure sales impact with the historical approach, which uses advanced statistical techniques to correlate past sales to past advertising expenditures. 44 other researchers use experimental data to measure advertising's sales impact. A growing number of researchers measure the sales effect of advertising expenditures instead of settling for communication effect measures. 45 Millward Brown International has conducted tracking studies for years to help advertisers decide whether their advertising is benefiting their brand. 46. Sales promotion. Sales promotion, a key ingredient in marketing campaigns, consists of a collection of incentive tools, mostly short-term, designed to stimulate quicker or greater purchase of particular products or services by consumers or the trade. 47 Whereas advertising offers a reason to buy, sales promotion offers an incentive. Advertising versus promotion. Although sales promotion expenditures increased as a percentage of budget expenditure for a number of years, their growth has recently slowed. Consumers began to tune out promotions. Coupon redemption peaked in 1992 at 7.9 billion coupons but dropped to 2.9 billion by 2013. 48 Incessant price reductions, coupons, deals, and premiums can also devalue the product in buyers' minds. Having turned to 0% financing, hefty cash rebates, and special lease programs during sluggish economic times, auto manufacturers have found it difficult to wean consumers from discounts ever since. 49 Some sales promotion tools are consumer franchise building. They impart a selling message along with the deal, such as free samples, frequency awards, coupons with a selling message, and premiums related to the product. Sales promotion tools that are typically not brand building include price off packs, consumer premiums not related to a product, contests and sweepstakes, consumer refund offers, and trade allowances. Sales promotions in markets of high brand similarity can produce a high sales response in the short run but little permanent gain over the longer term. In markets with high brand dissimilarity, they may be able to alter market shares permanently. In addition to brand switching, consumers may engage in stockpiling, purchasing earlier than usual, purchase acceleration, or buying extra quantities. But sales may then hit a post-promotion dip. 50 Price promotion also may not build permanent total category volume. One study of more than 1,000 promotions concluded that only 16% paid off. 51 Small share competitors may benefit from sales promotion because they cannot match market leaders' advertising budgets, nor can they obtain shelf space without offering trade allowances or stimulate consumer trial without offering incentives. Dominant brands offer deals less frequently because most deals subsidize only current users. Consumer franchise building promotions can offer the best of both worlds, building brand equity while moving product. McDonald's, Dunkin' Donuts, and Starbucks have given away millions of samples of their new products because consumers like them and they often lead to higher long-term sales for quality products. 52 Gaines, Love at First Sniff campaign used direct mail and in-store scented tear pads and shelf vision TV to entice consumers to smell the product, resulting in an almost 500% increase in shipments over the goal. 53 The fastest growing area in sales promotions is digital coupons, redeemed via a smartphone or downloaded to a consumer's printer. Digital coupons eliminate printing costs, reduce paper waste, are easily updatable, and have higher redemption rates. Coupons.com gets 620,000 unique daily visitors looking for money-saving deals, and coolsavings.com gets 120,000 seeking money saving coupons and offers from name brands, as well as helpful tips and articles, newsletters, free recipes, sweepstakes, free trials, free samples, and more. Many retailers are now offering customized coupons based on consumer purchase histories. 54 One firm has devised a very different way for firms to offer discounts. 55. Groupon launched in 2008 to help businesses leverage the internet and email to use promotions as a form of advertisement. Specifically, the company sends its large base of subscribers a humorously worded daily deal, a specific percentage or dollar amount of the regular price, for a specific client's branded product or service. Through these email discounts, Groupon offers client firms three benefits: increased consumer exposure to the brand, the ability to price discriminate, and the creation of a buzz factor. Groupon takes 40% to 50% of the revenues in each deal in the process. Many promotions are offered on behalf of local retailers such as spas, fitness centers, and restaurants, but Groupon also manages deals on behalf of some national brands. Some businesses have complained that Groupon attracts only deal seekers and is not as effective in converting regular customers. One study found that 32% of companies lost money and 40% said they would not utilize such a promotion again, with restaurants faring the worst among service businesses and spas and salons being the most successful. Groupon has tried to innovate in several ways. Leveraging its massive sales force to sell Groupon now, the company enlists local businesses to offer time and location-specific deals via the web or smartphones. The iPhone app for the new service has two buttons, "I'm bored" and "I'm hungry," to trigger deals in real time. For businesses, the service is a way to boost traffic at otherwise slow times. Even a popular restaurant might consider some midday and midweek discounts knowing it is rarely full then. After a heavily hyped IPO, its stock has not performed well as Groupon struggles to find the right business formula. Major decisions. In using sales promotion, a company must establish its objectives, select the tools, develop the program, implement and control it, and evaluate the results. Establishing objectives. Sales promotion objectives derive from communication objectives, which derive from basic marketing objectives for the product. For consumers, objectives include encouraging more frequent purchases or purchase of larger sized units among users, building trial among non-users, and attracting switchers away from competitors' brands. If some of the brand switchers would not have otherwise tried the brand, promotion can yield long-term increases in market share. 56 Ideally, consumer promotions have short-run sales impact and long-run brand equity effects. 57 For retailers, objectives include persuading retailers to carry new items and more inventory, encouraging off-season buying, encouraging stocking of related items, offsetting competitive promotions, building brand loyalty, and gaining entry into new retail outlets. For the sales force, objectives of promotion include encouraging their support of a new product or model, encouraging more prospecting, and stimulating off-season sales. Selecting consumer promotion tools. The promotion planner should take into account the type of market, sales promotion objectives, competitive conditions, and each tool's cost-effectiveness. The main consumer promotion tools are summarized in Table 18.3. Manufacturer promotions in the auto industry, for instance, are rebates, gifts to motivate test drives and purchases, and high-value trade-in credit. Retailer promotions include price cuts, feature advertising, retailer coupons, and retailer contests or premiums. 58 Table 18.3 Major consumer promotion tools. Samples: offer of a free amount of a product or service delivered door to door, sent in the mail, picked up in a store, attached to another product, or featured in an advertising offer. Coupons: certificates entitling the bearer to a stated saving on the purchase of a specific product, mailed, enclosed in other products or attached to them, inserted in magazine and newspaper ads, or emailed or made available online. Cash refund offers: Rebates provide a price reduction after purchase rather than at the retail shop. Consumer sends a specified proof of purchase to the manufacturer who refunds part of the purchase price by mail. Price packs, cents of deals offers to consumers of savings of the regular price of a product, flagged on the label or package. A reduced price pack is a single package sold at a reduced price, such as 2 for the price of 1. A banded pack is 2 related products banded together, such as a toothbrush and toothpaste. Premiums, gifts merchandise offered at a relatively low cost or free as an incentive to purchase a particular product. A with pack premium accompanies the product inside or on the package. A free in the mail premium is mailed to consumers who send in a proof of purchase, such as a box top or UEC code. A self-liquidating premium is sold below its normal retail price to consumers who request it. Frequency programs, programs providing rewards related to the consumer's frequency and intensity in purchasing a company's products or services. Prizes, contests, sweepstakes, games. Prizes are offers of the chance to win cash, trips, or merchandise as a result of purchasing something. A contest calls for consumers to submit an entry to be examined by a panel of judges who will select the best entries. A sweepstakes asks consumers to submit their names in a drawing. A game presents consumers with something every time they buy, bingo numbers, missing letters, which might help them win a prize. Patronage awards, use in cash or in other forms that are proportional to patronage of a certain vendor or group of vendors. Free trials, inviting prospective purchasers to try the product without cost in the hope that they will buy. Product warranties, explicit or implicit promises by sellers that the product will perform as specified or that the seller will fix it or refund the customer's money during a specified period. Tie-in promotions, 2 or more brands or companies team up on coupons, refunds, and contests to increase pulling power. Cross promotions, using one brand to advertise another non-competing brand. Point of purchase, POP, displays and demonstrations. POP displays and demonstrations take place at the point of purchase or sale. Table 18.4 Major trade promotion tools. Price off invoice or off-list, a straight discount of the list price on each case purchased during a stated time period. Allowance, an amount offered in return for the retailers agreeing to feature the manufacturer's products in some way. An advertising allowance compensates retailers for advertising the manufacturer's product. A display allowance compensates them for carrying a special product display. Free goods, offers of extra cases of merchandise to intermediaries who buy a certain quantity or who feature a certain flavor or size. The growing power of large retailers has increased their ability to demand trade promotion. 60. The manufacturer's sales force and its brand managers are often at odds here. The sales force says local retailers will not keep the company's products on the shelf unless they receive more trade promotion money, whereas brand managers want to spend their limited funds on consumer promotion and advertising. Manufacturers often find it difficult to police retailers to make sure they are doing what they agreed to do and increasingly insist on proof of performance before paying any allowances. Manufacturers face several challenges in managing trade promotions. Some retailers are doing forward buying, that is, buying a greater quantity during the deal period than they can immediately sell. The manufacturer must then schedule more production than planned and bear the costs of extra work shifts and overtime. Some retailers are diverting, buying more than needed in a region where the manufacturer offers a deal and shipping the surplus to their stores in non-deal regions. Manufacturers handle forward buying and diverting by limiting the amount they will sell at a discount or by producing and delivering less than the full order in an effort to smooth production. 61. Ultimately, many manufacturers feel trade promotion has become a nightmare. It contains layers of deals, is complex to administer, and often leads to lost revenues. Selecting business and sales force promotion tools. Companies spend billions of dollars on business and sales force promotion tools. See Table 18.5, to gather leads, impress and reward customers, and motivate the sales force. 62. They typically develop budgets for tools that remain fairly constant from year to year. For many new businesses that want to make a splash to a targeted audience, especially in the B2B world, trade shows are an important tool, but the cost per contact is the highest of all communication options. Table 18.5 Major business and sales force promotion tools. Trade shows and conventions. Industry associations organize annual trade shows and conventions. These are a multi-billion-dollar business, and business marketers may spend as much as 35% of their annual promotion budget on them. Attendance can top 70,000 for large shows held by the restaurant or hotel-motel industries. The International Consumer Electronics Show is one of the largest in the world, with more than 150,000 attendees in 2013. Participating vendors can generate new sales leads, maintain customer contacts, introduce new products, meet new customers, sell more to present customers, and educate customers with publications, videos, and other audiovisual materials. Sales contests. A sales contest aims at inducing the sales force or dealers to increase sales results over a stated period, with prizes, money, trips, gifts, or points, going to those who succeed. Specialty advertising. Specialty advertising consists of useful, low-cost items bearing the company's name and address, and sometimes an advertising message that salespeople give to prospects and customers. Common items are ballpoint pens, calendars, keychains, flashlights, tote bags, and memo pads. Developing the program. In planning sales promotion programs, marketers are increasingly blending several media into a total campaign concept, such as the following award-winning promotion. 63. Samsung to promote its pricey, $450, Galaxy camera brand. Samsung developed a clever mobile and social campaign, Life's a Photo, Take It. A 2-month contest asked 32 of the most popular Instagram influencers from 8 international markets to trade their favorite camera phone app for the Samsung Galaxy camera. Their task was to use the new camera to showcase their city on Instagram and Tumblr to prove it was the most photogenic. Each week a different feature of the camera was showcased and fans voted on their favorite photos. A video outlining the campaign was viewed 1.3 million times. Brand awareness of the Galaxy camera improved 58%, and purchase intent increased 115%. In deciding to use a particular incentive, marketers must first determine its size. A certain minimum discount is necessary if the promotion is to succeed. Second, the marketing manager must establish conditions for participation. Incentives might be offered to everyone or to select groups. Third, the marketer must decide on the duration of the promotion. Fourth, the marketer must choose a distribution vehicle. A 50 cents off coupon can be distributed in the product package, in stores, by mail, online, or in advertising. Fifth, the marketing manager must establish the timing of promotion and, finally, the total sales promotion budget. The cost of a particular promotion consists of the administrative cost, printing, mailing, and promoting the deal, and the incentive cost of premium or cents off, including redemption costs, multiplied by the expected number of units sold. The cost of a coupon deal recognizes that only a fraction of consumers will redeem the coupons. Implementing and evaluating the program. Marketing managers. Implementation and control plans must cover lead time and sell-in time for each individual promotion. Lead time is the time necessary to prepare the program prior to launching it. Sell-in time begins with the promotional launch and ends when approximately 95% of the deal merchandise is in the hands of consumers. Manufacturers can evaluate the program using sales data, consumer surveys, and experiments. Sales, scanner, data help analyze the types of people who took advantage of the promotion, what they bought before the promotion, and how they behaved later toward the brand and other brands. Sales promotions are most successful when they attract competitors' customers who then switch. Consumer surveys can uncover how many consumers recalled the promotion, what they thought of it, how many took advantage of it, and how it affected later brand choice behavior. 64 experiments vary such attributes as incentive value, duration, and distribution media. For example, coupons can be sent to half the households in a consumer panel. Scanner data can track whether they led more people to buy the product and when. Additional costs include the risk that promotions might decrease long-run brand loyalty or be more expensive than they appear. Some are inevitably distributed to the roving consumers. Special production runs, extra sales force effort, and handling requirement bring other costs. Finally, certain promotions irritate retailers, who may demand extra trade allowances or refuse to cooperate. Events and experiences. The IEG sponsorship report estimated that marketers spent $19.8 billion on sponsorships in North America during 2013, with 70% going to sports, another 10% to entertainment tours and attractions, 4% to festivals, fairs, and annual events, 4% to the arts, 3% to associations and membership organizations, and 9% to cause marketing. 65. Becoming part of personally relevant moment in consumers' lives through sponsored events and experiences can broaden and deepen companies' or brands' relationship with the target market. Daily encounters with brands may also affect consumers' brand attitudes and beliefs. Atmospheres are packaged environments that create or reinforce leanings toward product purchase. Law offices decorated with oriental rugs and oak furniture communicate stability and success. 66. A five-star hotel will use elegant chandeliers, marble columns, and other tangible signs of luxury. Events objectives. Marketers report a number of reasons to sponsor events. 1. To identify with a particular target market or lifestyle. Customers can be targeted geographically, demographically, psychographically, or behaviorally according to events. Old Spice sponsors college sports, including its college basketball Old Spice Classic in late November, to highlight product relevance and sample among its target audience of 16 to 24-year-old males. 2. To increase salience of company or product name. Sponsorship offers sustained exposure for a brand, a necessary condition for reinforcing brand salience. Top-of-mind awareness for Soccer World Cup sponsors Emirates, Hyundai, Kia, and Sony benefited from the repeated brand and ad exposure over the month-long tournament. 3. To create or reinforce perceptions of key brand image associations. Events themselves have associations that help to create or reinforce brand associations. 67. To soften its image and appeal to the heartland. Toyota Tundra sponsors BAS's fishing tournament and has sponsored Brooks and Dunn country music tours. 4. To enhance corporate image. Sponsorship can improve perceptions that the company is likable and prestigious. Although Visa views its long-standing Olympic sponsorship as a means of enhancing international brand awareness and increasing usage and volume, it also engenders patriotic goodwill and taps into the emotional Olympic spirit. 5. To create experiences and evoke feelings. The feelings engendered by an exciting or rewarding event may indirectly link to the brand. Audi models featured prominently in the 2010 blockbuster Iron Man 2, including main character Tony Stark's personal R8 Speeder and the A8 Q5 and Q7 SUVs, and a 3 hatchback. After a month-long marketing blitz, positive word of mouth doubled for the brand. 68. 6. To express commitment to the community or on social issues. Cause-related marketing sponsors non-profit organizations and charities. Firms such as Timberland, Stonyfield Farms, Home Depot, Starbucks, American Express, and Tom's of Maine have made their support of causes an important cornerstone of their marketing programs. 7. To entertain key clients or reward key employees. Many events include lavish hospitality tents and other special services or activities only for sponsors and their guests. These perks engender goodwill and establish valuable business contacts. From an employee perspective, events can also build participation and morale or serve as an incentive. BB&T Corp., a major banking and financial services player in the South and Southeast United States, used its NASCAR Busch Series sponsorship to entertain business customers and its minor league baseball sponsorship to generate excitement among employees. 69. 8. To permit merchandising or promotional opportunities, many marketers tie contests or sweepstakes, in-store merchandising, direct response, or other marketing activities with an event. Ford and Coca-Cola have used their sponsorship of the popular TV show American Idol in this way. Major sporting events like the FIFA World Cup in soccer attract enormous sponsorship dollars. Despite these potential advantages, the result of an event can still be unpredictable and beyond the sponsor's control. And although many consumers credit sponsors for providing the financial assistance to make an event possible, some may resent its commercialization. Major sponsorship decisions. Making sponsorships successful requires choosing the appropriate events, designing the optimal sponsorship program, and measuring the effects of sponsorship. 70. Choosing events. Because of the number of sponsorship opportunities and their huge cost, many marketers are becoming more selective. The event must meet the marketing objectives and communication strategy defined for the brand. It must have sufficient awareness, possess the desired image, and be able to create the desired effects. The audience must match the target market and make favorable attributions for the sponsor's engagement. An ideal event is also unique but not encouraged with many sponsors, lends itself to ancillary marketing activities, and reflects or enhances the sponsor's brand or corporate image. 71. Designing sponsorship programs. Many marketers believe the marketing program accompanying an event sponsorship ultimately determines its success. At least 2 to 3 times. The amount of the sponsorship expenditure should be spent on related marketing activities. Event creation is a particularly important skill in publicizing fundraising drives for non-profit organizations. Fundraisers have developed a large repertoire of special events, including anniversary celebrations, art exhibits, auctions, benefit evenings, book sales, cake sales, contests, dances, dinners, fairs, fashion shows, phonathons, rummage sales, tours, and walkathons. More firms are now using their names to sponsor arenas, stadiums, and other venues that hold events, spending billions of dollars for naming rights to major North American sports facilities. But as with any sponsorship, the most important consideration is the additional marketing activities. Measuring sponsorship activities. It's a challenge to measure the success of events. Marketing Memo, Measuring High-Performance Sponsorship Programs, offers some guidelines from industry experts, i.e. supply-side methods for measuring an event's success. Assess the media coverage. For example, the number of seconds the brand is clearly visible on a television screen or the column inches of press clippings that mention it. These potential impressions can translate into the dollar cost of actually advertising in the particular vehicle. Some industry consultants estimate that 30 seconds of logo exposure during a televised event can be worth 6%, 10%, or as much as 25% of a 30-second TV ad spot. Although supply-side methods provide quantifiable measures, equating media coverage with advertising exposure ignores the content of the respective communications. The advertiser uses media space and time to communicate a strategically designed message. Media coverage and telecasts only expose the brand and don't necessarily embellish its meaning in any direct way. Although some public relations professionals maintain that positive editorial coverage can be worth 5 to 10 times the equivalent advertising value, sponsorship rarely provides such favorable treatment. The demand-side method identifies the sponsorship's effect on consumers' brand knowledge. Marketers can survey spectators to measure their recall of the event and their resulting attitudes and intentions toward the sponsor. Marketing excellence. Measuring high-performance sponsorship. 1. Measure outcomes, not outputs. Focus what a sponsorship actually produced rather than what a sponsor got or did. Rather than focus on 5,000 people sampled at an event, How many of those people would be classified as members of the target market, and what is the likely conversion rate between their trial and future behaviors? To define and benchmark objectives on the front end. Specific objectives help identify what measures should be tracked. An objective of motivating the sales force and distributors suggests different measures than one of building brand image and key brand benefits. Contrast measures in terms of sponsorship effects and what might have happened if the sponsorship had not occurred. 3. Measure return for each objective against prorated share of rights and activation fees. Rank and rate objectives by importance and allocate the total sponsorship budget against each of those objectives. 4. Measure behavior. Conduct a thorough sales analysis to identify shifts in marketplace behavior as a result of the sponsorship. 5. Apply the assumptions and ratios used by other departments within the company. Applying statistical methods used by other departments makes it easier to gain acceptance for any sponsorship analysis. 6. Research the emotional identities of customers and measure the results of emotional connections. In what ways does a sponsorship psychologically affect consumers and facilitate and deepen long-term loyalty relationships? 7. Identify group norms. How strong of a community exists around the sponsored event or participants? Are there formal groups that share interests that will be impacted by the sponsorship? 8. Include cost savings in ROI calculations. Contrast expenses that a firm has typically incurred in the past achieving a particular objective from those expenses allocated to achieve the objective as part of the sponsorship. 9. Size the data. Sponsorship affects market segments differently. Breaking down a target market into smaller segments can better identify sponsorship effects. 10. Capture normative data. Develop a core set of evaluation criteria that can be applied across all different sponsorship programs. Source: Measuring High-Performance Sponsorship Programs, IEG Executive Brief, IEG Sponsorship Consulting, www.sponsorship.com 2009. Creating experiences. A large part of local, grassroots marketing is experiential marketing, which not only communicates features and benefits but also connects a product or service with unique and interesting experiences. The idea is not to sell something, but to demonstrate how a brand can enrich a customer's life. 72 Many firms are creating their own events and experiences to create consumer and media interest and involvement. Consumers seem to appreciate that effort. In one survey, 4 of 5 respondents found participating in a live event was more engaging than all other forms of communication. The vast majority also felt experiential marketing gave them more information than other forms of communication and would make them more likely to tell others about the experience and be receptive to other marketing for the brand. 73 companies can even create a strong image by inviting prospects and customers to visit their headquarters and factories. 74 Ben & Jerry's, Boeing, Crayola, and Hershey's all sponsor excellent company tours that draw millions of visitors a year. Hallmark, Kohler, and BASF, maker of Nivea, have built corporate museums at or near their headquarters that display their history and a drama of producing and marketing their products. Many firms are also creating off-site product and brand experiences. There are the World of Coca-Cola in Atlanta and Las Vegas and M&M's World in Times Square in New York City. Public relations. Not only must the company relate constructively to customers, suppliers, and dealers, it must also relate to a large number of interested publics. A public is any group that has an actual or potential interest in or impact on a company's ability to achieve its objectives. Public relations, PR, includes a variety of programs to promote or protect a company's image or individual products. The wise company takes concrete steps to manage successful relationships with its key publics. Most have a public relations department that monitors the attitudes of the organization's publics and distributes information and communications to build goodwill. The best PR departments counsel top management to adopt positive programs and eliminate questionable practices so negative publicity doesn't arise in the first place. They perform the following 5 functions. 1. Press relations, presenting news and information about the organization in the most positive light. 2. Product publicity, sponsoring efforts to publicize specific products. 3. Corporate communications, promoting understanding of the organization through internal and external communications. 4. Lobbying, dealing with legislators and government officials to promote or defeat legislation and regulation. 5. Counseling, advising management about public issues as well as company positions and image during good times and bad. Marketing public relations. Many companies are turning to marketing public relations, MPR, to support corporate or product promotion and image making. MPR, like financial PR and community PR, serves a special constituency, the marketing department. The old name for MPR was publicity, the task of securing editorial space, as opposed to paid space, in print and broadcast media to promote or hype a product, service, idea, place, person, or organization. MPR goes beyond simple publicity and plays an important role in the following tasks. Launching new products. The amazing one-time commercial success of toys such as Leapfrog, Beanie Babies, and Silly Bands owes a great deal to strong publicity. Repositioning mature products. In a classic PR case study, New York City had extremely bad press in the 1970s until the "I Love New York" campaign. Building interest in a product category. Companies and trade associations have used MPR to rebuild interest in declining commodities such as eggs, milk, beef, and potatoes, and to expand consumption of such products as tea, pork, and orange juice. Influencing specific target groups. McDonald's sponsors special neighborhood events in Latino and African American communities to build goodwill. Defending products that have encountered public problems. PR professionals must be adept at managing crises, such as those weathered by such well-established brands as Tylenol, Toyota, and BP in recent years. Building the corporate image in a way that reflects favorably on its products. The late Steve Jobs' heavily anticipated Macworld keynote speeches helped to create an innovative, iconoclastic image for Apple Corporation. As the power of mass advertising weakens, marketing managers are turning to MPR to build awareness and brand knowledge for both new and established products. MPR is also effective in blanketing local communities and reaching specific groups, and it can be more cost-effective than advertising. Increasingly, MPR takes place online, but it must be planned jointly with advertising and other marketing communications. 75. Clearly, creative public relations can affect public awareness at a fraction of the cost of advertising. The company doesn't pay for media space or time but only for a staff to develop and circulate stories and manage certain events. An interesting story picked up by the media can be worth millions of dollars in equivalent advertising. Some experts say consumers are 5 times more likely to be influenced by editorial copy than by advertising. The following is an example of an award-winning PR campaign. 76. Meow Mix, a heritage brand, Meow Mix cat food, decided to tap into its roots and bring back one of its most identifiable brand elements, a jingle with repetitive meow refrain that had been off the air for 16 years. Marketers chose singer and TV reality coach Kilo Green and his Persian cat Perfect to do the honors. The video with Green singing a remixed version of the jingle in a duet with Perfect garnered attention from all kinds of outlets. The story received 1,200 media placements and 535 million media impressions, including exclusives with AP and Access Hollywood. Web traffic for the brand rose 150%, and more than 10,000 fans downloaded the song or ringtone. For each download, a pound of Meow Mix was donated to a local pet charity in Los Angeles. Meow Mix cat food reintroduced its famous ad jingle in a comprehensive PR campaign featuring singer Kilo Green and his Persian cat Perfect. Major decisions in marketing PR. In considering when and how to use MPR, management must establish the marketing objectives, choose the PR messages and vehicles, implement the plan, and evaluate the results. The main tools of NPR are described in Table 18.6. Establishing objectives. NPR can build awareness by placing stories in the media to bring attention to a product, service, person, organization, or idea. It can build credibility by communicating the message in an editorial context. It can help boost sales force and dealer enthusiasm with stories about new product before it is launched. It can hold down promotion cost because NPR costs less than direct mail and media advertising. A good NPR campaign can achieve multiple objectives. With its reputation slipping, Cisco launched the Comeback Kid initiative to rebuild faith in its corporate vision and leadership, raising the profile of key global executives, creating 2 timely global research studies, and showcasing some of its own technological products and solutions contributed to a 25% increase in stock valuation, an 11% increase in sales revenue, and a 15% boost in employee confidence. 77 choosing messages and vehicles. Suppose a relatively unknown college wants more visibility. The NPR practitioner will search for stories. Are any faculty members working on unusual projects? Are any new and unusual courses being taught? Are any interesting events taking place on campus? If there are no interesting stories, the NPR practitioner should propose newsworthy events the college could sponsor. Here the challenge is to create meaningful news. PR ideas include hosting major academic conventions, inviting expert or celebrity speakers, and developing news conferences. Each event and activity is an opportunity to develop a multitude of stories directed at different audiences. Whereas PR practitioners reach their target publics through the mass media, NPR is increasingly borrowing the techniques and technology of online and direct response marketing to reach target audience members one-on-one. Table 18.6 Major tools in marketing PR. Publications. Companies rely extensively on published materials to reach and influence their target markets. These include annual reports, brochures, articles, company newsletters and magazines, and audiovisual materials. Events. Companies can draw attention to new products or other company activities by arranging and publicizing special events such as news conferences, seminars, outings, trade shows, exhibits, contests and competitions, and anniversaries that will reach the target publics. Sponsorships. Companies can promote their brands and corporate name by sponsoring and publicizing sports and cultural events and highly regarded causes. News. One of the major tasks of PR professionals is to find or create favorable news about the company, its products, and its people, and to get the media to accept press releases and attend press conferences. Speeches. Increasingly, company executives must field questions from the media or give talks at trade associations or sales meetings, and these appearances can build the company's image. Public service activities. Companies can build goodwill by contributing money and time to good causes. Identity media. Companies need a visual identity that the public immediately recognizes. The visual identity is carried by company logos, stationery, brochures, signs, business forms, business cards, buildings, uniforms, and dress codes. Implementing the plan and evaluating results. NPR's contribution to the bottom line is difficult to measure because NPR is used along with other promotional tools. The easiest gauge of its effectiveness is the number of exposures carried by the media. Publicists supply their client with a clippings book showing all the media that carried news about the product and a summary statement such as the following. Media coverage included 3,500 column inches of news and photographs in 350 publications with a combined circulation of 79.4 million, 2,500 minutes of airtime on 290 radio stations and an estimated audience of 65 million, and 660 minutes of airtime on 160 television stations with an estimated audience of 91 million. If this time and space had been purchased at advertising rates, it would have amounted to $1,047,000.78. This measure is not very satisfying because it contains no indication of how many people actually read, heard, or recall the message and what they thought afterward, nor does it contain information about the net audience reached because publications overlap in readership. It also ignores the effects of electronic media. Publicity's goal is reach, not frequency, so it would be more useful to know the number of unduplicated exposures across all media types. Better measure is the change in product awareness, comprehension, or attitude resulting from the NPR campaign, after accounting for the effect of other promotional tools as well as possible. For example, how many people recall hearing the news item? How many told others about it, a measure of word of mouth? How many changed their minds after hearing it? Summary. 1. Advertising is any paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion of ideas, goods, or services by an identified sponsor. Advertisers include not only business firms but also charitable, non-profit, and government agencies. 2. Developing an advertising program is a 5-step process. 1. Set advertising objectives. 2. Establish a budget. 3. Choose the advertising message and creative strategy. 4. Decide on the media. And 5. Evaluate communication and sales effects. 3. Sales promotion consists of mostly short-term incentive tools, designed to stimulate quicker or greater purchase of particular products or services by consumers or the trade. 4. In using sales promotion, a company must establish its objectives, select the tools, develop the program, implement and control it, and evaluate the results. 5. Events and experiences are a means to become part of special and more personally relevant moment in consumers' lives. Events can broaden and deepen the sponsor's relationship with its target market, but only if managed properly. 6. Public relations, PR, includes a variety of programs designed to promote or protect a company's image or its individual products. Marketing public relations, MPR, to support the marketing department in corporate or product promotion and image making, can affect public awareness at a fraction of the cost of advertising and is often much more credible. The main tools of PR are publications, events, news, community affairs, identification media, lobbying, and social responsibility. Applications. Marketing debate. Should marketers test advertising? Advertising creatives believe ad protesting inhibits their creative process and results in too much sameness in commercials. Marketers, on the other hand, believe it ensures the ad campaign will connect with consumers and be well received in the marketplace. Take a position. Ad protesting is often an unnecessary waste of marketing dollars versus ad protesting provides an important diagnostic for marketers as to the likely success of an ad campaign. Marketing discussion. Television advertising. What are some of your favorite TV ads? Why? How effective are the message and creative strategies? How are they creating consumer preference and loyalty and building brand equity? Marketing excellence. Evian is one of the most famous mineral water brands owned by the French food products group Danone. Each year, approximately 1.5 billion bottles are sold in more than 140 countries across the world. According to the market research company Millward Brown, the Evian brand can be valued at $1,027 million. The success of the brand is a result of continuous innovation and powerful and original communication. At the end of the 19th century, Evian water, which was sourced from a natural spring, became known for its miraculous healing properties and was being sold in pharmacies. By mid-1930s, Evian was recommended as the perfect water for babies. Campaigns designed to target mothers, midwives, and doctors were developed consequently. In the 1950s, Evian was still catering to this segment, but its communication added a new reference to health, and the theme of the Alps was introduced. In the 1980s, the brand decided to go in a different direction, and the concept of equilibrium, the force of balance, was dropped. The theme of purity was chosen to differentiate the brand from competitors and enable hidden positioning of the product. The company adopted a new slogan to reflect this change: the water you drink is as important as the air you breathe. In 1998, Evian, in association with its advertiser BETC Paris, launched the hugely successful ad campaign, Water Babies, that had babies swimming in synchronicity, a metaphor through which the brand evoked youth. In France, the approval rating for this ad was 94% and the recognition score was 91%. This television commercial had a very strong impact on the collective conscience of people. Globally, the brand focused on purity and used the slogan, "The original." Press advertisement portrayed, for example, a beautiful black angel lying on a white cloud who brought down rain with a bottle of Evian, or a mermaid quenching her thirst with Evian water. Despite the differences in product positioning based on markets, the brand has always been conscious of its upscale image. The economic crisis of 2007-2009 had a negative effect on the market for mineral water. Sales dropped as more and more consumers turned to less expensive water. During this time, the brand went through a restructure to keep from losing its market share. As a result, Evian has a premium and popular positioning in France, Switzerland, the UK, and Belgium, while it is a luxury brand in almost all the other countries. This is due to the fact that in Europe, the brand is sold in every supermarket, whereas in many other countries across the world, the brand is sold only in urban centers. Evian generates 50% of its sales outside of France. A bottle of Evian can reach 3 times the price of a regular soft drink. The brand caters to a very narrow urban market, and it therefore felt the need to unify its brand communication in favor of something more global. It is in this regard that Evian and BETC decided to pick up from where the Water Babies left off and launched the Roller Babies campaign. Health and purity of the Alps were abandoned in favor of a single message, Live Young. This advertisement was broadcast around the world and went on to become one of the most watched ads ever on YouTube with 254 million views, and held the Guinness World Record in this category at one point. It was the advert of the year for Time magazine, Wall Street Journal, and The Guardian. It was also the 20% most effective ad ever. Source: GfK France, Belgium, and Germany. In Asia, however, consumers did not understand quite well the relationship between Evian, seen as the pinnacle of luxury, and babies on rollers dancing to hip-hop music. BETC, then, had the idea of creating t-shirts with images of baby bodies and launched a campaign showing people of all ages dressed in these tees. With this, the advertiser wanted to represent their brand as one that keeps adults young at heart. The t-shirts were a huge success globally and created the desired brand awareness. In 2013, Evian launched Baby and Me, its third major campaign with BETC since 1998. This commercial used a baby and adult mirror dancing concept to highlight their Live Young slogan. The idea behind this video was to allow consumers to reconnect with their inner child, in line with the brand promise. Since 2009, Evian's global brand communication strategy has been focused on both digital and traditional media. With the web, Evian can target precisely and reach masses easily, and is one of the top brands viewed online. The brand has also always cultivated a strong presence outside the internet. Since 2007, it has carried out several promotional operations with limited edition glass bottles signed by major designers, such as Paul Smith in 2009, Issey Miyake in 2010, and Kenzo in 2014. Evian has also been credited with creating the first Women's Golf Open Championship. Today, it is considered to be one of the major tournaments in Europe and is broadcast live on television in 167 countries. Evian is the official water brand for the Wimbledon tennis tournament. The brand is also a sponsor for the Paris fashion shows. In addition to this, Evian supports a variety of causes linked to its brand territory. It committed to the protection of the environment through creation of schools of water to help populations manage their water resources in an autonomous and sustainable way. It has developed partnerships with the Red Cross and offers fellowships in pediatrics, thereby affirming its positioning on health and children. Questions. 1. Evian is a global mineral water brand that is sold to millions of people across the world. Analyze the reasons for its success. 2. What would be the strategic evolution of the brand's communication? 3. Can any other mineral water brand ever take over Evian's market share? Sources: Natalie's mother, Evian seeking return to relevance, new head marketer, advertising age, 7th August 2013, Saga Evian, Prodemarks, January 2002, Evian, Le Marketing cum Elixir de Jeunesse, Dynamic Mag, October 19, 2012, Alexander Debout, Les Bebs d'Evian font un carton sur Internet, Le Figaro, 5th September 2013, Lauren Johnson, Evian's real-time marketing reaches big social stats, targets New Yorkers with Twitter-enabled service, Adweek, 5th September 2014, FE France. www.fe.fr. Marketing excellence. Gillette knows men. Not only does the company understand what products men desire for their grooming needs, it understands how to market to men in different countries, cultures, and languages around the world. Today, Gillette holds a commanding lead in the shaving and razor business with a 70% global market share and $8 billion in annual sales. More than 800 million men use Gillette products, helping to generate a brand value of $22.9 billion. Gillette's mass appeal is a result of several factors, including high-quality innovation, extensive consumer research, and successful mass communications. Since the invention of the safety razor by King C. Gillette in 1901, Gillette has made a number of breakthrough product innovations. These include the Track 2, the first twin-blade shaving system in 1971, a razor with a pivoting head called the Atra in 1977, and the first razor with spring-mounted twin blades dubbed the Sensor in 1989. In 1998, Gillette introduced the first triple-blade system, Mac-E, which became a billion-dollar brand. Surpassed only by the 2006 launch of the six-blade Fusion, promoted as the best shave on the planet. Today, the Fusion and Fusion Pro Glide account for approximately 45% of men's razors sold in the United States. While Gillette has launched high-quality products, the company's impressive marketing knowledge and mass marketing campaigns have helped it achieve international success. Traditionally, it uses one global marketing message rather than individual targeted messages for each country or region. This message is backed by a wide spectrum of advertising support, including athletic sponsorships, television campaigns, in-store promotions, print ads, online advertising, and direct marketing. Perhaps the most critical element is sports marketing. Gillette ads have featured baseball heroes such as Hank Aaron, Mickey Mantle, and Honus Wagner since 1910, and the company's sponsorship of Major League Baseball dates to 1939. The brand's natural fit with baseball and tradition has helped the company connect emotionally and literally with its core audience. Tim Brosnam, EVP for Major League Baseball, explains, Gillette is a sports marketing pioneer that paved the way for modern-day sports sponsorship and endorsements. Gillette has formed strong ties to football as well. The company has sponsored the Orange Bowl, Sugar Bowl, Cotton Bowl, and Rose Bowl. Today, it spends $7 million annually to sponsor Gillette Stadium, home of the New England Patriots, and is a corporate sponsor of the NFL. Gillette has also sponsored boxing matches, NCAA basketball, NCAA football, NASCAR, PGA Tour, Champions Tour, LPGA Tour, and the National Hockey League. Internationally, the company has sponsored events such as the FIFA World Cup, the UK Tri Nations Rugby Tournament, the Gillette Cup in cricket, and Formula One racing. Greg Weyer, Global Director of Sports Marketing, explains, we have an 18-month cycle that starts with brand strategy. We produce a lot of products on a global basis, and we try to holistically leverage our major partnerships. That requires a lot of planning and work. We are not a company that is going to leverage a partnership with one commercial and one SKU. We wrap our arms around a partnership with TV, digital, social media and in-store promotions. The company often integrates creativity into its sponsorships as well. For example, it transformed Jumbonis into giant fusion razors at NHL games to create the illusion that a Gillette razor had just given the ice a perfectly smooth shave. Gillette also partners with individual athletes to communicate its marketing messages and reflect the brand's image. In 2004, the company signed soccer star David Beckham to appear in its advertising and promotional campaigns around the world. In 2007, it launched the Gillette Champions program, highlighting the athletic accomplishments of Roger Federer, Thierry Henry, and Tiger Woods. It has featured baseball superstar Derek Jeter, soccer star Park Ji-sung, motorcycle champion Kenan Sofuoglu, cricketer Rahul Dravid, and several NFL players. While sports marketing is a critical element of Gillette's marketing strategy, the brand aims to reach every man and therefore also aligns with musical acts, video games, and movies. In one James Bond film, Goldfinger, a Gillette razor contained a homing device. Gillette's advertising has resonated well with consumers over the years and left behind some of the most familiar taglines in advertising history. Two of the best known are, "Look sharp, feel sharp," and "The current, the best a man can get." When Procter & Gamble acquired Gillette in 2005 for $57 billion, a record 5 times sales, it aimed to gain more than sales and profit. P&G, an expert on marketing to women, wanted to learn about marketing to men on a global scale, and no one tops Gillette. Today, shaving and grooming make up 9% of P&G's total revenues, and razors are one of its most profitable businesses, with operating margins of 31%. Questions. 1. Gillette has successfully convinced the world that more is better, in terms of number of blades and other razor features. How did it do it? Why has that worked in the past? Will it continue to work in the future? Why or why not? 2. Explain why Gillette's sports marketing partnerships have been so successful. 3. Some of Gillette's spokespeople such as Derek Jeter and Tiger Woods have run into controversy after becoming endorsers for the brand. Does this hurt Gillette's brand equity or marketing message? Explain. 4. Will Gillette ever become as successful at marketing to women as to men? Why or why not? Sources: Gillette press release. Gillette launches new global brand marketing campaign, 1st July 2009. Major League Baseball press release. Major League Baseball announces extension of historic sponsorship with Gillette dating back to 1939, 16th April 2009. Gillette 2009 Annual Report. Jeremy Mullman and Rich Thomsley, why Tiger is still the best Gillette can get. Advertising Age, 7th December 2009. Louis Story, Procter and Gillette learn from each other's marketing ways. New York Times, 12th April 2007. Dan Buque, A Blade Toofer. Business Week, 14th August 2006. Jen Abelson, And Then There Were Five. Boston Globe, 15th September 2005. Jack Neff, Six Blade Blitz. Advertising Age, 19th September 2005. pp. 353. Editorial, Gillette spends smart on fusion. Advertising Age, 26th September 2005. p24. World's Most Valuable Brands. Fortune, November 2013. 5 questions. Greg Weyer, Gillette Global Director of Sports Marketing. IG Sponsorship Report, 18th November 2013. Gillette enlists top NFL players and sport sciences John Brankus to highlight the importance of precision in football and shaving. P&G Corporate Press Release, September 3, 2013. P&G 2013 Annual Report. With its Crash the Super Bowl contest, Frito-Lay gives participants a chance to win $1 million and have their homemade ad air during the game broadcast. Sources: used with permission of David Wilkins, Talent, and Frito-Lay, Inc. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What are the pros and cons of online marketing? P599. 2. How can companies carry out effective social media campaigns? P603. 3. What are some tips for enjoying positive word of mouth? P607. 4. What are important guidelines for mobile marketing? P613. 19. Managing digital communications, online, social media, and mobile. In the face of the internet revolution, marketing communications today increasingly occur as a kind of personal dialogue between the company and its customers. Companies must ask not only, how should we reach our customers, but also, how should our customers reach us, and how can our customers reach each other? New technologies have encouraged companies to move from mass communication to more targeted, two-way communications. As a result, consumers can now play a much more participatory role in the marketing process. Consider how PepsiCo has engaged the consumer in marketing communications for its various brands. 1. PepsiCo has been an early champion of digital marketing. For its Mountain Dew soft drink, its first Democracy contest had consumers go online to determine the flavor, color, packaging, and name of a new Mountain Dew product. The winning flavor, Voltage, generated several $100 million in revenue for the company in its first year. The second contest, Democracy 2, expanded voting through Facebook, Twitter, and a private online Dew Labs community and crowned Whiteout as the winner. For its Doritos brand, PepsiCo runs the Crash the Super Bowl contest every year, giving contestants a chance to develop an ad to be run during the game broadcast and receive $1 million in the process. In 2014, anyone from Doritos' 35 global markets was allowed to enter the competition, resulting in more than 3,000 submissions. The winning ad, Time Machine, had a man humor a small kid by taking a ride in the kid's cardboard time machine, with unexpected results. It cost only $200 to make and 1 day to film, but it was one of the most positively received Super Bowl ads by viewers that year. During the contest, Doritos always enjoys a healthy uptick in Twitter, Facebook, and other social media activity. The newest and fastest growing channels for communicating and selling directly to customers are digital. The internet provides marketers and consumers with opportunities for much greater interaction and individualization. Very few marketing programs can be considered complete without a meaningful digital component. In this chapter, we consider how marketers can use online marketing, social media, and mobile marketing to create loyal customers, build strong brands, and generate profits. We also consider the broader topic of word-of-mouth marketing. Online marketing. As described in Chapter 1, marketers distinguish paid and owned media from earned, or free, media. Paid media includes company-generated advertising, publicity, and other promotional efforts. Earned media is all the PR and word-of-mouth benefits a firm receives without having directly paid for anything, all the news stories, blogs, and social network conversations that deal with the brand. 2. Social media play a key role in earned media. A large part of owned media consists of online marketing communications, which we review next. Advantages and disadvantages of online marketing communications. 4 of the main categories of online marketing communications, which we discuss here, are 1. Websites, 2. Search ads, 3. Display ads, and 4. Email. The variety of online communication options means companies can offer or send tailored information or messages that engage consumers by reflecting their special interests and behavior. Online marketing communications have other advantages. Marketers can easily trace their effects by noting how many unique visitors or UVs click on a page or ad, how long they spend with it, what they do on it, and where they go afterward. 3. The internet also offers the advantage of contextual placement, which means marketers can buy ads on sites related to their own offerings. They can also place advertising based on keywords customers type into search engines to reach people when they have actually started the buying process. Going online has disadvantages too. Consumers can effectively screen out most messages. Marketers may think their ads are more effective than they really are if bogus clicks are generated by software-powered websites. 4. Advertisers also lose some control over their online messages, which can be hacked or vandalized. But the pros clearly can outweigh the cons, and the internet is attracting marketers of all kinds. Beauty pioneer Estee Lauder, who, in a reflection of times gone by, famously said she relied on 3 means of communication to build her multimillion-dollar cosmetics business: telephone, telegraph, and tell a woman, would now have to add the internet, where the company's official site describes new and old products, announces special offers and promotions, and helps customers locate stores where they can buy Estee Lauder products. Estee Lauder has always relied on word of mouth to build its brands, but now has added a sizable digital component. Marketers must go where the customers are, and increasingly that's online. Of the time US consumers spend with all media, almost half is spent online, see figure 19.1. 5. Customers define the rules of engagement, however, and insulate themselves with the help of agents and intermediaries if they so choose. They define what information they need, what offerings they are interested in, and what they are willing to pay. 6. Vertical bar Fig. 19.1 Vertical bar share of time spent per day with major media by US adults, 2014, HRS, Mins. Source: eMarketer, April 2014, accessed at http://www.emarketer.com. Article: Digital Sit surpass TV time spent with US media 1010096. Tough Mudea used only Facebook advertising and word of mouth to launch its brand. Digital advertising continues to show much more rapid growth than traditional media. In fact, total digital ad spending in 2013 was estimated to have grown to $42.8 billion, which meant it surpassed TV advertising, at $40.1 billion, for the first time. Search ads made up 43% of the total at $18.4 billion, display-related advertising was 30% with $12.8 billion, mobile 17% with $7.1 billion, and digital video 7% with $2.8 billion. 7 more brands are being built by online means. Consider Tough Mudea. 8. Tough Mudder. Tough Mudea is a challenging obstacle race for teams, designed in the spirit of British Special Forces, that features 29 different obstacles with such creative names as the Devil's Beard, Shocks on the Rocks, and Funky Monkey. Competitors encounter hazards such as walls, 15-foot planks, ice baths, nightmare monkey bars, greased half-pipes, and electrified army crawls. Funded with $20,000 in seed capital in 2010, Tough Mudea spent its entire $8,000 communication budget at launch on Facebook advertising, which generated plenty of word of mouth. The first race was a hit, and word quickly spread. By 2013, more than 750,000 competitors were participating in 53 scheduled events. With entry fees of about $155 per person, the company's margin is about 48%. Online marketing communication options. A company chooses which forms of online marketing will be most cost-effective in achieving communication and sales objectives. 9. The options include websites, search ads, display ads, and email. Websites. Companies must design websites that embody or express their purpose, history, products, and vision, and that are attractive on first viewing and interesting enough to encourage repeat visits. 10. Jeffrey Rappaport and Bernard Javasky proposed that effective sites feature 7 design elements they called the 7 Cs, see figure 19.2. 11. To encourage repeat visits, companies must pay special attention to context and content factors and embrace another, see, constant change. 12 visitors will judge a site's performance on ease of use and physical attractiveness. 13 ease of use means 1. Site downloads quickly, 2. The first page is easy to understand, and 3. It is easy to navigate to other pages that open quickly. Physical attractiveness is ensured when 1. Individual pages are clean and not crammed with content, 2. Typefaces and font sizes are very readable, and 3. The site makes good use of color and sound. J.D. Power found that consumers who were delighted with an automotive manufacturer's website were more likely to test drive one of its vehicles as a result. 14. As we describe in more detail below, firms such as Comscore and Nielsen Online track where consumers go online through measures like number of page views, number of unique visitors, length of visit, and so on. 15. Vertical bar Fig. 19.2 Vertical bar 7 Key design elements of an effective website source. Jeffrey F. Ryport and Bernard J. Jaworski, E-Commerce, New York, McGraw-Hill, 2001, p. 116. Companies must also be sensitive to online security and privacy protection issues. One set of researchers recommends transforming various touch points related to privacy on the website into a positive customer experience by 1. Developing user-centric privacy controls to give customer control, 2. Avoiding multiple intrusions, and 3. Preventing human intrusion by using automation whenever possible. 16. Besides their websites, companies may employ microsites, individual web pages or clusters of pages that function as supplements to a primary site. They are particularly relevant for companies selling low-interest products. People rarely visit an insurance company's website, for example, but the company can create a microsite on used car sites that offers advice for buyers of used cars and a good insurance deal at the same time. Search ads, an important component of online marketing, paid search or pay-per-click ads. 35% of all searches are reportedly for products or services. In paid search, marketers bid in a continuous auction on search terms that serve as a proxy for the consumer's product or consumption interests. When a consumer searches for any of the words with Google, Yahoo, or Bing, the marketer's ad may appear above or next to the results, depending on the amount the company bids and an algorithm the search engines use to determine an ad's relevance to a particular search. 17. Advertisers pay only if people click on the links, but marketers believe consumers who have already expressed interest by engaging in search are prime prospects. Average click-through in terms of the percentage of consumers who click on a link is about 2%, much more than for comparable online display ads, which range from 0.08 for standard banner ads with graphics and images to 0.14 for rich media, expandable banners, ads that incorporate audio and/or video. 18. The cost per click depends on how highly the link ranked on the page and the popularity of the keyword. The ever-increasing popularity of paid search has increased competition among keyword bidders, significantly raising search ad prices and putting a premium on choosing the best possible keywords, bidding on them strategically, and monitoring the results for effectiveness and efficiency. Search engine optimization, SEO, describes activities designed to improve the likelihood that a link for a brand is as high as possible in the rank order of all non-paid links when consumers search for relevant terms. SEO is a crucial part of marketing given the large amount of money marketers are spending on search. A number of guidelines have been suggested as part of SEO as well as paid search. 19. Broader search terms, MP3 player, or iPod, are useful for general brand building. More specific ones identifying a particular product model or service, Apple iPod Classic 160 GB, are useful for generating and converting sales leads. Search terms need to be spotlighted on the appropriate pages of the marketer's website so search engines can easily identify them. Any one product can usually be identified by means of multiple keywords, but marketers must bid on each keyword according to its likely return on revenue. It also helps to have popular sites linked back to the marketer's website. Data can be collected to track the effects of paid search. Any size business can benefit from a well-executed search strategy. The owner of river pools and spas in Virginia and Maryland turned around his floundering business by posting question and answer articles that were picked up easily by search engines and drove traffic to the company's website. 20 Consumers are also influenced by the online opinions and recommendations of other consumers. The informal social networks that arise among consumers complement the product networks set up by the company. 21 Online influentials, who are one of a few or maybe even the only person to influence certain consumers, are particularly important and valuable to companies. 22 Display ads. Display ads or banner ads are small, rectangular boxes containing text and perhaps a picture that companies pay to place on relevant websites. 23 The larger the audience, the higher the cost. In the early days of the internet, viewers clicked on 2% to 3% off the banner ads they saw, but as noted previously, that percentage has quickly plummeted, and advertisers have explored other forms of communication. Given that internet users spend only 5% of their time online actually searching for information, display ads still hold great promise compared to popular search ads. But ads need to be more attention-getting and influential, better targeted, and more closely tracked. 24 Interstitials are advertisements, often with video or animation, that pop up between page changes within a website or across websites. For example, ads for Johnson & Johnson's Tylenol headache reliever would pop up on brokers' websites whenever the stock market fell by 100 points or more. Because consumers find such pop-up ads intrusive and distracting, many use software to block them. Email allows marketers to inform and communicate with customers at a fraction of the cost of a D-mail or direct mail campaign. Emails can be very productive selling tools. The rate at which they prompt purchase has been estimated to be at least 3 times that of social media ads, and the average order value is thought to be 17% higher. 25 Firms such as Kellogg, Whirlpool, and Nissan are emphasizing both email and search marketing. 26 Consumers are besieged by emails, though, and many employ spam filters to hold the flow. Privacy concerns are also growing. Almost half of British survey respondents said they would refuse to share any personal details with brands even if doing so would bring them better targeted offers and discounts. 27 Some firms are asking consumers to say whether and when they would like to receive emails. FTD, the flower retailer, allows customers to choose whether to receive email reminders to send flowers for virtually any holiday as well as specific birthdays and anniversaries. 28 Emails must be timely, targeted, and relevant. The Guild Group sends more than 3,000 variations of its daily email for its flash sale site based on recipients' past click-throughs, browsing history, and purchase history. 29 Marketing Memo, How to Maximize the Marketing Value of Emails, provides some important guidelines for launching productive email campaigns. Social media. An important component of digital marketing is social media. Social media are a means for consumers to share text, images, audio, and video information with each other and with companies, and vice versa. Social media allow marketers to establish a public voice and presence online. They can cost-effectively reinforce other communication activities. Because of their day-to-day immediacy, they can also encourage companies to stay innovative and relevant. Marketers can build or tap into online communities, inviting participation from consumers and creating a long-term marketing asset in the process. Marketing Memo. How to maximize the marketing value of emails. Give the customer a reason to respond. Offer powerful incentives for reading email pitches and online ads, such as trivia games, scavenger hunts, and instant win sweepstakes. Personalize the content of your emails. Williams-Sonoma reported a tenfold increase in response rates when it adopted personalized email offerings based on individuals' on-site and catalog shopping behavior. An engaging subject line is especially critical. One expert notes, you really have about 5 seconds to grab them or they are clicking out. Offer something the customer can't get via direct mail. Because email campaigns can be carried out quickly, they can offer time-sensitive information. Travelocity sends fluent emails pitching last-minute cheap airfares, and Club Med pitches unsold vacation packages at a discount. Make it easy for customers to opt in as well as unsubscribe. Run controlled split tests to explore how location, color, and other factors affect sign up now messages. Controlled split tests assemble online matched samples of consumers with one sample given a test message that manipulates one factor and the other being a status quo control. Online customers also demand a positive exit experience. Dissatisfied customers leaving on a sour note are more likely to spread their displeasure to others. Combine email with other communications such as social media. Southwest Airlines found the highest number of reservations occurred after an email campaign followed by a social media campaign. Papa John's was able to add 45,000 fans to its Facebook page through an email campaign inviting customers to participate in a March Madness NCAA basketball tournament contest. To increase the effectiveness of emails, some researchers are employing heat mapping, which tracks eye movements with cameras to measure what people read on a computer screen. One study showed that clickable graphic icons and buttons that linked to more details of a marketing offer increased click-through rates by 60% over links that used just an internet address. Sources: Nora Erfrater, Julian Bodett, and Vivian Wen. Why Marketers Keep Sending You Emails. McKinsey Quarterly, January 2014. Email Marketing Central for US Retailers. www.warp.com 20th December 2012. Richard Westland, Success Stories in Email Marketing, Adweek Special Advertising Section, February 16, 2010. Susan Vranica, Marketers Give Email Another Look, Wall Street Journal, 17th July 2006. After reviewing the different social media platforms, we consider how to use social media and how social media can promote the flow of word of mouth. We then delve into more detail on how word of mouth is formed and travels. To start our discussion, consider how one company heavily used social media to build its brand. 30. Dollar Shave Club. E-commerce startup Dollar Shave Club sells a low-priced monthly supply of razors and blades online according to 3 different plans. The key to the company's launch was an online video, dubbed the best startup video ever by some and the winner of multiple awards. The 90-second Dollar Shave Club video garnered millions of views on YouTube and gained thousands of social media followers in the process. In the quirky, irreverent video, CEO Michael Dubin rides a forklift, plays tennis, and dances with a fuzzy bear while touting the quality, convenience, and price of the company's razors and blades. Dubin has observed, "We are presenting a new business, a good idea, a funny video," and tapped the pain point for a lot of consumers. While it was securing several 100,000 customers, the company was also able to raise more than $20 million in venture capital. Social media platforms. There are 3 main platforms for social media. 1. Online communities and forums. 2. Blogs, individual blogs and blog networks such as Sugar and Gawker. And 3. Social networks, like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. CEO Michael Dubin's online video to launch Dollar Shave Club was an internet sensation. Online communities and forums. Online communities and forums come in all shapes and sizes. Many are created by consumers or groups of consumers with no commercial interests or company affiliations. Others are sponsored by companies whose members communicate with the company and with each other through postings, text messaging, and chat discussions about special interests related to the company's products and brands. These online communities and forums can be a valuable resource for companies and fill multiple functions by both collecting and conveying key information. A key for success in online communities is to create individual and group activities that help form bonds among community members. Apple hosts a large number of discussion groups organized by product lines and type of user, consumer or professional. These groups are customers' primary source of product information after warranties expire. Information flow in online communities and forums is two-way and can provide companies with useful, hard-to-get customer information and insights. When GlaxoSmithKline prepared to launch its first weight loss drug, Ali, it sponsored a weight loss community. The firm felt the feedback it gained was more valuable than what it could have received from traditional focus groups. Research has shown, however, that firms should avoid too much democratization of innovation. One risks that groundbreaking ideas can be replaced by lowest common denominator solutions. 31 blogs, regularly updated online journals or diaries, have become an important outlet for word of mouth. There are millions in existence, and they vary widely, some personal for close friends and families, others designed to reach and influence a vast audience. One obvious appeal of blogs is that they bring together people with common interests. Blog networks such as Gawker Media offer marketers a portfolio of choices. Online celebrity gossip blog PopSugar has spawned a family of breezy blogs on fashion, fab sugar, beauty, Billa Sugar, and romance and culture, Tresugar, attracting women ages 18 to 49. Corporations are creating their own blogs and carefully monitoring those of others. 32 popular blogs are creating influential opinion leaders. At the Treehugger site, the leading media outlet dedicated to driving sustainability mainstream, a team of bloggers tracks green consumer products for 5 million unique visitors per month, offering an up-to-the-minute blog, weekly and daily newsletters, and regularly updated Twitter and Facebook pages. 33 Because many consumers examine product information and reviews contained in blogs, the Federal Trade Commission has also taken steps to require bloggers to disclose their relationship with marketers whose products they endorse. At the other extreme, some consumers use blogs and videos as a means of getting retribution for a company's bad service or faulty products. Some customer retaliations are legendary. Dell's customer service shortcomings were splashed all over the internet through a series of blistering Dell Hell postings. AOL took some heat when a frustrated customer recorded and broadcast online a service representative's emphatic resistance to his wish to cancel his service. Comcast was embarrassed when a video surfaced of one of its technicians sleeping on a customer's couch. 34. Social networks have become an important force in both business-to-consumer and business-to-business marketing. 35 major ones include Facebook, one of the world's biggest, LinkedIn, which focuses on career-minded professionals, and Twitter, with its 140-character messages or tweets. Different networks offer different benefits to firms. For example, Twitter can be an early warning system that permits rapid response, whereas Facebook allows deeper dives to engage consumers in more meaningful ways. 36 Marketers are still learning how to best tap into social networks and their huge, well-defined audiences. 37 Given networks' non-commercial nature, users are generally there looking to connect with others, attracting attention and persuading are more challenging. Also, given that users generate their own content, ads may find themselves appearing beside inappropriate or even offensive material. 38 Advertising is only one avenue, however. Like any individual, companies can also join social groups and actively participate. Having a Facebook page has become a virtual prerequisite for many companies. 39 Twitter can benefit even the smallest firm. To create interest in its products and the events it hosted, small San Francisco bakery Mission Pie began to send tweet alerts, quickly gaining 1,000 followers and a sizable uptick in business. Follow me on Twitter. Signs are appearing on doors and windows of more small shops. 40 And although major social networks offer the most exposure, niche networks provide a more targeted market that may be more likely to spread the brand message, as Cafe Mom did for Play School. 41. Cafe Mom started in 2006, Cafe Mom has 20 million users across its flagship Cafe Mom site and other properties such as the Star, an all-day, everyday content destination for moms, and Mamas Latinas, the first bilingual site for Latina moms. Users can participate in 70,000 different group forums for moms. When the site started a forum for discussing developmentally appropriate play activities, Toymaker Play School sent toy kits to more than 5,000 members and encouraged them to share their experiences with each other, resulting in 11,600 posts at Play School Preschool Playgroup. The great thing is you get direct feedback from actual moms, says the director of media at Hasbro, Play School's parent company. This kind of feedback can be invaluable in the product development process as well. The site's sweet spot is young, middle-class women with kids who love the opportunity to make friends and seek support, spending an average of 44 minutes a day on the site. Using social media. Social media allow consumers to become engaged with the brand at perhaps a deeper and broader level than ever before. Marketers should do everything they can to encourage willing consumers to engage productively. But as useful as they may be, social media are rarely the sole source of marketing communications for a brand. 42. Social media may not be as effective in attracting new users and driving brand penetration. Research by DDB suggests that brands and products vary widely in how social they are online. Consumers are most likely to engage with media, charities, and fashion, and least likely to engage with consumer goods. 43 Older consumers may use social media to get useful information or deals and promotions, or to enjoy interesting or entertaining brand-created content. A much smaller percentage won't use social media to engage in two-way conversations with brands. In short, marketers must recognize that when it comes to social media, only some consumers want to engage with some brands, and, even then, only some of the time. Embracing social media, harnessing word of mouth, and creating buzz also require companies to take the good with the bad. When Frito-Lay's Do Us a Flavor contest invited US fans to suggest new potato chip flavors for a chance to win huge cash prize, the Facebook app for submissions crashed the first day due to high traffic. The promotion got back on track, though, with the winner, cheesy garlic bread flavored chips, joining earlier winners from other countries such as Caesar salad flavored chips in Australia and shrimp chips in Egypt. 44 The Frito-Lay example shows the power and speed of social media, but also the challenges they pose to companies. The reality, however, is that whether a company chooses to engage in social media or not, the internet will always permit scrutiny, criticism, and even cheap shots from consumers and organizations. By using social media and the internet in a constructive, thoughtful way, firms at least have a means to create a strong online presence and to better offer credible alternative points of view if negative feedback occurs. 45 And if the firm has built a strong online community, members of that community will often rush to defend the brand and play a policing role over inaccurate or unfair characterizations. Frito-Lay used a social media campaign for new consumer-created flavors it introduced. Word of mouth. Social media are one example of online word of mouth. Word of mouth, WOM, is a powerful marketing tool. AT&T found it was one of the most effective drivers of its sales, along with unaided advertising awareness. Some brands have been built almost exclusively by word of mouth. 46. SodaStream, a product that allows consumers to carbonate regular tap water at home to replace store-bought sodas, was built with minimum media spend due to the power of word of mouth. To help promote conversations about the brand, the company has sampled liberally, used product placement, and engaged with affinity groups that might be interested in home carbonation because of its environmental advantages, including various green organizations, or because it offers the convenience of not having to store bottles and cans, which appeals to boat and RV owners. CEO Daniel Bernboim notes, "I would much rather invest in PR than in advertising, because with PR it's not me talking, it's someone else." One of SodaStream's most successful marketing activities is the cage. The company calculates the average number of cans and bottles thrown away by a family in a year in a given country and then fills a giant cage-like box to hold them, placing it in high traffic locations like airports to draw attention to it. After deciding to target Coke and Pepsi head-on, SodaStream did purchase advertising time in 2013 and 2014 Super Bowls. Ironically, with this decision the company still benefited from PR and word of mouth because the networks banned its initial ads for being too aggressive. The banned ads received more attention than the ones that actually ran, racking up millions of views online and a barrage of media coverage. Purchased for $6 million in 2007, SodaStream had a 2014 market cap of more than $1 billion. SodaStream benefited from PR and word of mouth in launching its brand. Forms of word of mouth. Contrary to popular opinion, most word of mouth is not generated online. In fact, research and consulting firm Keller notes that 90% occurs offline, specifically 75% face-to-face and 15% over the phone. Keller also notes how advertising and WOM are inextricably linked. WOM has proven to be highly credible and linked to sales. Advertising has proven to help spark conversation. 47 others note how offline word of mouth works with social media. Consumers start conversations in one channel, continue them in a second and finish them in a third. When the communication is happening in so many channels, it becomes almost impossible to separate online and offline. 48 Viral marketing is a form of online word of mouth, or word of mouth, that encourages consumers to pass along company-developed products and services or audio, video, or written information to others online. 49 With user-generated content sites such as YouTube, Vimeo, and Google Video, consumers and advertisers can upload ads and videos to be shared by millions of people. 50 Online videos can be cost-effective. They can be made for as little as $50,000 to $200,000, and marketers can take more freedom with them, as BlendTake has done. 51 Outrageousness is a two-edged sword. The BlendTake website clearly puts its comic videos in the "Don't Try This at Home" category and developed another set showing how to grind up vegetables for soup, for instance, in the "Do Try This at Home" category. BlendTech Utah-based BlendTake used to be known primarily for its commercial blenders and food mills. The company wasn't really familiar to the general public until it launched a hilarious series of "Will It Blend?" online videos to promote some of its commercial products for home use. The videos feature founder and CEO Tom Dixon wearing a white lab coat and pulverizing objects ranging from golf balls and pens to beer bottles, all in a genial but deadpan manner. The genius of the videos, www.willitblend.com, is that they tie into current events. As soon as the iPhone was launched with huge media fanfare, BlendTake aired a video in which Dixon smiled and said, "I love my iPhone. It does everything. But will it blend?" After the blender crushed the iPhone to bits, Dixon lifted a lid on the small pile of black dust and said simply, "I smoke." The clip drew more than 3.5 million views on YouTube. Dixon has appeared on Today and other network television shows and has had a cameo in a Weezer video. One of the few items not to blend, a crowbar. Creating word-of-mouth buzz. Products don't have to be outrageous or edgy to generate word-of-mouth buzz. Older, more interesting brands are more likely to be talked about online. Whether a brand is seen as novel, exciting, or surprising has little effect on whether it is discussed in face-to-face, oral communications. 52 brands discussed offline are often those that are salient and visible and come easily to mind. 53. BlendTake built its consumer brand in part with a series of clever, "Will It Blend?" online videos. Research has shown that consumers tend to generate positive WOM themselves and share information about their own positive consumption experiences. They tend to only transmit negative WOM and pass on information they heard about others' negative consumption experiences. 54. It's worth remembering that much online content is not necessarily naturally shared and does not go viral. One study found that only 4% of content cascaded to more than one person beyond the initial recipient. 55. In deciding whether to contribute to social media, consumers can be motivated by intrinsic factors such as whether they are having fun or learning, but more often they are swayed by extrinsic factors such as social and self-image considerations. 56. Harvard Business School viral video expert Thales Teixeira offers this advice for getting a viral ad shared: utilize brand pulsing so the brand is not too intrusive within the video, open with joy or surprise to hook those fickle viewers who are easily bored, build an emotional roller coaster within the ad to keep viewers engaged throughout, and surprise but don't shock. If an ad makes viewers too uncomfortable, they are unlikely to share it. 57. Companies can help create buzz for their products or services, and media and advertising are not always necessary for it to occur. Procter & Gamble, P&G, has enrolled more than 500,000 mothers in Vocal Point, a group built on the premise that certain highly engaged individuals want to learn about products, receive samples and coupons, share their opinions with companies, and, of course, talk up their experiences with others. P&G chooses well-connected people. The Vocal Point moms have big social networks and generally speak to 25 to 30 other women during the day, compared to an average of 5 for other moms, and their messages carry a strong reason to share product information with a friend. A campaign for P&G's secret clinical strength deodorant resulted in 42,000 click-throughs to an opt-in coupon redemption and 50,000 strong product reviews on the brand's website. Some agencies exist solely to help clients create buzz. BZZ Agent is one. 58. Boston-based BZZ Agent has assembled an international word-of-mouth media network powered by 1 million demographically diverse, but essentially ordinary, people who volunteer to talk up products they deem worth promoting. The company pairs consumers with its clients' products, information, and digital tools to activate widespread opinion sharing throughout its own social media site, called BZZscapes, and within each member's personal social circles. BZZ Agent believes this unique combination of people and platform accelerates measurable word of mouth and fosters sustained brand advocacy. As one senior executive at the firm notes, the bar is pretty low to be a fan and pretty high to be an advocate. The company claims the buzz is honest because being in the network requires just enough work that few people enroll solely for freebies, and members don't talk up products they don't like. Members are also supposed to disclose they are connected to BZZ Agent. After being acquired by dunnhumby, BZZ Agent launched its analytics dashboard, Pulse, which combines social media information with actual sales data to trace the impact of word-of-mouth buzz. The company has completed hundreds of projects. For Hasbro, it helped launch the Nerf Fire Vision toys, which appear to glow in the dark when viewed with special glasses, by sampling the product among members of its panel who have younger children. For Green Mountain Coffee, it sent samples and information to 10,000 carefully chosen members to spread the word about the client's commitment to fair trade coffee as one component of a big marketing program. More than 1.8 million messages were shared about Green Mountain's fair trade program, increasing customers' understanding of fair trade certification by 61% and sales of the coffee by 14%. Viral marketing tries to create a splash in the marketplace to showcase a brand and its noteworthy features. Some believe viral marketing efforts are driven more by the rules of entertainment than by the rules of selling. Consider these examples. Quicksilver puts out surfing videos and surf culture books for teens. Johnson & Johnson and Pampers both have popular websites with parenting advice. Walmart places videos with money-saving tips on YouTube. Grey Goose Vodka has an entire entertainment division. Mountain Dew has a record label. And Hasbro is joining forces with Discovery to create a TV channel. 59. Ultimately, however, the success of any viral or word-of-mouth buzz campaign depends on the willingness of consumers to talk to other consumers. 60 customer reviews can be especially influential. 61 A recent Nielsen survey found that online customer reviews were the second most trusted source of brand information, after recommendations from friends and family. 62 Many review sites are now using a Facebook login that attaches a review posted by someone to their Facebook profile. By attaching their review to their Facebook page, users can find out what friends or noteworthy celebrities deem positive or negative about a brand. 63 As Chapter 5 noted, however, online reviews can be biased or just plain fake. 64 Research has shown that social influence can lead to disproportionately positive online ratings, and subsequent raters are more likely to be influenced by previous positive ratings than negative ones. Consumers posting reviews are susceptible to conformity pressures and adopting norms of others. 65 On the other hand, positive online reviews or ratings are often not as influential or valued as much as negative ones. 66 Companies can try to stimulate personal influence channels to work on their behalf. US women's specialty retailer Chico's increased its revenue per visitor and average order value for its 3 brands after adding ratings, reviews, questions, and answers to the brand's sites. 67 Marketing Memo: How to Start a Bus Fire describes some techniques to increase word of mouth. A customer's value to a company depends in part on his or her ability and likelihood of making referrals and engaging in positive word of mouth. 69 As useful as earning positive word of mouth from a consumer can be, though, getting consumers to directly engage with the company and provide it with feedback and suggestions can lead to even greater loyalty and sales. 70 Huber and McConnell describe the following rungs on the customer loyalty ladder, in ascending order. 71 1 Satisfaction: sticks with your organization as long as expectations are met. 2 Repeat purchase: returns to your company to buy again. 3 Word of mouth buzz: puts his or her reputation on the line to tell others about you. 4 Evangelism: convinces others to purchase join. 5 Ownership: feels responsible for the continued success of your organization. Measuring the effects of word of mouth. Many marketers concentrate on the online effects of word of mouth, given the ease of tracking them through advertising, PR, and digital agencies. Through demographic information or proxies for that information and cookies, firms can monitor when customers blog, comment, post, share, link, upload, friend, stream, write on a wall, or update a profile. With these tracking tools, it is possible, for example, for movie advertisers to target 1 million American women between the ages of 14 and 24 who had uploaded, blogged, rated, shared, or commented on entertainment in the previous 24 hours. 72 Marketing Insight: tracking online buzz describes some company efforts there. Marketing Memo: how to start a buzz fire in analyzing the online success of different songs. Media researcher Duncan Watts found their popularity was incredibly unpredictable. The key to setting a song on the path to popularity was to achieve some early downloads, a phenomenon Watts dubs cumulative advantage. Although many word-of-mouth effects are beyond marketers' control, as Watts' work suggests, certain steps can improve the likelihood of starting positive buzz. Identify influential individuals and companies and devote extra effort to them. In technology, influencers might be large corporate customers, industry analysts and journalists, selected policy makers, and early adopters. Companies can trace online activity to identify more influential users who may function as opinion leaders. Supply key people with product samples. Chevrolet selected about 900 people with a clout online influence score of more than 50, of a possible 100, and gave them a 3-day rental of the Chevy Volt, resulting in 46,000 tweets and more than 20.7 million largely positive blog posts about the electric car. Worked through community influentials. Ford's pre-launch Fiesta movement Campaign invited 100 hand-picked young millennials to live with the Fiesta car for 6 months. Drivers were chosen based on their online experience with blogging and size and quality of their online social network, as well as a video they submitted about their desire for adventure. After the 6 months of trial usage, the campaign had drawn 4.3 million YouTube views, more than 500,000 Flickr views, more than 3 million Twitter impressions, the number of times a tweet is read, and 50,000 potential customers, 97% of whom were not already Ford owners. 68. Develop word-of-mouth referral channels to build business. Professionals will often encourage clients to recommend their services. Weight Watchers found that word-of-mouth referrals from someone in the program had a huge impact on business. Provide compelling information that customers want to pass along. Companies shouldn't communicate with customers in terms better suited for a press release. Make it easy and desirable for a customer to borrow elements from an email message or blog. Information should be original and useful. Originality increases the amount of word of mouth, but usefulness determines whether it will be positive or negative. To fuel buzz for its Chevy Volt electric car, Chevrolet gave 900 influential consumers a free 3-day rental. Sources: Beth Solnier, It's Complicated, Cornell Alumni Magazine, September-October 2013, pp. 45-49, Olga Karif, Finding a Haystack's Most Influential Needles, Bloomberg Businessweek, 22nd October 2012, Michael Trusov, Anand V. Bodpati, and Randolph E. Butlin, Determining Influential Users in Internet Social Networks, Journal of Marketing Research 47, August 2010, pp. 64358, Matthew Dolan, Ford takes online gamble with new Fiesta, Wall Street Journal, 8 April 2009, Sarik Moldovan, Jacob Goldenberg, and Amitav Chattopadhyay, What Drives Word of Mouth? The Roles of Product Originality and Usefulness, MSI Report Number 06-111, Cambridge, MA, Marketing Science Institute, 2006, Karen J. Bunnan, Online Chat is a grapevine that yields precious fruit, New York Times, 25 December 2006. Marketing Insight. Tracking online buzz. Marketers have to decide what they are going to track online as well as how they are going to track it. What to track? DuPont employs measures of online word of mouth such as scale, how far the campaign reached, speed, how fast it spread, share of voice in that space, share of voice in that speed, whether it achieved positive lift in sentiment, whether the message was understood, whether it was relevant, whether it had sustainability, and was not a one-shot deal, and how far it moved from its source. Other researchers focused more on characterizing the source of word of mouth. For example, one group seeks to evaluate blogs according to 3 dimensions: relevance, sentiment, and authority. Academic researchers Hoffman and Fedor advocate measuring the various types of investments customers make in engaging with brands in terms of their activity with blogs. Microblogging, e.g., Twitter, co-creation, e.g., Nikeed, forums and discussion boards. Product reviews, social networks, and video and photo sharing. How to track it? More firms are setting up technologically advanced central locations to direct their online tracking efforts. To monitor the Gatorade brand on social networks around the clock, Gatorade created a Mission Control Center, set up like a broadcast television control room, in the middle of the marketing department in its Chicago headquarters. Mission Control is staffed 24/7 by a cross-function of Gatorade digital, media, and social agencies, with 6 big monitors providing data visualizations and dashboards. The Gatorade team reviews blog conversations and tracks sentiment and feedback. The team also has to decide when it is appropriate to intervene in an online conversation and when it is not. Any post that includes a query directly about the brand or that reflects a Misunderstanding is usually an opportunity for the team to weigh in, but as one team member notes, if they want to talk about working out, we let them have that conversation. Gatorade is just one of many firms that recognize the importance of keeping a finger on the digital pulse of the brand. Consider these efforts. Nestle's Digital Acceleration Team is a 24th July monitoring center that tracks real-time sentiment about its 2,000 brands. Dell's Social Media Ground Control and Command Center in Round Rock, Texas, has 70 employees and processes 25,000 daily social media events in 11 different languages, responding to most queries and complaints within 24 hours. Wells Fargo's Social Media Command Center tracks 2,000 to 4,000 mentions a day. The team monitors and posts to social media channels such as Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Pinterest, and YouTube. When a rumor started that the bank was going to institute a new $5 fee on domestic direct deposits, the command center was able to quickly squash it. Sources: Wendy W. Moore and David H. Dell, Social Media Intelligence, New York, Cambridge University Press, 2014, Cottondello, Wells Fargo Command Center to handle surge of social content, advertising age, 8 April 2014, Ryan Holmes, NASA-style mission control centers for social media are taking off, www.tech.fortune. CNN.com, 25th October 2012, Lionel Menchaca, Dell's next step, the Social Media Listening Command Center, www.n.community.dell.com/Dell-blogs 8 December 2010, Donna L. Hoffman and Marek Fedor, can you measure the ROI of your social media marketing? Mick Sloan Management Review, Fall 2010, pp. 41-49, Valerie Bauerlin, Gatorade's mission, Sell More Drinks, Wall Street Journal, 13th September 2010, Adam Ostro, Inside Gatorade's Social Media Command Center, www.mashable.com 15th June 2010, Rick Lawrence, Prem Melville, Claudia Perlich, Vikas Sindhavane, Steve Melixian, Payun Suh, and Yan Liu, Social Media Analytics, OMS Today, February 2010, pp. 26-30, is there a reliable way to measure word-of-mouth marketing? Marketing NPV 3, 2006. www.marketing.com pp. 39. Gatorade's HQ-based Mission Control Center tracks brand buzz 24/7. Mobile marketing. Given the presence of smartphones and tablets everywhere and marketers' ability to personalize messages based on demographics and other consumer behavior characteristics, the appeal of mobile marketing as a communication tool is obvious. The scope of mobile marketing. Wharton's David Bell notes 4 distinctive characteristics of a mobile device. 1. It is uniquely tied to one user. 2. It is virtually always on, given it is typically carried everywhere. 3. It allows for immediate consumption because it is in effect a channel of distribution with the payment system. And 4. It is highly interactive given it allows for geo-tracking and picture and video taking. 73.6 of every 10 US consumers owned a smartphone in 2014, creating a major opportunity for advertisers to reach consumers on the third screen. TV and the computer are the first and second. 74. Perhaps not surprisingly, US consumers spend a considerable amount of time on mobile, more than on radio, magazines, and newspapers combined, an average of 2 hours and 51 minutes versus 1 hour and 46 minutes. 75. Mobile ad spending was almost $18 billion worldwide in 2013. With the increased capabilities of smartphones, however, mobile ads can be more than just a display medium using static, mini billboards. Much recent interest has been generated in mobile apps, bite-sized software programs that can be downloaded to smartphones. Apps can perform useful functions, adding convenience, social value, incentives, and entertainment and making consumers' lives a little or a lot better. 76. In a short period of time, thousands of apps have been introduced by companies large and small. Many companies are adding apps to their market toolkit. VW chose to launch its GTI in the United States with an iPhone app, which was downloaded 2 million times in 3 weeks. In Europe, it launched the VW Tiguan with a mobile app as well as text messages and an interstitial website. 77. A mobile app became an important part of a Bank of America campaign for one of its Merrill Lynch products. 78. Merrill Edge's faced retirement. One challenge for many financial services firms is to motivate younger customers to think about their financial needs, especially in terms of retirement. A recent academic study found that age-progressed renderings of themselves helped younger people better imagine their future selves and adopt a longer-term financial planning perspective. Based in part on this research, Bank of America developed the Phased Retirement program for its Merrill Edge low-cost financial planning platform. Initially using the brand's website and later an app, the Phased Retirement tool allowed users to snap pictures of themselves and, with the use of 3D virtual makeover imaging technology, see what they might look like when they were 47, 57, or even 107. Accompanying the photos was information about the expected prices of different items in those future years: bread, a gallon of gas, utilities, to provide additional context and motivation. Also present was a link to more information about investing for retirement. Almost 1 million individuals used the app, with 60% seeking more information. Many found the photos so intriguing they posted them on Facebook or shared them on Twitter. To motivate younger consumers to consider investing in retirement, Merrill Edge's Phased Retirement program created a virtual makeover of consumers to show how they might look at progressively older ages. Smartphones are also conducive to boosting loyalty programs in which customers can track their visits to and purchases from a merchant and receive rewards. By tracking the whereabouts of receptive customers who opt in to receive communications, retailers can send them location-specific promotions when they are near shops or outlets. 79. Sonic Corp used GPS data and proximity to cell towers in Atlanta to identify when those customers who had signed up for company communications were near one of roughly 50 Sonic restaurants in the area. When that was the case, the company sent customers a text message with a discount offer or an ad to entice them to visit the restaurant. 80. Because traditional coupon redemption rates have been declining for years, the ability of mobile to make more relevant and timely offers to consumers at or near the point of purchase has piqued the interest of many marketers. These new coupons can take forms, and digital in-store signs can dispense them to smartphones. 81. Although the cookies that allow firms to track online activity don't typically work in wireless applications, technological advances are making it easier to track users across their smartphones and tablets too. With user privacy safeguards in place, marketers' greater knowledge of cross-screen identities, online and mobile, can permit more relevant, targeted ads. 82. New measurement techniques are also aiding the adoption of mobile marketing. Nielsen has added consumers' viewing of television programming on mobile devices to its Live Plus 3 TV ratings system, which combines average live commercial ratings with 3 days of time-shifted viewing. 83. Developing effective mobile marketing programs. Even with newer generation smartphones, the web experience can be very different for users given smaller screen sizes, longer download times, and the lack of some software capabilities. Marketers are wise to design simple, clear, and clean sites, paying even greater attention than usual to user experience and navigation. 84. Experts point out that being concise is critical with mobile messaging, offering the following advice. 85. Mobile ad copy should occupy only 50% of the screen, avoiding complex viewing experiences that may take a toll on consumers' battery and data availability as well as on their time. Brands should limit their ads to a pair of phrases: the offer and the tagline. Brands should place their logo in the corner of the mobile ad frame. Ads should use at least one bright color, but no more than two. Calls to action should be highlighted with a bright color. Mobile marketing across markets. Although a growing population segment uses smartphones and tablets for everything from entertainment to banking, different people have different attitudes toward and experiences with mobile technology. US marketers can learn much about mobile marketing by looking overseas. Marketers like Coca-Cola are learning much about mobile marketing in China and other Asian countries given the high smartphone penetration and usage there. In developed Asian markets such as Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, and South Korea, mobile marketing is fast becoming a central component of customer experiences. 86 In developing markets, high smartphone penetration also makes mobile marketing attractive. A pioneer in China, Coca-Cola created a national campaign asking Beijing residents to send text messages guessing the high temperature in the city every day for just over a month for a chance to win a one-year supply of Coke products. The campaign attracted more than 4 million messages over the course of 35 days. 87. As marketers learn more about effective mobile campaigns from all over the world, they are figuring out how to adapt these programs to work in their markets. There is no question that successful marketing in the coming years will involve a healthy dose of mobile marketing. Summary. 1. Online marketing provides marketers with opportunities for much greater interaction and individualization through well-designed and executed websites, search ads, display ads, and emails. 2. Social media come in many forms: online communities and forums, blogs, and social networks such as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. 3. Social media offer marketers the opportunity to have a public voice and presence online for their brands and reinforce other communications. Marketers can build or tap into online communities, inviting participation from consumers and creating a long-term marketing asset in the process. Social media are rarely the sole source of marketing communications for a brand. 4. Word-of-mouth marketing finds ways to engage customers so they will choose to talk positively with others about products, services, and brands. Viral marketing encourages people to exchange online information related to a product or service. 5. Mobile marketing is an increasingly important form of interactive marketing by which marketers can use text messages, software apps, and ads to connect with consumers via their smartphones and tablets. Applications. Marketing debate. What is the value of buzz? One of the classic debate in the popular press is whether all buzz or word of mouth, positive and negative, is good for a brand. Some feel that any press is good press, and that as long as people are talking, that is a good thing. Others challenge that notion and say the content of the dialogue is what really matters. Take a position: all news is good news, and any buzz is helpful for a brand, versus the content of buzz can make or break a brand. Marketing discussion. Corporate websites. Pick one of your favorite brands and go to its website. How would you evaluate the website? How well does it score on the 7 C's of design elements: context, content, community, customization, communication, connection, and commerce? Marketing excellence. Facebook was founded in 2004 by Mark Zuckerberg, a Harvard University student at the time. Zuckerberg recalls, "I just thought that being able to have access to different people's profiles would be interesting. Obviously, there's no way you can get access to that stuff unless people are throwing up profiles, so I wanted to make an application that would allow people to do that, to share as much information as they wanted while having control over what they put up." Within 24 hours of its launch, nearly 1,500 Harvard students had registered on the site. A month later, half the campus had joined. Initially, only Harvard students could view and use the site, which had relatively simple profile and navigation tools first. The early momentum was tremendous, though, and Facebook soon expanded to include students throughout the Ivy League and then other colleges. The initial decision to keep the site exclusive to college students was critical to its early success. It gave Facebook a sense of privacy, unity, and exclusivity that social media competitors like MySpace did not offer. In 2006, the site opened its doors to everyone. Today, Facebook is the most popular social networking website in the world, with more than 1.3 billion active users. It allows users to create customized personal profiles with information such as their hometown, work experience, educational background, and relationship status, as well as an unlimited number of photos and albums. To interact with each other, users send messages, poke each other, and tag or label people in their photos. They can post comments on friends' walls, join groups, upload and view albums, plan group events, and create status updates viewable by everyone. In summary, Facebook is on its way to fulfilling its mission: give people the power to share and make the world more open and connected. Facebook is not only an important part of many people's lives but also a critical marketing component for just about any brand and company. Its pages provide a way to personally interact and communicate with consumers no matter the size of the company. In fact, Facebook is a great way for smaller companies to build strong, long-lasting one-to-one relationships with their initial consumer base and listen to consumer feedback. Even politicians use the site to push their campaigns and communicate with supporters on a local, personal level. Facebook provides companies a place to expand their personalities in an inviting and non-threatening environment where they can show a softer side than they might in traditional marketing media. Marketers can launch videos and trailers, unveil promotions, run contests, upload images, and post news. Some companies tie into charitable causes through Facebook. Pacific Bioscience Laboratories, maker of Clarisonic face brushes, pledged to donate $1 to charity each time a Facebook user clicked the like button on its page and raised $30,000 for women suffering from cancer. Burt's Bees uses Facebook to introduce new products to its loyal consumer base first and hear their immediate feedback. Old Spice has successfully used the site to take its humorous commercials viral. The brand has millions of fans and believes Facebook was one of the key factors in revitalizing a 70-plus-year-old product among young consumers. Facebook also offers highly targeted advertising opportunities with personalized messages. Ads, the company's major source of income, can target individuals by demographic or keywords based on the demographic and interest information they have placed in their profiles. Many ads include an interactive element such as polls or opportunities to comment or invite friends to an event. Facebook can include social context with the advertiser's marketing message, which highlights a friend's connection with that particular brand. In one survey, college students named Facebook the second most popular thing in their undergraduate world, tied only with beer. The site offers a unique opportunity to engage consumers on a personal, meaningful level and even reach new ones through its targeted advertising options. Questions. 1. Why is Facebook unique in the world of personal marketing? What are Facebook's greatest strengths? 2. Who are Facebook's biggest competitors? What are the greatest risks it faces in the future? 3. What does a company gain by having a Facebook page or advertising through Facebook? What would you think if a brand or company were not on Facebook? Sources: John Cassidy, Me Media, New Yorker, 15th May 2006. Survey: College kids like iPods better than beer. Associated Press, 8th June 2006. Peter Corbett, Facebook Demographics and Statistics Report 2010. iStrategy Labs, www.strategylabs.com. Brian Womack, Facebook sees fourfold jump in number of advertisers since 2009. Businessweek, 2nd June 2010. Kermit Pattison, How to Market Your Business with Facebook. New York Times, November 11, 2009. Alan Adamson, No Contest, Twitter. and Facebook both play a role in branding. Forbes, 6 May 2009, Eileen Zimmerman, small retailers open up storefronts on Facebook pages. New York Times, 26 July 2012, Andrew Adam Newman, online a cereal maker takes an inclusive approach. New York Times, 24 July 2013, 20 best company Facebook pages, Inc.com, www.facebook.com, Facebook 2012 Annual Report. Marketing Excellence. Unilever, Axe and Dove. Unilever, manufacturer of several home care, food, and personal care brands, uses personal marketing communications strategies to target specific age groups, demographics, and lifestyles. The company has developed some of the most successful brands in the world, including Axe, a male grooming brand, and Dove, a personal care brand aimed at women. The Axe brand, launched in 1983, was introduced in the United States in 2002, and is now the most popular male grooming brand in the world, sold in more than 70 different countries. It offers young male consumers a wide range of personal care products such as body sprays, body gel, deodorant, and shampoo in a variety of scents. It effectively broke through the clutter by finding the right target group and delivering personal marketing messages that touched home. The biggest opportunity existed with males who might have felt a need for help in attracting the opposite sex and could easily be persuaded to buy products to help their appearance. Most Axe ads use humor and sex, often featuring skinny, average guys attracting beautiful girls by the dozen, hundreds, or even thousands after dosing themselves with Axe. The result? The brand is aspirational and approachable, and the light-hearted tone appeals to young men. Axe has won numerous advertising awards not only for its creativity but also for its effective use of unconventional media channels. From edgy online videos to video games, mating game toolkits, chat rooms, and mobile apps, the Axe brand engages young adult males at relevant times, locations, and environments. In Colombia, for example, a female Axe patrol scopes out the bar and club scene and sprays men with Axe body sprays. Unilever marketing director Kevin George explained, "This is all about going beyond the 30-second TV commercial to create a deeper bond with our guy. Axe knows where to reach its consumers. It advertises only on male-dominated networks, such as MTV, ESPN, Spike, and Comedy Central. It partners with the NBA and NCAA, which draw young male audiences, and runs ads during big sporting events." After Axe's Super Bowl commercial ran in February 2014, it was viewed on YouTube.com more than 100 million times. Print ads appear in Playboy, Rolling Stone, GQ, and Maxim. Axe's online efforts via Facebook and Twitter help drive consumers back to its website, theaxeeffect.com. Unilever understands that it must keep the brand fresh, relevant, and cool in order to stay current with its fickle young audience. As a result, the company launches a new fragrance every year and refreshes its online and advertising communications constantly, realizing that new young males enter and exit the target market each year. Axe's success in personal marketing has lifted the brand to become the leader in what many had thought was the mature deodorant category. On the other side of the personal marketing spectrum, Unilever's Dove brand speaks to women with a different tone and message. In 2003, Dove shifted away from its historical advertising, which touted the brand's benefit of 1/4 moisturizing cream, and launched the Real Beauty campaign. Real Beauty celebrated real women and spoke personally to the target market about the notion that beauty comes in all shapes, sizes, ages, and colors. The campaign arose from research revealing that only 4% of women worldwide think they are beautiful. The first phase of the Real Beauty campaign featured non-traditional female models and asked viewers to judge their looks online and decide whether they were wrinkled or wonderful, or oversized or outstanding. The personal questions shocked many but created such a large PR buzz that Dove continued the campaign. The second phase featured candid and confident images of curvy, full-bodied women. Again, the brand smashed stereotypes about what should appear in advertising and touched many women worldwide. The third phase, pro-age, featured older, nude women and asked questions like, does beauty have an age limit? Immediately, the company heard positive feedback from its older consumers. Dove also started a self-esteem fund, aimed at helping women feel better about their looks. In addition, Dove released a series of short Dove films, one of which, Evolution, won both a Cyber and a Film Grand Prix at the International Advertising Festival in Cannes in 2007. The film shows a rapid motion view of an ordinary-looking woman transformed by makeup artists, hairdressers, lighting, and digital reaching to end up looking like a billboard supermodel. The end tagline is, "No wonder our perception of beauty is distorted." The film became an instant viral hit. Dove followed up with Onslaught, a short film that showed a fresh-faced young girl being bombarded with images of sexy, half-dressed women and promises of products to make her look smaller, softer, firmer, and better. Dove's 2013 film called Sketches featured a police sketch artist who drew two pictures of the same woman. For one, the woman described herself to the sketch artist from behind a curtain, and for the other, a total stranger described her. The difference in language and descriptions revealed how women are often their harshest beauty critics. The ad ended with the tagline, "You are more beautiful than you think." The Sketches film has become the most watched video advertisement of all time and had more than 175 million views in its first year alone. Dove's latest effort to change the attitudes of women and promote positive self-esteem was called the Ad Makeover. The campaign appeared only on Facebook, gave women the power to replace negative ads, such as for plastic surgery or weight loss products, on their friends' Facebook pages with positive messages from Dove like, "Hello beautiful," and "The perfect bum is the one you are sitting on." Unilever in effect bought the ad space from Facebook for the positive ads to appear on the friends' site, effectively squeezing out the negative ads. During the first week the Ad Makeover app was launched, 171 million banners with negative messages were replaced. Although the Axe and the Dove campaigns have both sparked much controversy and debate, they couldn't be more different. Yet both have effectively targeting their consumer base with personal marketing strategies and spot-on messages. In fact, in the 10 years that Dove has focused on changing women's attitudes and promoting positive self-esteem, sales have jumped from $2.5 billion to $4 billion. Axe is not only the most popular male grooming brand in the world, but also Unilever's best-selling brand. Questions. 1. What makes personal marketing work? Why are Dove and Axe so successful at it? 2. Can a company take personal marketing too far? Explain. 3. Is there a conflict of interests in the way Unilever markets to women and young men? Is it undoing all the good that might be done in the campaign for real beauty by making women sex symbols in Axe ads? Discuss. Sources: Jack Neff, Dove's Real Beauty pics could be big phonies. Advertising Age, 7th May 2008. Catherine Holahan, Raising the Bar on Viral Web Ads. Business Week, 23rd July 2006. Randall Rotkenberg, Dove effort gives packaged goods marketers lessons for the future. Advertising Age, 5th March 2007. Laura Petreka, Amusing or Offensive? Axe ads show that sexism sells. USA Today, 18th April 2007. Kim Passin, How Axe became the top-selling deodorant by targeting nerdy losers. Business Insider, 10th October 2011. https://blogs.monash.edu presto 2013/04/07 Dove flies high with social media too. Jonathan Salem Baskin, The opportunity for Dove to get real with its branding. Forbes, March 7, 2013. Daniel Lecotzelbain, Unilever faces criticism for real beauty ad campaign. US News, 18th April 2013, Jack Neff, campaign has won lots of awards, sold heap of product. But has it changed perceptions? At age, January 22nd, 2014, Dove, www.campaignfeelbeauty.com, www.unilever.com, Unilever 2013 Annual Report. Breaking new ground with database marketing helped propel President Barack Obama to re-election in 2012. Source: Copyright symbol EPA European Press Photo Agency B.V.Alami. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. How can companies conduct direct marketing for competitive advantage? P620. 2. What are the pros and cons of database marketing? P626. 3. What decisions do companies face in designing a sales force? P629. 4. What are the challenges of managing a sales force? P634. 5. How can salespeople improve their selling, negotiating, and relationship marketing skills? P639.